When the pimp's in the crib, ma, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot. And if a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Chandon and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on.
I'm a nice dude with some nice dreams. See these ice cubes, see these ice creams. Eligible bachelor, $1 million bowl. That's whiter than what's spilling down your throat. The phantom, exterior like fish eggs. The interior like suicide wrist rag. I can exercise you, this could be your phys ed. Cheat on your man, man, that's how you get a his ad. Killer with the B, I know killers in the street. With the still to make you feel like chinchilla in the heat. So don't try to run up on my ear talking all that raspy shit. Trying to ask me shit. When my niggas feel your vest, they ain't gon' pass me shit. You should think about it, take a second. Matter of fact, you should take 4B and think before you fuck a little skateboard P.
When the pimp's in the crib, ma, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot. And if a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Chandon and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. I'm a gangster, but y'all knew that. The big boss dog, yeah, I had to do that. I keep a blue flag hanging out my backside, but only on the left side. Yeah, that's the crib side. Ain't no other way to play the game the way I play. I cut so much you thought I was a DJ. 2, if it, 1, yep, 3. SC and double O, P, D go double G. I can't fake it, just break it. And when I take it, see, I specialize in making all the girls get naked. So bring your friends, all of y'all come inside. We got a world premiere right here, now get lost. So don't change the diesel, turn it up a little. I got a living room full of fine dime bristles, waiting on the pistol, the diesel, and the shizzle. G's to the biz act, now ladies, here we get so. When the pimp's in the crib, ma, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot, drop it like it's hot. When the pigs try to get at you, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot, park it like it's hot. And if a nigga get an attitude, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot, pop it like it's hot. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm pouring Chandon and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. I'm a bad boy with a lot of hoes, drive my own cars and wear my own clothes. I hang out tough, I'm a real boss, big Snoop Dogg, yeah, he's so sharp. On the TV screen and in the magazines. If you play me close, you want a red bean. Oh, you got a gun, so you wanna pop that? AK-47, now nigga stop that. Cement shoes, now I'm on the move. Your family's crying, now you on the news. They can't find you, and now they miss you. Must I remind you, I'm only here to twist you. Pistol whip you, dip you, then flip you. Then dance to this motherfucking music we crib to. Subscribe, nigga, get your issue. Baby, come close, let me see how you get loose.
They used to chase me, mask on their face trying to erase me. Talking loud but they don't faze me. I'm strapped up, now they can't change me. Keep talking that mess, I'm just flexing. They throwing shade but they don't know the lesson. Keep your distance, I ain't stressing. Your threats are weak, I'm counting blessings. Goon and gang, gang. We goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang. Better think twice. Catch us live, streaming all night. From the PM to the AM we ignite. Watch the flex, got the wrist so bright. They hating what they see, but still they bite. I'm stacking checks while they stay behind. They wanna talk, but I'm on decline. Can't touch me, I'm one of a kind. Goon and gang, gang. We goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang.
at night in the alleys glow. A sultry rhythm, a secret show. Eyes meet in shadows, hearts ignite. Temptation dances in the pale moonlight. Goonin', goonin', can't resist the heat. Goonin', goonin', where shadows meet. Pulling you closer, bodies in sync. Goonin', goonin', on the edge we sink. Whispers in the dark, electric air. Lips brush softly, a daring affair. Behind every glance, a burning flame. Gooning deeper, calling your name. Gooning, gooning, can't resist the heat. Gooning, gooning, where shadows meet. Pulling you closer, bodies in sync. Gooning, on the edge we sink. Moving in rhythm, the world fades away. Gooning with passion we sway. Fingers trace secrets, breathless cries. Gooning, we're lost in the highs. When the night is ours, under the sky, gooning together, no need to ask why. Give in to the moment, hearts collide. Gooning forever, where passion resides. Gooning, 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 where shadows meet. Gooning, you closer, bodies in sync. Gooning, gooning, on the edge we sink. Gooning, gooning, gooning.
me? Okay. Cockroaches. You wanna play games? Okay. Have a night with you. Come on. Okay. You wanna play what? Say hello to my little friend! You wanna play what? Okay.
What do you want, fucko? You want something? Huh?
Oh!
Hey! What are you doing?
Scar! Brother, help me!
Long live the king.
I said talk to me, damn it! All right. Then I'm gonna make you talk. I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the fire!
You stupid bitch! You filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Can't wait to go home and log into my PlayStation to play games, but the server is offline. Can't wait to go home and log into my PlayStation to play games, but the server is offline. Can't wait to go home and log into my PlayStation.
Yo, Mage Wolf, brother, don't look at me that way, dog. Don't look at me that way. You know you love me, brother. You know you love me, brother. What's up, everybody? Hold on. Bro, I woke up so late. Oh my god. I'll let my phone alarm ring for like 40 minutes. I didn't give a fuck. That's how tired I was. Crazy, right? 40 minutes just letting that bitch ring. But we here, man. We here. I'm happy. I'm happy you guys are here. That's what it's all about. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I fucked up. I wasn't supposed to show any of that. That was, that was a sneak peek. Hold on. See, I'm still sleepy. Alright. Oh my god, no! I fucked it up again. What are we doing? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I already fucked it up twice. I might as well just run with it now. Alright, where's this bitch? Alright. Alright, let's play a game of Who's That Fanboy? Alright, we're playing a game. Not Who's That Pokemon, but Who's That Fanboy? There's 3 fanboys here. You guys can name all of them. We've covered all of them. We got Harmon Smith. Hey, who's that console gremlin? We got Harmon Smith on the right. That is correct. Shout out to T-Man. Oh, no, Rome. You need to do your research. Oh, no. Devastator. Nope. Y'all fucking up. Paris Lily. Come on, one corresponds with each. Yo. Renowned got it. Reforge on the left. Harmon Smith on the right. All right. I knew you guys were going to get stuck on the one in the middle. They ugly. Absolutely, Miss Sparkles. They are ugly. We got one in the middle for y'all. It's probably the hardest one, but Crab Gamer. Oh, man. It's an Xbox console gremlin, right? King David. Come on, you guys. I'll give you guys a hint, right? I was beefing with this guy for like 2 weeks, but I utterly destroyed his booty hole. I railed that shit. I mean, what? It wasn't even a competition. Golden Apple's got it. It's risk it for the biscuit. Yeah. We have to have like the representatives of the console gremlins, and we have one from every console community. We have Reforge on the left, Risk It for the Biscuit in the middle, and Harmon Smith on the right. Mage Wolf, yes I am. Alright, hold on. For some reason Botrix went full retard, so I'm trying to figure this one out. Who's that console gremlin? It's Reforge. It's Risk It for the Biscuit. It's Harmon Smith. Alright, we're gonna figure this whole shebang out with these super chats. But yeah, I don't know why. You know, I'm gonna have to move away from Botrix. Botrix is just retarded. What's up, y'all? Happy Cage Day. I guess super chats are broken, but we will fix that. We will fix that indeed. All right. So shout out to my man Casualties of Gaming for the $2 who says, everyone hit the Cassie's late button. He means the like button, y'all. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. We got my boy Day Reezy for the 2 who says, look at Cass surrounded by gooning snacks. Side eyes, very thirsty, sweaty face, and drooling face emoji. What's good, everybody? I'm so happy to be alive. I'm so happy to have woken up, even though I really didn't want to. But I'm happy to be here hanging out with y'all. What's up, Dragoon Knight? What's up, Neo? My man T-Man Rome, Devastator Ender, Lobo. So your wedding is next week with Harmon? Yo, go fuck yourself, brother. You disgust me, you piece of shit. Anyway, Renown says Harmon Smith is supposed to have his eyes closed. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We can do but so much, man. I mean, come on. This is some pretty dope shit, all right? Look, pretty crazy, you know? I got people plotting and scheming behind the scenes to entertain you guys, all right? And I'd say that that's not too bad, considering. Not too bad. Yo, Benjamin, what's good, my man? Xavier. Goon evening, y'all. PlayStation Nintendo fanboys will change gaming for the worse. Congrats. Dude, you're not lying. You're not lying. The acceptance of outright just getting fucked. Like, just outright, just choosing to be okay with just getting fucked at every angle. That's just what PlayStation and Nintendo console gremlins do, bro. It's so sad. Miss Sparkles, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We got my man Hurricane pulling up. Appreciate you, brother. Majel says, your hair didn't want to wake up either. You ain't lying, bro. You ain't lying about that. Oh man, but we got 70 homies in the chat, so if you can hit the like button, it does help me out. And I don't really know what's up with Botrix tonight. It's just fucking cooked. Hold on.
Casporter Potty
Hey.
says no one cares about Switch 2's game prices and is cheering them on. He hopes GTA 6 is $120.
Yo, that's crazy. People just wanna like here's the thing, as much as we make fun of each other, right? Do I want to see gaming be horrible for people that I I socially bully online? Absolutely not. like I don't want something bad for you. I just want to make fun of your dumb takes and have a laugh with the homies and keep it moving. Basically the shit I was doing before I even made content. Like shout out to Next Gen 720, but me and my best friend Blake, we would watch his videos and we would laugh about it and make fun of him. And it's and it wasn't even malicious. It's just that we would watch, and this is like early PS4 generation, where we thought Xbox One was just like the heaping pile of shit that it was. It wasn't
Fun
malicious.
fact: I love Twitter's updated block feature. People can see my posts and I can avoid interacting with people that I no interest in. I block fanboys anything to do with the culture wars and lolicons.
Hey. Yo, hero culture out here finding the W's in Twitter space, yo. That's what's up, hero culture, bro. Thank you so much for the 20. You didn't have to do that. Holy shit, brother. Let me give you a round of applause. You're a beast, bro. Thank you. Hurricane, we gonna get into that, baby. Cause my man Astro always looking out, brother. He always looking out. But also Devastator, thank you so much for the 5. I don't know if I properly thanked you. But Cassie, I don't know if you've seen my off-topic comment. I got you, brother. Off-topic question: wrestling. What are your thoughts on the situation of Swerve Strickland said fuck Booker T? Was this like context matters, right? Was this like kayfabe performative, or was there actual beef? Like, is there real drama here? Like, is this real life or is this just kayfabe? I mean, do you know or?
Cassie, check Discord. It time for brain rot. Skull, skull, skull.
I got you, Black Cobra. Thank you so much for the 2, brother. Did you see my nickname for Puerto Rock? Yes, Porto Potty. Porto Potty. I don't know how I feel about that as like a half spick in my own right. That's creative. Creative. Oh my god. That was 100% behind the scenes. What the fuck? You heard it's a beef? That's crazy. You know, you just Booker T is a legend. He's a legend. He's one of the greatest to ever do it. Dude is very respectable for his work and just continuing to do what he does. And I don't keep up with Booker T like that. I don't really keep up with wrestling like that. But you never look like a good guy when you're basically shitting on a legend. You know what I mean? There's just better ways to handle that. Unless it's like, kayfabe. If it's kayfabe, it's different, right? But you just never look like you're never in a good position when you're shitting on someone's childhood hero or someone's longtime favorite. So usually there's just better ways to go about that. Booker T handled it fairly level-headed, considering. That's what's up, man. That's what makes Booker T, the man that he is. Like, Booker T is amazing. He is a true professional. He has longevity, and he is one of the greatest to ever do it. And it shows. The fact that he just he handles it level-headedly. I mean, it's a testament to his long-standing, being so long-standing. But shout out to Booker T. Ender says, "Yep, Booker was my first favorite black wrestler. The same way Rain, I'm gonna butcher his name. Javi? One of my favorite luchas. Nah, that's what's up, man. I mean, Booker was definitely he was a go-to. He's so interesting. All right, I'm gonna check that out right now. Black Cobra. Actually, should probably put this on so then I can actually hear super chat. So I'm not retarded and accidentally missed.
Congrats on the new CPU and motherboard.
Hey, Golden
Bet you're gonna
Apples,
be
thank you
fire,
so
fire,
much, brother. I
smiling face
actually
with
got something else
sunglasses.
in the mail today. So I guess I'll share. Let me share with you guys what I got so far for my PC build. I'm not looking to build right away. I'm like sort of buying a part here, a part there every week or every other week or so. And the goal is to have this PC built before Mafia: The Old Country. I'm building a PC specifically for a game that comes around once a decade, like Mafia game comes out once maybe every 8 years, something like that in that range, you know what I mean? So I want to experience it in the best way I possibly can. Opinions on Mr. T? Mr. T's awesome. Hell yeah. No, Mr. T's a fucking legend. I loved him in Rocky 3. I mean, I've watched, you know, he lives a more modest life from what I know, but he was a big fucking deal back in the day. Yo, Khalil, what's good, fam? But thank you so much, Golden Apples, for the 5. Hold on, guys. So I got this motherboard, and kind of expensive. Don't get me wrong, but it had everything that I wanted and needed. It has a lot of like USB slots, which is cool. If you're a content creator, you definitely need those. But it has like 4 M.2 SSD slots as well, so that's really awesome. When I bought this motherboard, I got like a free 1 terabyte M.2, so I'm gonna throw that in there as well. I'm gonna fill up all the slots with M.2. So that's cool. I'm excited about that. Put this down real quick. And then I got the 9800 X3D, best bang for the buck. And I'm super excited because I'm running on 10. What is it? No, a 11700K. I always get those confused because they're like the same shit almost, except like the 11700K runs like a little bit hotter. But so I'm going from the 11700K to this, so I'm expecting to see some really awesome fucking boosts with in regards to CPU, especially since there's a lot of PC games now that are very CPU intensive. Thank you, Angel. I appreciate that. You loved A-Team. I watched a little bit of A-Team growing up. Ah, pity the fool. Hell yeah. But I got the X70E gaming Wi-Fi. You're going to love it. Same CPU to do, Mr. FU. Your shit must be bumping, bro. I'm happy for you. And what I got in the mail today? $64 GB, baby. 64 GB. Let's fucking go. I'm excited. I got the DDR5 16 gigs times 2 for each box. And CL30s. Bro, I'm fucking excited. I'm so excited. Because I'm not, like, right now, so guys, I'm not planning to buy a graphics card right away. I'm just going to throw my 3080 in the new build. And just wait it out, because the graphics card market is retarded. So in the meantime, I'm like, you know what? I might as well get the best that I can for everything else. Ziggy just knocked over my motherboard. You little demon. Would you relax, bro? Yeah, but you gonna see some of the rage and crash out videos? For what? For the whole Switch 2 situation? Oh, we're gonna watch a lot of those. Like, I dedicated this pretty much almost this entire stream to the fuckery. Pull out the kitty. Hey yo, hold up. didn't you eat all your dinner, huh? Why didn't you eat all your dinner? Say hi. Say hi. Oh, he wants out so bad. Silent Joker, thank you so much for the 9 months, brother, who says, Ziggy, the puppet master. You ain't lying, bro. He runs the show. He runs the show. Oh my gosh. Would you relax? He's contorting himself because he wants to leave so bad.
150% tariffs on China, ain't no one affording pews.
Ain't no one affording GPUs? Damn. Yeah, Elliot, it's looking pretty bad right now, but, you know, stick it out with what you got. That's your best bet. Don't run out and buy the whatever real quick, because it's not worth it, you know? Just play the waiting game at this point. That's what I'm doing. I ain't sweating that shit, man. My 3080, look, there's so many games that are so CPU intensive that I'm gonna see so many, like, gains just for having this new CPU alone. I'm not worried about that. And then worst case scenario, I could just drop it all on DLSS and let the CPU run it. Fuck it, right? Do what you can. Ziggy, would you relax? Would you stop being a little butt face? He is it. Look at this mood. He didn't even eat all his dinner. I'm concerned. Are you having a good day, sir? Something wrong? Why do you look like a little brat? Look at that little brat face. Demon. Demon. You know I'm talking about you? Don't be talking shit, bitch. Hey, Sakura. Would you relax? Would you relax? Oh, look. You be a good boy, okay? He's like, let me out of here. Some guy with no name will like that. I'm still using the 1060. I might as well switch to console until this all dies down. You do what you have to do. You do what's best for you. Right? And we make fun of, you know, fanboys and shit here. But I don't make fun of regular people just using what they got. And enjoying themselves. Whatever helps you enjoy yourself, I support you. I absolutely support you. Yo, shout out to I totally missed your super chat, by the way, Devastator said. Cass pulled out her Ziggy gun for pony hunting. Thank you so much for the 2, Devastator. Alright. Black Cobra, I totally ditched you. We've also see what you got going on. Sakura's good to see you. Robert, it's good to see you. Thank you all so much for being here. And we're just vibing, man. We're just having a good time chilling. My man, Elemental Hero, Drewski. My cat is that chill. Mine loves sitting on my lap. Ziggy sometimes loves sitting on my lap. And then sometimes he's like, leave me the fuck alone. And I have to respect it. And I hear him right now. He's actually eating the rest of his food. So, big W. What the hell is wrong with my timeline? Black Cobra says. The tax collector? What is this? Oh my god. What the hell is this shit? Yo, Lois, are you good, brother? Jalen, what's good? Goon music. Alright, let's see. Hold up. Wait a minute. It's brain rot cast. Nothing but brain rot. Oh my god. Here we fucking go, brother. We got 92 homies in the chat. What is good, everyone? Matthew, what's up?
I'm Hank Steele, the real queer cowboy. The gerbil loving wear winning cowboy. I'll grab your butt cheeks and pull out my willy, stir your asshole like a hot bowl of chili.
Yo, son. Yo, son. No, relax.
Cowboy.
Relax. Are you good, brother? Yo, 2 Broke Gamer says, I'm new, by the way. Well, welcome, good sir. Appreciate you being here. Maybe it is a new McDonald's ad, Matthew. Maybe they're trying to be culturally sensitive. Bonk? We just bonking Black Cobra for this? cast is a gay cowboy. Silent Joker, how is this my fault? Nintendo's getting all the smoke right now, and as a fan, that makes me happy. Jalen Pipes, you ain't lying, brother. Y'all need to be stopped. Yep, y'all need to be stopped. How dare you think that this was acceptable to send to me, motherfucker? Yo, Solid Joker, I'm gonna put you in the fucking gulag in a minute, brother. How you gonna blame me for this shit? I didn't do anything. I'm just here. I'm just here. I'm just here and I'm happy to be here, but I'm just here. Yeah, straight to the gulag. I'm 32. I remember that commercial for real. I'm 31. I don't remember it. It's been a little minute. Moon Man is considered a hate symbol nowadays, not a joke. Really? Alright, so Neo says, Cassie, context. Strickland and Booker T have legit beef due to disagreements on the whole WWE treatment of African American wrestlers. Then it became escalated after Swerve said F Booker in AEW. Oh my god, here we fucking go. So, what is Strickland's position and what is Booker T's position? I'm curious about that because I don't know the whole context. I've actually heard this before from an old roommate that later stole my 360 collection. You know, I may have owned Mafia 2 like 10 times, but the original copy that I had was on Xbox 360, and one of my brother's friends stole that along with like 5 other games. And the only thing I could think of is the dude shoved it down his pants and walked out my house. So, there's that. Hypnotic clipped that video of Cassie. What did I do to get clipped? It sounds like Booker's philosophy is if you're talented enough, you can break through any ism at play in WWE booking, where Swerve disagrees. He and others bring up skits from years ago with Book. You know, I think objectively speaking, and I'm not black, right? And I'm not a WWE wrestler, but I think both, like there's sentiments that make sense with both, both scenarios. Like, yeah, if you're super talented, you can get super far. And Booker T is living proof of that. But yes, racism can indeed make that harder. And I think it's fair to say that Vince was quite a little bit fucking racist. The look you gave was priceless. You know, it is a testament to Booker T that he got as far as he did in WWE. You know, even despite the things that were held, I'm sure that were held against him. You're not black, prove it, or just gonna open up my pants. Yo, Mr. Knight, appreciate that. I'm glad that you got a kick out of it. That rant legitimately gave me a headache. Afterwards, I had to take 2 Advil and then take a nap. And then I woke up and got sushi afterwards. So I wasn't joking. I was not joking when I said I need some goddamn sushi. But we gotta get into the news, guys. I got so much shit here. Oh, you know what? We got some funnies. We got some gaming related funnies, if I do remember correctly. My bad. We have loud people in the house, unfortunately. Loud people that don't respect me, unfortunately. But anyway. I know, Philip. I know. It was intentional, trust me. Ignorant ass people. I mean, what? Alright, so this was funny as shit. I had to share this with you guys. Obviously. If you don't know, you should know. Loud noises. Yes, there's a lot of that. How do I get Doug Bowser's job? It's like he just pops up and says the most anti-consumer bullshit and disappears inside the Wonka factory for another intermediate amount of time. Undetermined amount of time. Yeah, you're not lying. Yo. Oh shit, that's louder than I thought it was gonna be. Holy fuck, my bad, y'all. Dude. I was crying when I saw this. I was like, oh my god. Yo, that cat is Grove Street. That cat is down. Look at him, bro. That's a black cat that's down for the Grove, bro. It's Ziggy. It's mind over matter. You don't mind because they don't matter. Facts. Grove Street Ziggy. You down for the Grove, Ziggy? Yeah. He did make a noise when I asked him. GTA cat Andres, yeah. I thought that was funny. Yo, Dicky Doodles, what's good? Nintendo's official new Satan, damn. I mean, he did get the mark. Alright, so I saw this and I was kind of like, huh? And I watched a video. But shout out to Steph who says bringing an actual chicken to the Minecraft movie is insane. I was so confused. I'm still kind of confused. Literally a whole chicken. I mean, that's, I guess, what people look forward to going to the movies now. Mr. Knight says American cinema declined so hard when parents stopped hitting their children. Oh my god. That is a pretty base take. As tough of a pill as it is to swallow. Pause. I used to like Jack Black too. Well, yeah, I had no interest in seeing this movie, and I imagine me going to see this movie to make a, you know, like a review for my movie channel that died pretty much at the end of the year. Yo, Spectre, what's up? He says, bro, I'm loving Blueprints. It's a puzzle game that tickles my brain. That sounds awesome. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. A live chicken you fix to be dinner. That's what we do, baby. Yeah, this Minecraft movie looked like garbage from the very moment it was announced, but I'm also not into Minecraft. I hear that it's not very good for anybody above the age of 2. So shout out to Minecraft for doing extremely well, I guess, and whoever perhaps maybe enjoyed that shit. And then next up we got Netflix's Devil May Cry 2025. Thought this was kind of funny. Make this shit bigger.
Are you fucking crying?
It's only the rain.
It already stopped fucking raining.
Classic, right, Kurski?
I see.
What's up, XJ?
Maybe somewhere out there, even a fucking devil may fucking cry when he loses a fucking loved one.
Oh my god.
Don't you fucking think? Are you fucking
Johnny,
crying?
what's up? Dude, I was dying. Low-key me and a lady with the same hairdo, though.
It already stopped fucking raining.
Easily, Neo. Of course, like,
I see.
Minecraft is easily, like, what, in the top 5 most popular video games ever made? Might be number 1. It's probably number 2. Brand recognition, especially amongst the younger crowd, it is a game that continues to find an audience generation, like 2 generations now. You know, it started with my brother who was obsessed with Minecraft. That's what got him into playing on PC. Because before that, we was just playing on 360. But Minecraft came to PC, and he became obsessed with PC gaming because of Minecraft. And then we have, like, for example, my best friend, he has a daughter who's obsessed with creative, you know, like being creative and all that. She loves Minecraft. It's one of her favorite games of all time. Cassie may cry. Mafia Old Country August. Nice. Is this confirmed now? Because it seems to have leaked. Please Discord be the URL of that clip. I'll post it in a general for you, Dickie. There you go. Confirmed, looks like it. Nice. So excited. Me and my friends were just talking about yesterday, like, I was kind of scared that I was going to get delayed. But I didn't think it was going to get delayed for too long. I was like, it's probably going to get delayed to fall because we didn't see gameplay of it yet. Yo, Adriano, what's good? He says, I took my son to see Minecraft and I actually had a few laps. I was entertained, but maybe because I play it with my son. And that's what's up, man. If you have a, if it creates a genuinely great moment with your son, I'm happy you guys went to see the movie and I'm happy the movie came out. That's what it's all about, bro. I'm happy to hear it. Mafia 1 to 3's GOAT. I love Mafia so much. Oh my god. Cassie apparent Klutzy loved Minecraft movie. That's what's up. That's what's up. I have a couple of friends that saw it and they didn't like it, but if you enjoyed it, man, more power to you. So we did get into there was some Mafia info that did drop. But first up, shout out to Kami here who says new look at Mafia the Old Country coming May 8th at PAX East. Tune in for a live developer panel with Hangar 13 featuring new details and an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at the franchise, releasing summer of 2025. And it is at PAX East, but the unfortunate reality of PAX East is that it's hosted by Greg Miller. The last thing I want to hear is that dumb motherfucker's stupid fucking mouth. That's at 2 p.m. EST. In Boston, Massachusetts. If Blaze had half a brain, he'd be there, bro, to represent his fellow paisans. He is in Boston. You should go there to PAX East, man, and go meet the people, Hangar 13 people. Meg Griller. Oh, man. Greg Schiller. You ain't lying about that. Yo, Pride, what's good, fam? But that was a good bit of info. I'm happy to see that. And then we got Mafia the Old Country release date seemingly leaked for August. Let me get rid of this real quick. All right, let's see what info we got here. Oh my god, it's too bright. The release date will likely be officially announced at PAX East 2025. Publisher 2K and developer Hangar 13 have seemingly revealed that Mafia the Old Country will launch on August 8th for PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. As spotted by Gamatsu, 2K and Hangar 13 posted a Steam blog post detailing the plans for PAX East 2025. In this post, release date was inadvertently announced. While it has now been removed from the post, Gamatsu provided a screenshot of the blog post before the release date was scrubbed. Oh yeah, it's in another language. See if I can zoom into this. Oh my god. Alright, so let me see. Alright, the 8th de Agosto de 2025, so Agosto, I'm assuming is August 8th, 2025. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me, y'all. So it looks like they're being able to hold true to the release window. I'm really happy about that. I'm so excited for this game, guys. I'm building a whole new PC just to make sure I can play this game. And damn good performance. That's the goal. Early August alongside Metal Gear Solid 3. Yo, it's gonna be a crazy month. It is going to be a crazy ass month for gaming. You see, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 got re. Yes, we're going to get into that too. Yo, guys, we have over 100 viewers in the chat. What is up, everybody? If you can, hit the like button. The goal is to get to 100, and then the goal after that is to get to 169. So any assistance is greatly appreciated. But that's exciting, bro. I'm so fucking excited. Holy shit. I can't wait to see gameplay. Like, I'm so excited to see the gameplay.
Cast streaming Xbox presentation June 8th.
Let me check. When is June 8th? Let's check right now. All right, the 8th is Sunday. That is interesting. What time is the event? I did put it up here. I didn't actually read it. Sometimes I purposely see news, but I don't get it. I don't actually look into it till I'm live. But we'll get to that too, Devastator. I'm actually, if it's Sunday and it's like I can get home in time to stream it, hell yeah. Absolutely. Would love to. Usually Xbox events are pretty fun to watch.
Here's a little something for the new PC.
Hey, Raptor Kratos, thank you so much for the 10. You totally didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Hell yeah. We getting there, baby. Piece by piece, little by little. We making it work. And that's what it's all about. Yo, shout out to my man Black Metal Gamer, who's been a member for 6 months. He says Donkey Kong and Mario Kart is good times, but is it day one over $600 or more good times? It's so been there, done that. Gaming, they need a fire game, and I understand that. Black Metal Gamer, it's Nintendo. I think toes this fine line between hold on, I forgot something. Hold on. Nintendo toes this fine line between people look to Nintendo for those oldies but goodies, but then you have those that would love to see Nintendo venture into other things and be more mature or just do something different in general. So they have this really weird thing that they're held to. And it's different from PlayStation, it's different from Xbox. And so I think that's definitely difficult for them. Hold on. We're going to move this under here, I think. There we go. Oh man, I forgot. Hold on, I forgot to put Ziggy. There we go. I'm actually going to put this screen under Ziggy. Hold on. I don't think I could do that, though. There we go. Alright, fixed it. Alright, there's something I needed to do. Because I think I did get a notification earlier. But I understand where you're coming from. Everyone wants different things from every company, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of those that have wanted Nintendo to venture into different things. And I get that, but, they're kind of just not really known for that either. Yo, shout out to Trunks with the 10 gifted memberships, bro! What a fucking beast. Holy shit, you totally didn't have to do that. I really appreciate it. Hell yeah, what a fucking beast. Holy shit. Guys, take advantage of Trunks' kindness and join the Discord server. Channel members, it doesn't matter what tier channel membership you have. If you become a channel member, you can jump into the Discord and hang out with the homies. But thank you so much, Trunks. I really do appreciate that. And everything's going really well. I kind of got up a little bit late today, but nonetheless, made it work. And I'm here hanging out with you guys, and I'm just happy to be through another work week, so we could just chill, man. And also, we got a new Salt community banner of console gremlins. But we did happen to get someone did drop a gift on Steam. I almost forgot about it. Oh my god, how disrespectful, right? But let me see.
Your point exactly why the games should stay 60 max.
No, I agree to that too. I would love to see games stay at 60 for sure. Thank you so much for the 2. I mean, obviously we don't want to see games increase in price, right? If the games increase in price, guess what? I just buy less games. That's what it is. That's what we have to do. Money is not infinite, it's finite. So if you really want something, you'll make it work. But guess what? Those things that you're kind of iffy on, they just don't fit in. That's just what it is. Hey, played up. Hey, that's what's up. Hell yeah. These are kind of the games that I can kind of get addicted to. Yo, Sir Duck, thank you so much for that, bro. Totally didn't have to, man. Sorry I didn't actually look, at Steam earlier. But have any of you guys played this? Because I haven't. But I've heard good things. Cook and serve your dishes, design and decorate your restaurants. Ooh. And expand your culinary kingdom. Wow. Sir Duck is like, I'm gonna get Cassie to cook one way or another. Yo, how dare you, bro? How fucking dare you? In a good way. Thank you so much. Like, we won't get this woman to cook one way or another. Oh my god. No, you don't. Mingo, you do not want me to cook. If you value your life, you'll just keep me out of the kitchen. But guys, if you'd like to, friend request me on Steam, you're more than welcome to. I have a bunch of homies on the friends list. I'd like to keep up with what you guys got going on. So definitely go ahead and friend request me on Steam if you'd like to. If not, that's fine too. But that's my Steam. Cassie cooks fanboys? Exactly. What are your thoughts on Phoebe Waller-Bridge's Tomb Raider series, scrapped due to not approved scripts in 2 years and a variety of problems? I'm not at all surprised. When I heard that that was a thing and she was behind it, I was like, oh, well, this is dead on arrival. And to my surprise, it's dead before arrival. So, I'm not at all surprised. And quite frankly, due to really just her mediocrity, I mean, she deserves it. Hey, Mystic Shadows, thank you so much for the friend quest. I cook simple as that. It's okay, not everyone can cook. My wife's a baker, not a cook. And I don't care about that. That's what's up. I mean, a skill is a skill, right? I think baking is an awesome skill. It takes a lot of skill to be a good baker. Shout out to your wife. What a beast. Dude, like, at first I was like, I'm not gonna get Schedule 1. I normally avoid streamer games. But then when I heard that you could play it by yourself, you could play, you don't have to play with anybody. It's not like a co-op required. And then 2, people won't shut up about Schedule 1, so now I'm like low-key like, should I get Schedule 1? Do you guys think Schedule 1's a banger? It's dope and the demo is long. Okay. I may have to try that. Because it sounds cool, don't get me wrong. What else we got here? Okay. So I may have to say fucking and try Schedule 1. Even though I genuinely do go out of my way to avoid streamer games. Normally, streamer games are bullshit in my opinion. But hey, I'm also very picky. You should get it, Cass. It's a banger. I may have to. I keep hearing too many people just say it's amazing. Cass, just don't goon your PC too close to the brink of being bricked up like Savvy's PC. Wait, she fucked up her PC again? Her PC got fucked up again? Thank you, Nadas, for the friend request. I appreciate that. Alright, so Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is like ridiculous at this point. It's like it's almost like a joke with them. I'm convinced that they just want to outcompete Skyrim for re-releases, right? And so apparently they're introducing The Last of Us Complete Collector's Edition featuring a beautiful steel case, a American Dreams comic 1-4 with a new cover art and set of 4 lithographic art prints Pre-order exclusively through directplaystation.com, only in select countries. And apparently I'm hearing that this is like $110. Who the fuck? What simp would buy this bullshit again? What simp would buy this bullshit again at $110? Like, you genuinely just kind of come off as a loser to me. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Reforge, what a fucking surprise. Want a real Walking Dead game? I would not mind that at all. Anything between season 1 and 4, I'm completely for. I actually really loved The Walking Dead back a few years ago. Like 1 to 4 was the highlight of the series. After that, it's just down a fucking it's just off a cliff after that. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I can't. Oh my god. Quiet Cries, what did you send to me? What did you send me? Why do you do this? I don't want to torture the chat with a picture of Ellie. No, Quiet Cries, do not smile at me. You are demonic. As oxymoronic as Final Fantasy is. Yeah, you know what, Jason? I didn't think about that. Obviously, Final Fantasy having like a 16th mainline entry is pretty oxymoronic. They actually thought that was going to be the last game that
I
they
just
did.
want more Days Gone. Why can't we have nice things, Cass? Just buy the games separately.
Dash, I feel you, brother. I feel you. But hey, man, take that Days Gone remaster and just be happy, right? I'm right there with you, bro. I would love to see another Days Gone. I love Deacon as a character. I love the relationship between Deacon and Sarah. Would love to see that expanded on without Sarah, making Deacon out to look like a bitch. If it's like a relationship that seems like fun and in the post-apocalyptic era that they got going on, I would love to see that. And I would love for it to be tragic too, I'm not gonna lie, but in a way that doesn't make me mad in like the Last of Us Part 2 way. Something that makes me genuinely upset. Like sad. Hey Jester, what's good, fam? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. A Daryl and Rick game? Absolutely. That would be awesome. I love Rick. I love Rick so much. I actually prefer him over Daryl easily. In the middle of Final Fantasy, what is that, 16? I like it. There's a lot of things I like about 16, but there's a lot of things I hate about 16. And overall, the things that I hate ended up winning. It ended up winning. And that sucks. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I hope that you enjoy it more than I did. But I tried. What can you do? But yeah, this is like retarded. This new re-release of this game that PlayStation has fucking has beaten the dead horse of, well, quite frankly beaten Joel's dead body is crazy. All right, so here's some positive news from PlayStation. But apparently Bungie has confirmed that Marathon will not require a PlayStation Network account for players on PC and Xbox. Big W. Big W. If you want your game to succeed, stop making the entry level like ridiculous. Stop putting bullshit. Stop putting bullshit in front of the players. Just let the players play. Just let the players play and you win if it's a good game. That's it. Stop dangling these games in front of gamers like, hey, if you want this game, you gotta do our bullshit. Like, stop doing it. Ponies are seething as they should. Fuck them. Fuck them. If you want a successful game, let everyone play. You could fucking cry all you want to. I don't give a shit. Fuck you and you're crying. No one gives a fuck about what you think. You guys just ain't got that buying power anymore. But that was really cool to see. I was happy to see that because it's a win for gamers. And if PlayStation console gremlins want to be upset by a win for gamers, then they can go fuck themselves. It's really that simple. Nobody gives a fuck about your little fanboying nonsense. You guys look like a bunch of clowns. You only need a Bungie account. Well, it's good to not require a bunch of extra bullshit. I'll use your mom's Facebook account. Respect your player base and let them play your game instead of having everything either paywalled or jump through multiple hoops. Exactly. Stop putting gamers to that shit. Off-topic question, what are your thoughts on John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness getting a novelization? Coming this October. That's actually kind of crazy. In the Mouth of Madness, I think, is a really good film. I think that is definitely underrated. And it's interesting to see it get a novelization. That's cool. Shout out to John Carpenter that recently got his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Long deserved. Thankfully, it was within his lifetime, right? As much of a dick as Carpenter can be, he's so deserving. He really is. I unsub from all the guys that got the Switch 2 and are trying to sell it to people. Oh, I thought you meant like actually sell. I was like, hold on. Oh, you mean content creation perspective? Yeah, I don't tell people what to do in regards to who they sub to or who they listen to. All I could do is just express how I feel and communicate that honestly to you guys. And however you guys choose to take that, shout out to you, right? Some people didn't like what I had to say in my last video, and some people really did like what I had to say in my last video. So there's just one person I was in like full on cap mode. It was so fucking funny. But here's some news that I thought was interesting. So the Xbox Game Showcase, followed by the Outer Worlds 2 Direct, airs June 8th, 10 a.m. Pacific time. What time is that? So I think it's like noon or 1 p.m. EST, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. June 8th. So that's a Sunday. And that is awesome that it's on a Sunday. It's just that it all depends on what time it is. Okay. Okay, so it's 1 p.m. EST. That's a little bit in between my schedule, but I can make it work. We're streaming the Xbox event, guys. We're going to stream it. Do you read Stuttercane? I'm not sure what that is. I think will always be one of my favorite horror films. It's a great horror film. I think that John Carpenter is responsible for so many fucking great horror films. Mario Pipe Smokers is wild, absolutely tarnished. I was saying I was gonna be a Mario Pipe Smoker, but then Nintendo got on their fucking high horse and I had to put the kibosh on them, man. They're on some fuck shit, bro. It all begins with our annual Xbox Game Showcase, bringing you a look at upcoming titles from across our first-party studios in addition to incredible new titles from our third-party partners across the globe. This year, the show will be digital only. Our live stream will bring you everything you'll need to know about what's next for Xbox, no matter where in the world you're watching. Immediately following the showcase, the Outer Worlds 2 Direct will bring you inside the walls of Obsidian Entertainment, revealing new gameplay, details, and developer insight straight from the people making the sequel to the award-winning first-person sci-fi RPG. Now, as you guys know, I really love the first Outer Worlds. I had so much fun with that game. I had fucking $5 beta entry PC Game Pass, and I played the game entirely on my PC and my fucking, what was it, my 1070 i7. I forget what generation i7 it was on my laptop.
Wait, didn't Ponies say Marathon wasn't on Xbox?
I don't know, Devastator. They be talking they shit though. It wouldn't surprise me. They're in for a rude awakening, I guess. It's a line from In the Mouth of Madness. Ah. Oh yeah, the books, right? The books. I totally forgot about the books. Shout out to you, Neo. I definitely could use a little refresher on In the Mouth of Madness. Do you read Sutter Kane as a line from the movie In the Mouth of Madness? I would post the link to a clip, but you know copyright. Exactly. I understand that, but I forgot. But shout out to you, Neo. Appreciate that. In the Mouth of Cassness? That sounded a little bit sus. Devastator. What's up, fuck Norris? I'm gonna bail out, guys. Hope you're having fun tonight. See you soon. Hey, honey, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a great weekend. But I love the Outer Worlds one, but I will say I hate Avowed. I hate it as much as some of y'all love it in the chat. I tried. I put 40 hours into this game, and I cannot fucking stand it. I think that it is a horrible fucking video game. And it pains me to say that. I like Obsidian. I think that they're capable of so much better than Avowed. I think that they're capable of so much fucking more. They have shown me way better games in the past. And I'm going to continue to play it because I would like to finish it. But it has been almost outright fucking torture at times with this fucking game. And it sucks. It sucks that I don't enjoy it more than I do. I wanted to. And overall, I'm just kind of disappointed. I'm kind of disappointed. I fucking hate it. It is definitely mid. I think that the game would have been I think Avowed would have been so much better if it was designed to be like a melee looter shooter. Or like a, a melee / shooter in between. Because the great aspect of the game is the desire to explore and find new loot, find new weapons, upgrade those weapons, and just keep searching for loot. That is the big draw to the game, the exploration, and I love exploration in video games. That is the one major highlight for me. Everything else is either okay. I think that the combat is okay unless you're playing on a harder difficulty, in which the combat is spongy shit. But everything else from the 40 hours I've played is outright fucking garbage. The story is garbage.
Not marathon, more like midathon.
Midathon? Beach Lurker, thank you so much for it too. I think that there's some side characters that are your partners that I think they're decently voice acted. But I think that the world design it leaves more to be desired. The performance is fucking god awful on PC. It is fucking horrible. I have waited and waited and waited, and I think that the performance is slightly better now than it was when it first came out, but it is still ass. It is still fucking ass. And this shouldn't be a problem. This just should not be a problem. And the fact that it is disgusting. I mean, maybe it's a little bit better on Xbox because I think they essentially force you guys to play at 30 FPS. And that would be a better experience than the ranging between 40 and 60 FPS that I'm experiencing. But I just refuse to play video games at 30 FPS. I'm sorry, that is a thing of the past to me. 30 FPS is a thing of the past.
Idea a Microsoft looter shooter or hero shooter that makes use of all of Microsoft's chips. Imagine Marcus fighting Master Chief Doomslayer vs Ram.
Hey, I feel like that would be gimmicky, but if it's fun, fuck it, let the gimmick live. But I would feel like that is kind of gimmicky. They would have to sell me on it for sure, but it sounds interesting, generally speaking. Thank you so much for the 5. But yeah. We don't do 30 FPS here. I have standards. But yeah, I'm sorry, Avowed is a awful fucking video game. It has, like I said, a couple of highlights. But another thing I couldn't get over was the fucking voice. I wanted to kill that bitch every time she would talk slowly and act like she's smart.
Avowed should have been called bored.
What killed me is that, like, they put all these women in these positions of power in the game, and I kept talking to them because you're told to just go speak to these women. Almost all of them knew nothing. You would go to them for knowledge, but they would be like, I don't know. But then they would tell you all this la-di-da-da bullshit, but I don't know what you're... In regards to the information that you need, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. And it's like, does anyone know anything in this fucking game? Like, that I'm being forced to talk to? Still gotta do my video on Avowed. Go for it, Spectre. I'm just not happy with Avowed. I think that Obsidian has done better in the past. I think the Outer Worlds 1 is a better video game overall. And it certainly ran better on more bullshit hardware that I had. Not gonna lie. And then stretching looter shooter with extraction looter shooter sounds good. Having Gears level fighting demons and Doom could be cool.
On Xbox it runs at 60 FPS pretty well with update.
Well, guess what? Black Cobra, I'm glad you guys got the nice running 60 FPS, but on PC we got the shit. And unfortunately, because they don't optimize on PC, I have to shit on their game because of that. Because if the game at least ran okay off rip, I wouldn't feel nearly... I would still be upset in regards to the content of the game, but I would at least be more forgiving that I can actually have an acceptable experience with a mid-game. Because the way that I've been forced to play this game on a 3080, all right, 11700K, 32 gigabytes of RAM, the way that I've been forced to play this game on my PC is fucking unacceptable, and they should be shamed for it. They absolutely should. Like, honestly, these companies deserve to be shamed for how they choose to release games on PC. And I continue to update
Cassie
the
would
game.
like Avowed if it had FANBOYS.
Oh my god. Casualties, what makes you think I like FANBOYS, though? I'm a tomboy. I oppose almost everything remotely feminine. So it doesn't make any sense. But thank you so much for the 2. Drewski, it doesn't drop below 30, except like a couple of times that I've experienced. But just imagine a game that's constantly going anywhere from 35 FPS to 60 and just going up and down all the time. That is Avowed on PC. It's a fucking joke. It is such a fucking joke. It makes me mad just thinking about it because I've wanted it to be good, and there was interesting aspects of it that intrigued me, but the game is just shit on PC. Until further notice. Hopefully they fucking get it right at some point. That would be nice, but I'm concerned with Outer Worlds 2. I really am. I haven't checked out this gameplay for the game, so we're gonna check that out out of curiosity.
Instead of Kingdom Come Deliverance, FANBOYS are playing Corporate Come Gooning the Reforging.
Wait, what? I'm so confused by essentially all of what you just said. Beach Hill Lurker, thank you so much for the 5. FANBOYS are playing Corporate Come Gooning the Reforging. That sounds so terrible. As much as I appreciate the super chat, that sounded retarded. Shout out to you, Beach Hill Lurker. Oh my god. I was like, huh? Alright, so this is from IGN, The Outer Worlds 2, 11 minutes exclusive gameplay. IGN first. Fuck IGN.
Welcome to our latest IGN First, and it's all about the Outer
Alright, shut up, bitch. Alright. This game is just as shit as Avowed. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so fucking sad. Or worse than Avowed. Oh my god. This has to be their A-team. I'm convinced this has to be their A-team. There's no way Obsidian has fallen as far as they have with Avowed. I want to believe that. This is my cope moment right now. Honestly, this is my cope moment. This game looks like wonky, running at 1440p like the... I just lowered it to 1080. You can go into third person. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Don't worry,
That's the
Cass.
range, Commander.
It'll get worse.
Oh,
No.
this will be
Leave me alone.
glorious.
Leave
Hope
me
my
alone.
enthusiasm doesn't get the better of me. Those traitors need to suffer.
Everything must become
She
nothing
sounds a little too
before
excited.
it can become everything.
Which Nintendo is the biggest shill? The ones that are the most desperate black metal gamer, like Switch Force. Without the Switch 2, that motherfucker's channel is more dead than it already is. Bethesda are the last people you should be asking to fix their games on PC.
Time.
The rift is my gateway to transcendence. My piety is the key.
These motherfuckers are talking to themselves? I like the gun. That gun looks fire.
Oh, the unspeakable things I'm...
It's so hard to sell someone on like combat in these types of games. I hope they know what they're doing. Okay, blood is nice, even though it looks like tomato sauce. I'm just being honest. Voice actor sounds cringe. A little bit.
Now this is just sloppy. If I wasn't already here to kill all these traitorous fools, I'd be forced to use one or two as an
Grenade
example
shot
to the
looks
rest.
cool in my opinion. That's fair, yeah. I'm not, I feel you on that. I hope that there's better character creation. For me, if I can make either a guy who I think is attractive. Oh wait, do we have footprints in the game? Or those are already pre-placed? I'm assuming they're pre-placed. So if I can make a dude that I think is either attractive in the game or a female I think is cool in the game, then I'll be happy. If I can't do either or, then I get really frustrated fast. Cass, make Pam. Arepa, what's up? How come all these new gamers, the main characters, talk to themselves? No, Arepa, it's your side character. So there's a character that's following you around, talking to you. But yeah, the whole talking to yourself thing is annoying as fuck.
Divided by the standard rate of fluid flow, and then you multiply by...
There's too many women already in this.
Is it 30 or... Oh!
I'm joking, but I'm not joking.
Hello. Look at the state of this poor fool. They just left her bleeding out?
But she does sound like too enthusiastic, despite talking and engaging in like death the way that she is. Quiet cries, I don't know. Cass, they might be non-binary. Bro, they sound like bitches. Damn it.
Exsanguination is an art.
Make a Giga
What is
Chad.
the precision, the
Or Giga
pride in-
Stacy. What the fuck is a Giga Stacy? Can I see like a visual representation of this, please? What the fuck is a Giga Stacy? That sounds insane. I'm gonna let y'all cook.
In their work. This is just embarrassing. There's a cultist behind you.
Yo, that sounds insane.
Wait. Surely
Yo,
she's
Joel, what's up?
with you. Fine. Just please keep her away from me.
Uma Thurman is a Giga Stacy. No idea, to be honest.
People like your friends here have been sowing destruction throughout the range for days. I've seen few firsthand, but that isn't because they've gone. Rather, I believe they have become visibility deficient.
She sounds like a cringe millennial. And I'll bet that's exactly what the actress is.
Oh,
Nissan.
There's no such thing as invisibility.
I hope you know, Nissan. It only gets worse from here. It only gets worse from here. Not only do we have cringe millennial voice actors, we have cringe millennial writers. It only gets worse from here, I promise you. Let's get real. Technology hasn't gone far enough to render my absolute Scott Summers-like hotness into reality.
I can only theorize that their visual forms were sent out of phase when they haphazardly tampered with pressurized end rays.
I only have the
Their
lowest
actions are
expectations.
inexcusable.
Well,
Science
Nissan apparently
allows us
has
to
you lowest.
unveil the wonder of the rifts. We do not disrespect it.
Now, is there any science around here we can use to find and kill them?
The
It's a
voice
shame
acting
that-
sounds like soulless. It sounds like there's no oomph to it.
Would have been nice to have the Outer Worlds use the GURPS system from Fallout 1. Former had issues, you could get just be proficient in everything and the perk system was just a knack mood.
Okay, Benjamin, thank you so much for the 10. I'm actually not, I never played Fallout 1. It's kind of sad because I really did enjoy 3. I really did enjoy New Vegas. Fuck 4. I still have a hate boner for 4. I'm still not over it. My terrible experience. But I've never played 1 or 2, sadly. Do you think voice acting is getting worse nowadays? It's a give and take. I think it's a give and take. I don't think it's necessarily the voice acting that's gotten worse that is the problem, because there has been terrible voice acting in television shows and anime and video games that I was perfectly fine with. What's really suffered the past 5+ years at this point is the writing. A voice actor or actress can be not very good, but if the writing is good, you could live with it. You know what I mean? There's plenty of garbage voice acting. To some prolific anime that I've watched. Even, in English, because I only watch anime in English. I don't really give a fuck about. I'm not doing subs. All right, I do English voice acting with subs because that's how much of a fucking idiot I am. Oblivion was the GOAT. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's like I've played Oblivion for many years, and there's like the same 6 voice actors that do all the dialogue, and they're very good at what they do, but also the dialogue is very well done, while being to the point. Yeah, I can't read Silent Joker. So, like, I get tired of reading after a while, but thoughts on this Outer Worlds 2 gameplay showcase so far? I have mixed opinions. The visuals look better than the first game, which is nice. I would like to see people's faces, though. Like, that's an important thing. So far, the gameplay is just okay, but these games only have just okay gameplay or worse, right? So it's about what I expect from the Outer Worlds. A, interactive Western RPG.
Look, System Shock 2 Remaster teaser out in June.
Okay, Repa. Alright. I still need to play System Shock 1. I do. And I should play. I have it, so I'm definitely. That's a game that I want to get to this year. Hot take: Oblivion was mid. Oh my god.
VA was cheesy before, now it's cringe and smug.
Yeah, Nissan. It's I agree with you. The voice acting was cringy in the past, but had a little bit of a charm to it. Ban him. Check your DMs on Discord. I got you, Benjathan. Now it is cringe and just poorly written. Smug, I can't really say. I'd say that the voice actors are usually smug behind the scenes and act entitled, even though what they offer is very mid in nature, right? But in regards to like other shit, like smugness is more so behind the scenes, in my opinion. Unless you bring a specific example, because there is smug bitches. Don't get me wrong. Let me see. Message requests. I got you, brother. What is? What does this mean? Imagine thinking a better alternative is Nicki Minaj music. Oh my god. Oh, so this is the representation of what is a Giga Stacy? Is this is a Giga Stacy? I mean, W. There's also a Modern 1 in the same message. Yep, I got you. That's not Nicki Minaj. Her ass is too small. Yo, Nerdigans, what's up, fam? I'm glad to see you got your Twitter account back. Did you see Yorch made shit up about one of the characters in the new Donkey Kong game being non-binary? Yo, I swear, bro, these people just hate farm. They hate farm. Yeah, it is crazy. If they actually think that Nintendo is gonna promote some shit like that in one of their games that they have complete ownership and control over, like, the only thing you have to be kind of concerned about is Pokemon, right? But, like, Nintendo's mainline shit? Really? Oz said too skinny. Of course you wouldn't dig a Giga Stacy, Oz. Can't even respect a Giga Stacy. How dare you? How dare you? Yorch went viral for attacking another fan artist yesterday. I did see that. I did see that. He kept posting. He's just so desperate for attention. Holy shit. It's like, he's talking shit about all these females.
I will say, the female cultist outfit looks good.
It does look pretty good, Black Cobra, definitely. I agree with that for sure. I want to see faces. That's what I'm waiting for. But, it's crazy that this dude is like this middle-aged, balding, ugly, mid as fuck looking for his age motherfucker. And then he has nerve to like call out like call out woke artists and fucking shit on their work. And it's like, motherfucker, you are like a disgusting representation of what a man should be. Like, you look like absolute fucking disgusting slop. Like, you look like trash, and you think that it is hilarious. Like, he's gonna cast judgment on like what a woman should look like. It's like, bro, you are an ugly fucking guy. Like, you are disgusting. You should be fucking ashamed of yourself. If you showed as much shame in yourself as you did with all this farming content on Twitter, you would look so much better than you do now because you're disgusting. So Yorch Torch, I wipe my ass with him. He's disgusting. He probably would like that too. Disgusting sack of shit. Anyway. You're downloading Outer Worlds. Took you long enough, Oz. Why? Because the next one is coming to Game Pass day 1, you dickhead? Yora ratioed him into oblivion. I might have to check that out. I'm not even sure who Yora Crab is, but that's awesome. Gage is disappointed.
The facility is in shambles. We have an N-ray scanner device that may render the cultists far easier for one to locate. The scanner is an optical device designed to
Guys,
detect
we're like 15 likes away from hitting 100, so if you can hit the like button.
Beings. Visible or not, the cultists still give off N-rays. It was stored nearby. But with the damage to the facility, you'll likely need to use the maintenance vent on the wall there behind the screen to get anywhere near it. Don't worry. I'll just be here, in my deepening puddle of blood.
Hit the Cassie's late button, absolutely. This is, what you showed me just now, Quiet Cries, is disgusting. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Look at this shit. Ooh. Okay. There's a little bit of ambiance I'm seeing here. Oh shit. Hold on. Let me try something else. Hold on. Wait a minute. Alright. Let me go to my Twitter DMs. Because everything has to be super difficult. I broke it. I absolutely did. I break everything. Ooh. Alright, so we got that. We got Packer Girl with the details. And then we got, oh my god, what did I just do? All right, there we go. Holy shit, what I had to go through just to get here. Holy fuck. Holy fuckeroni. All right. Sorry to bore the fuck out of you guys, but that was a bitch. Anyway, we have, this is what Quiet Cry sent me. Yeah, Black Metal Gamer, you're not lying.
Oh, fuck!
I had to see it, so now you guys have to see it. Then we got Packer Girl. Says, gamers, obviously mocking Yorch Torch. But Yorch is getting owned by fan artists. Crab Yora also gave me a badge of honor as well. Oh no, it's Airbag, this fucking cunt. Gamers is creating beautiful art and is the kind of elegant appearing art that inspires, not to be abominable, disgusting art by Crab Yora. Oh my god, that's so terrible. It's fan art, bro. Like, I can understand if there's like bad official art for like a video game, don't get me wrong, right? But we're talking about fucking fan art. That's crazy. I sent you a DK thread too. Thank you. And this person says, I don't know who they are or why they replied, quoted like that. I'm a fan of Yora. And then Yora says, gamers, you're 47. The only art you've ever created is a reputation for whining and shitting your pants online all day. No one's listening, and your balding, middle-aged meltdown is the punchline of every feed you post on.
Exposed. Exposed.
Dude, homie got flamed. Homie got fucking flamed.
Yeah.
I know someone posted pictures of his middle-aged ugly ass.
Bitch. You exposed. If you got no games, you exposed, bitch.
I got you, Tarnished.
You exposed. You exposed, bitch. You exposed. You exposed.
Fire. Oh my god, bro, I'm looking at it right now. Since it's for Tengu's art, I'm not gonna show it. Yo, May, what's up? Hope you're doing well, May. It's good to see you. But yeah, they're definitely not wrong with that. Alright, let me see what this other shit is real quick. Let me bring up this other one. But that is definitely a good laugh. Holy shit. She flamed his ass royally. Oops, wrong one. Then, he says, a sign of a weak man likes Crab Yora's art. What a fucking loser! Oh my god! Let me bring this up a little bit so you guys can read it. And, Kane here says, dog, the artist you tried to use to shit on Yora loves Yora's art. I think that's the sign for you to pack it up. Damn! Yeah, so that's the artist right there. It says, they love Yora's work. And that they're honored that Yora also loves their work.
Art made someone on Twitter mad. Must be a day that ends in Y.
Yeah, B-Soms. You're not even lying. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for the 5. But, George says, that's good. Yora may learn a thing or two from Artelcia on how to draw beautiful female characters. What the fuck does that mean? Like, everyone has their style, right? And it's fucking fan art. It's not official. Like, fan artists they can do whatever the fuck they want to do. And then, you know, shout out to Packer Girl herself, aka Nerdigan, said, "This is what peak stupidity looks like." And then George says feminists corrupted his essence and turned him into an abomination. And then someone posted a picture of his fucking retarded looking face. Why does he looks like don't tell me this is another fucking Italian. And I specifically said Italian. Yo, son, George said that's what peak performance looks like, bro. You look like Smash JT's stepbrother with fucking Down syndrome. Half brother who has Down syndrome. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Bro, don't tell me Benji's in this another fucking Italian talking shit. We have fucking Smash JT's half fucking brother who has Downs talking shit all day on Twitter. It is a fucking Italian. Bro, don't tell me this. I don't want to hear this shit. Call me, damn it. JDA's pro AI butt buddy is stroking the flames. I said stroking the flames. Holy shit. Stoking the flames. Oops. They're stroking the flames too. But he says, gamers, when it comes to capturing Lara Croft, AI outperforms feminist artists like you're a crab by a mile. Do you agree? Why can't both exist? What are we talking about? What is wrong with either of these? What the fuck was wrong with either of these? You know, not for nothing. I was sad when in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, they removed Lara's guns that she had. Because in the vertical slice of gameplay that they showed off in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, did I say Rise? I meant Shadow. In the vertical slice of gameplay they showed in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Lara had fucking guns in that fucking vertical slice. And I was like, oh my god, that's so awesome. Fuck yeah, give her fucking guns, bro. She's been climbing and doing all this shit for so long. She's got to have some fucking guns, right? And then they removed it. And then you could give her guns in the photo mode. You can give her muscles in the photo mode. I was like, why couldn't you just give me the option to give her... Yes, they removed her muscles, Quiet Cries. It was so sad. It was like... And you know what? It wasn't... And the thing was, it wasn't over the top, right? It was just, like, definition to already kind of small arms. There was a lot more definition. So it was like lean arms with definition. I thought it looked awesome on her. I thought it was quite fitting. And they removed it. If you're in photo mode, you can give her more muscular arms. I was like, why won't you just let me give her those arms? Because it's fitting. I was like, what the fuck? Why would Laura not have her pistols? Why are you gay? Muscle mommy, dude, there's so many guys now that love, like, muscular women. And it's like, I mean, hey, if that's what y'all are into, shout out to y'all, I guess. Oh my god. I will not be acknowledging the parody account in the chat right now. Shout out to that parody account, though. Look her up, Cass. Y'all just love to snoo. Dudes love the idea of snoo now. It's crazy. Like, it was a joke in Futurama, but the joke became, like, the desire. It's like, holy shit. But, I don't see anything wrong with that. Especially, it's fucking fan art. Your harem would be extremely diverse. Let me show you Yorch here what real art is. See, that's such a lame, like, he calls this hideous too. That's crazy. It's such a lame mindset to have. Like, you're such a fucking loser. Oh my god.
Oh, fuck!
This is a great example of when the AI it is better than the human touch. Y'all just love that death by snoo snoo. It's extremely shallow definition of art. Yora Crab makes some badass art, especially the Stronk ladies. Stay mad. I don't know what Stronk even means. But he says, that's not art. Art is supposed to be beautiful, not dignifying. Art is supposed to be like any fucking thing. That sounds crazy. She had that T2 Sarah Connor build. I'll go into old school Laura. I'm not mad at you. What a hollow definition of art. I can't imagine being this miserable and empty inside. He said beauty is objective. Yeah, this dude is absolutely retarded. We just went into a rabbit hole. He was really doing the most on Twitter yesterday, huh? Imagine being this ignorantly dedicated. Like, how retarded can you be? Oh my god, wow, he really did try to capitalize on his own. Last I checked, artists were all about defending their art. But this crab Yora resorts to personal attacks when his art gets criticized. Weak. Western civilization deserves better artists with integrity who are capable of producing beautiful works. People like this, honestly, they deserve to be thrown in the gulag. There is nothing you can do to control art. And not for nothing, not to be funny, because I don't like to bring up this comparison, but the Nazis also tried to control art. And guess what? A lot of German filmmakers had to leave Germany in order to bring their art to life because it was being suppressed. I don't like comparing people to that, but this is what it does feel like to me when you're saying stupid shit like this. A lot of them fled the USSR even, exactly. This is not an acceptable mindset to have, especially as an American. You are a fucking clown. These are people that demand control and compliance, and they are no better than the people that we have warned about for a long time. And these people exist on both sides. There are authoritarians on both sides. That's why I don't call myself a liberal. I'm not conservative. I'm libertarian, because more than anything else, the one defining feature about me politically is I am anti-authoritarian. And that exists on both sides. Yes, we should throw him in the gulag. But what's up, I-Man? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Uncle Gus, it's good to see you as well. Hope you guys are doing well. Nissan, how fucking dare you? But I can't read any more of this. This dude is fucking retarded. Like, it's good to expose the fuckery, because as time goes on, he's going to continue to step lines that will continue to make people walk away. The fact that he still has a following in itself, him and JDA still have a following in itself, is sad, but their following is not very big. They are creating a world of infamy. Hey, old man cat, glad you got a membership. It's good to see you too. Hope you're doing well. A friend of mine once said I'm a right-leaning libertarian. I could see that. I could definitely see that. You're kind of a live and let live type of guy. And I respect that about you. Can we get Angelina Jolie, Lara Croft again? Well, she's a bit old for that, I'm just saying. With all due respect. Alright, so we got a gift here from my man Casualties. We got Ninja 1987. Ninja 1987 is a dive back into the past with the most authentic 8-bit side-scrolling action platformer, using shinobi skills to thwart a nefarious threat and rediscover all the adrenaline of timeless classics. I could dig that. That sounds awesome. Thank you so much, Casualties. Said this game fucking rules. Deal with it. I'm not much of a ninja person, but as long as it doesn't have forced stealth, I'm down. The only reason I'm not that much, I'm more of like a samurai fan than a ninja fan because I hate stealth. But side scrolling, I could dig it. Old man says, I'm in the middle, Cage. I'm a Dem, but a conservative one, if that makes sense. I guess what matters most is just your positions on certain topics. Because there are people that are conservative or liberal on certain topics, but with entertainment, they're very, like, libertarian in nature, you know? And I think that every position, unless you're just a compliant to just one side entirely and you'll just defend whatever that side says or does, like, I think people have different stances depending on the topic. But I don't want to make this obviously a political discussion. It's not. I like the term rational anarchist. Read it in a book a while back. I could dig that. I could dig that. I mean, the way people perceive anarchy versus like anarcho, like libertarian capitalist types is very different. Two very different mindsets. One is violent and one is not. Because most people perceive anarchy as violence. Cass, this is what I found when friending you. Your account does not meet the requirements to send friend invites. Really? On Steam, Sakura? Did you just recently become like a Steam, you know, did you just recently make a Steam account? Let me see. Let me look that up. I'm curious now. Error message. Your account does not meet the requirements to send friend invites on Steam means you have a limited user account that doesn't spend at least $5 USD on Steam. That's what it says. So I know that Steam tries to stop fraud in some interesting ways. And this is one way. Your account does not meet the requirements to send friend invites on Steam means you have a limited user account that hasn't spent at least $5 USD on Steam, preventing you from sending friend requests. I'm sorry about that, Sakura. That's unfortunate. But that is to stop fraud, because there's a lot of fraud that does happen on Steam. I'm sure it happens other places too, but I don't really look into that too much. But yeah, people do try to pull some weird shit on Steam. 22 years in the military made me like that. Hell yeah. Shout out to you for your service. No, B-Sums. I don't enjoy Assassin's Creed Shadows, and I have no interest in playing it because, they force you to play as the fucking ninja most of the time. So, fuck that. And then, I just feel uncomfortable playing as a black samurai that slaughters Asians. It just comes off as kind of weird to me. Did you play Ninja Gaiden 2 Black? Not yet, Mr. FU. Not yet. I played one of the Ninja Gaiden games on PS3. I can't remember which one it was. But it was okay for what it was. I was enjoying it. Just by the Half-Life 2 collection. True. True. But that's the issue that seems to be the case with that. So sorry about that, Sakura. At least you kind of know why that's happening. Oh my god. Alright, let's finish up this Outer Worlds visual trailer. I mean, gameplay, whatever the fuck. Vertical slice. liking the visuals so far. Pretty good. The game looks visually better, more impressive than the first game.
The eyes of the unworthy cannot behold our transcendent forms.
But shout out to Nerdigans, by the way.
There's the N-ray scanning device the scientist was talking about.
You gotta finish the first one? You should. It's so good. Even the DLC is solid. I hear that, Ender.
Enemy spotted.
I got you, Astro. Huh. Interesting.
Homicide always cheers me up.
Oh, got like infrared bullshit. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, Sonia. Thanks so much for joining in. Sonia says only 10 p.m. and only $152.90 to Scooby Goon Goal. Oh, God. I hoping to avoid it today. Don't care what the chat says.
Is that you, Presiding Bishop?
I will not put on the Scooby Goon
Sorry,
suit.
I haven't had time to clean up. It's so hard to get bloodstains out of our uniforms.
All right, I don't really care what these people have to say. Like, I feel like in games now, these types of games specifically, like these Western RPGs, I feel like they say more than ever, and it feels more meaningless than ever. Like, I don't, there was a good amount of dialogue in, Fallout 3, New Vegas, as well as Oblivion, but, like, the dialogue was well, like, written to just get to the fucking point. It didn't feel like you'd be sitting there talking to someone forever.
Try not to electrocute
These motherfuckers will go on tangents.
Don't worry.
Like, that's a huge issue in Avowed. It is a lot of talking just to talk. It's... Avowed, like, these motherfuckers go on and on and on, and I'm already tuned the fuck out. Like, I don't care what the fuck you have to say. Please, like, I just keep pressing the button. Please, just get this shit the fuck over with. Hell yeah, Philip. I want you to experience Outer Worlds with mods. I didn't even play it with mods. I just enjoyed it for what it was. Yo, Lindo, wake the fuck up, brother. Wake the fuck up. Sonia said 95 viewers, 95 likes. Y'all are incredible. We're so close to 100, guys. That's usually the goal of the stream. So if you can, hit the like button. Yapping instead of chatting.
Let's get on with the killing.
Yeah, like, sum shit up, man. Good writers know how to do it and make it not feel like, too fast. I think gamers would appreciate that more.
You've opened the way forward. Very good work.
Well, Lois, it's like, it's one of those things where I get where you're coming from, right? I do understand. But these games, it's kind of expected, you know what I mean? I don't know why my pause button broke. But, it is obnoxious when it's excessive. Because these games, you have to talk to people. You have to communicate. It helps push the story forward. It helps you be able to make, important decisions. But, yeah, these games just don't do it well anymore. It's really bad. Everything's breaking tonight. TTS started broken. My pause button is broken. God damn it, Lemonade. God damn it, Lemonade. Oh shit, what happened here? I'm trying to fix some bullshit right now. Oh, it's broken.
That's just a taste of what's to come in The Outer Worlds 2 and what we're covering in this month's IGN First. We'll be breaking down character builds, the new flaw system, all the wild and wacky weapons, and how much bigger this sequel
I mean, the new weapons are nice. The new weapons are definitely nice. I'm not really sold yet. Like I said, I'm a little bit like hesitant with Obsidian after Avowed. But I would like to see more. That's what it boils down to. I want to see people's faces. I feel like maybe they're hiding them on purpose here. I could be wrong, but I want to see a city. I want to walk around one of the cities and actually talk to different people and see what the atmosphere is like. Atmosphere is very important to me. 200 likes for Cast the Suit Up tonight. That's not how that works, Dayreezy. But I feel like we'll get there either way. And I don't want to, so disappoint me, damn it. Yo, Battle Puppet, what's good, my guy? L Alchemy, appreciate you pulling up. Been busy lurking for the last 2 hours. Hey. L Alchemy said, you perverts! You gonna blame Lemonade for being late too, Cass? Absolutely. Everything is Lemonade's fault. We've established that for like the past 5 years. Everything is Lemonade's fault. Shit, holy fuck, we already hit over 100 likes. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate all the love and support, man. Thank you so much. You guys are phenomenal. You guys, how am I surprised? What do you mean by I'm surprised? Of course, I'm always surprised. I'm permanent surprised Pikachu face. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about Outer Worlds 2. I want to be excited because I really want this game to be good because the first game was really good. We'll see what happens. I want to see more. I can't wait for the Xbox event, which is going to be June 8th. I've already said that I will be streaming it. It's like 1 p.m. EST. So that's going to be cool. And hopefully there's more of a better deep dive to really give us an idea of like the grand scheme of the game itself and what we have to look forward to. So there's that. And there's also going to be a showcase of other games too. So I'm excited for that. It's going to be crazy. This is like dude, the June showcase is like post Doom the Dark Ages. That's going to be pretty crazy. That is going to be pretty crazy. What are your thoughts on game genre visual novels? Examples: Steins Gate, Fate, Stay Night, Danganronpa. I played Danganronpa on Vita. It was cool. I played what the fuck is it called? The first Ace Attorney game. That was cool too. As long as they tell good stories, I think that they're fine. Do people consider them video games? I don't personally consider them like video games. They're kind of like I don't know if you remember like interactive books or whatever the fuck. Like make your own adventure books or something like that. I feel like it's kind of like that for those types of games, but in sort of like a different type of format, which is cool. You're gonna make a top 10. Go for it, Lois. I know that is your bag. If you want to make a visual novel, like video game, that's cool. But your story better be on point. Your characters better be on point. Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward is great. I didn't get to play that Arepa, but I've heard good things on Vita. What else we got? Oh, so yeah, we got to run through the Switch 2 stuff. Apparently, the new pre-order date in the US is May 8th. So that's interesting. I don't think I will be pre-ordering. I do not think I will be pre-ordering. I might actually make a video discussing it. My insane disappointment. But I'm not happy. I'm very upset, actually. Delayed super chat? Oh, shit. It broke? It did break. No, wait. Let me see. What happened? I'm sorry about that, B-Soms. Super chat. The fucking notification shit broke again. Hmm. But either way, we'll make it work. Shout out to B-Soms for the 5 who says, despite all your rage, you're just a Cassie in a cage. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We must accept the simpler things in our lives, right? So, shout out to Beat 'em Ups who says CD Projekt Red's Witcher 3 Nintendo Switch port was barely profitable for them because they opted for the most expensive cartridge size. So that games had a whole game on the cartridge. So that gamers had the whole game on the cartridge. Despite not making much profit, they did it again with Cyberpunk on Switch 2. Pretty awesome. Dude.
Do you know if the entire game is on the cartridge?
Yes, it is.
The whole game?
Yes.
Okay.
We specifically went for the highest capacity, so 64 gigs.
Wow, that's awesome.
Because we didn't want gamers to have to download like half the game or even the entire
game.
Unless they specifically want to. Obviously, it's going to be available on the eShop as well. If somebody prefers to play that way.
Do you know
That's
how much
awesome.
it costs for that 64 gig card, like on your end?
I don't know, but I remember that when we released The Witcher 3 for the original Switch, it was a lot. Like it was barely, I think, profitable for us.
Wow.
I don't know.
That is crazy.
But that's what I think I've been told.
Do you know if the entire...
That's really cool. It's really cool that they're doing that. Shout out to CG Project Red. At least in the end, they're kind of doing pro-consumer things with Cyberpunk, right? Credit where credit is due. He is one that got a free one to review. Base CD Projekt Red. Hell yeah. That is awesome. Because a game like that is a massive fucking game. It, like, downloading that on the Switch, like, in its entirety would take up so much of the fucking... It would take up... You have, like, what, 256 gigabytes? That's not a lot. That's not a lot with games like these. So it's really cool that, they put the whole game on the fucking cartridge. Ooh, I got you, Black Cobra. Thank you so much for the 2. He says, let's check Discord real quick. I got you. Let's see what we got here. All right, so from Charlie Intel, Call of Duty World at War and Call of Duty Infinite Warfare are showing up in the PC Xbox search results as included with Game Pass, but are not available on the service yet. This is via Xbox era. Dude, I wouldn't mind revisiting World at War, I'm not gonna lie. And on the PC...
Cassie, check Discord real quick.
Oh, it fixed. Holy shit. It took a while, but it fixed. Beat 'em Ups is uber cringe, more so than Dreamcast guy. Yeah, I mean, he's a little uppity and kind of weird, and he puts out videos of him crying. And those seem to be the most memorable with him. But I don't have anything against Beat 'em Ups. He makes decent content for what it is. Shout out to him. But dude, it is... I'm actually kind of surprised this was in the PC Xbox store search of all things. I was wondering how, like, if these games came to Game Pass, like, would they come to PC Game Pass? That was something I was always wondering. It seems like that might be the case. I would love to revisit World at War. I remember World at War got cracked early by hackers. And it really fucking sucked. There was, like, weird fuck shit happening on 360 kind of early on in the game's life cycle. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, it was kind of disappointing. So, if they fix it, and the shit is running like fire on PC and Xbox, bro, let's throw hands. Let's throw hands in those team TDM matches, man. I'm down. I'm so down for a good Call of Duty. Oh my god. I'm already hearing that... Once I started hearing that Black Ops 6 was getting, like, hacked and shit en masse, I was already out mentally. I mentally checked out and I haven't been playing it. Which is a shame, because I really did enjoy Black Ops 6 when it released. But yeah. I hope that... This might be a June showcase release or something. I don't know. Either way, really cool. Shout out to Chartard for the 5. It says, glad to see Outer Worlds 2 looking somewhat good. Now they need to bring... Oh, I think I can read it. Finally.
Glad to see Outer Worlds 2 looking somewhat good. Now they need to bring Chris Avellone back for a new Fallout game.
Hell yeah.
Nice smashing P reference, by the way.
Absolutely. Chartard, I appreciate the 5. And would love to see Chris Avallone return and really lead this team, because I think that they're on the struggle bus. Imagine being a man crying on YouTube. I mean, it depends on the situation, Black Metal. I think it depends on the situation. And you know, a man is a man, and a man has to be a man, obviously. But bro, I was caught off guard when Akira Toriyama cried. When Akira Toriyama died. Bro, that caught me while I was live, and I teared up, I'm not gonna lie. I think anybody that appreciated his work as a child would definitely be caught off guard by that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be mad at a man crying hearing that his hero or the person that created their childhood essentially died, or the person that inspired them, you know? And you know, I'm a female, but I don't like to cry. Like, I don't like people to see me crying. Like, I hate that shit. So while I'm not a guy, I understand the perspective of, you guys aren't gonna see me fucking crying on YouTube. Like, fuck all that, right? But sometimes shit happens. You know, some shit happens. I think that some situations could be justifiable, but not many. Not many. Guys, did you see Sungrand Studios asking Nintendo to hire him?
Yes, boss.
That's crazy. That is fucking crazy.
Yes, boss. Ooh. Yes, boss. Yeah.
Ben have feelings too,
Expose, bitch.
but I do that crying stuff in private. Back swagger not.
Games, you expose, bitch. You expose. You expose.
That's crazy. He wants so bad to like work for Nintendo. Holy shit, bro. He's like, well, if I'm gonna shill, I'm gonna at least get paid for it, motherfucker. Hire me. But we have some really shitty news coming from Nintendo at this point. There's just a lot of shit news, a lot of things that make the system kind of unjustifiable. But Nintendo says the Switch 2 GameCube controller is only compatible with the GameCube app, implying that it can't be used on other Switch or Switch 2 titles. This is a massive fucking L. I own a Switch third-party controller. I forget what company it is. But it's a GameCube controller, and it even has like an extra bumper because the GameCube controller had only one bumper. I think it was on the left side, and then the right side didn't have it. So they added the bumper. And it is wireless, and I paid like $35 for it. Massive W, guys. I played Smash with it. To be fair, I also like the Pro controller for Smash Bros too. I know I'm kind of like in minority there, but I actually like using the Pro controller for Smash Bros. But I know a lot of people love using the GameCube controller, so I made sure to have one of those too. And you can
I did not need to see Smelly from Us of Us.
Aw, man. Thank you so much for the 2 Chartard, damn. This is disgusting. Why the fuck can't this be used with everything? Why not? That is just, like, that's just being ignorant at that point. Like, willfully ignorant. This is willful ignorance by Nintendo. Then next up, we got another sad negative news story from Nintendo. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition does not include the expansion pass content, so you'd have to go out of your way. You can't. The games are expensive as fuck. And this is not a complete edition. This is not a definitive edition. You would still have to go buy the DLC. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting move by Nintendo. It's like, it's never enough. Like, it's just never enough for Nintendo at this point. And this is the stuff that's making me just not interested in their system. Yes, boo this fucking company. They deserve it. They fucking deserve it. It's fucking trash. They are so ass. They are so fucking ass. Real quick, guys. I'm gonna go take a quick break. I has to go dehydrate. I drank too much coffee. But I'll be right back. Promise. Be right back. I'm back, guys. Hold on. Back. We back, baby. And Iron Man got his fanboys correct. Thank you, Philip. Iron Man got his fanboys correct. Shout out to Iron Man. Yeah, how you like that? I mean, that's kind of fire, right? Low key. Are you good, Lois? Oh shit, hold on. I need new drinking materials so that I can go dehydrate again. Alright. I have new dehydration material. My bad. We back, baby. Let's go. New dehydration material. Coconut pineapple drink. In true Puerto Rican fashion, I guess. Regarding the GameCube controller, I've heard they did something similar with the wireless SNES controller, and it was given support for non-SNES games in a firmware update later on. I hope so. I hope that they do this, but the fact that we even need to have this discussion in itself is pathetic. I hope that they do that, though. Would you rather play Tetris or Pac-Man? Pac-Man, because I can actually be good at it, potentially. Tetris is an amazing video game. It's one of the greatest ever, if not the greatest ever. And I'm garbage at it. I'm so horrible at it. But it is such a great video game. Sakura, I did see that you said that you sent something. I don't know where you sent it to, though. I was looking on Twitter, but I didn't see it. But don't think that I'm ignoring you. I'm not. Oh, I think I got a new friend request. Let's go. Oh shit, no. I got a gift. Wait, what? What massage? From Trunks? Oh my god. We do not do feet here, sir. We I know quite a few people in this chat that are immediately gonna go buy this game, not knowing that it existed. See, mine is like, yep, feet time, baby. So terrible. And mine, I think you go need to clean your ass, bro. Yes, Kata's definitely gonna love this one. I don't think he knew this game was out. Shout out to Kata. Y'all are terrible, I swear. Thank you, Trunks, for this terrible video game. Appreciate you, brother. So bad. Let me see. Did I get a friend request? I want to make sure. Oh no, I accepted them all. Good. But real quick. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that. We're done with that. We're also done with that. Oh my god. We're just going on a feet posting. When it comes to Nintendo, because a lot of people have been calling us brokies and all that stuff for going in on Nintendo and their fuck shit, right? Like, Nintendo fanboys want to call us broke for calling this bullshit out, for complaining, for voicing our opinions on their garbage pricing. But don't you think that not having the definitive complete edition of Zelda Breath of the Wild specifically, don't you think that in 2025 that's broke bitch ass behavior on Nintendo's part? Like, stop being a fucking company nut hugger. Stop gargling on the knob of this fucking company and use your fucking brain. Is this not broke bitch ass behavior from a multi-billion-dollar company? Are you gonna sit here and call me broke for calling this shit out, or call anybody else in the community broke for calling out the bullshit? We're the broke ones apparently, but no, Nintendo's not conducting itself like it's broke as fuck. What a fucking joke. And y'all, and people that defend this shit should be fucking ashamed of themselves. They should be laughed out of every room. Yo, Nick, what's up? Appreciate that like, brother. But I argue that Nintendo are the fucking brokies with the way that they conduct themselves, because a lot of shit that they've been doing is ridiculous. Is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Look at this shit. Nintendo has responded to multiple complaints made with the Switch 2 pricing. Unfortunately, the responses are as bad as they get. All right, so first being, can't afford a Switch 2, just play the OG Switch. Paid tutorial, it's only $10 for a tutorial. Broke bitch-ass behavior on Nintendo's part. $80 games, the passion we put in justifies the price. Y'all, Nintendo are the fucking brokies. Quote me, I don't give a fuck. Nintendo are the brokies. They want to charge you $10 for a tutorial for your new system. That's the same shit as the old system. What a joke. And people that defend this, honestly, y'all should be smited into the fucking sun. Fucking idiots. Disgusting. Disgusting behavior from the company and the defenders. Pal World really hit Nintendo's ego. You ain't lying. Next up, here's an interesting article. Reggie Fils-Aimé seemingly weighs in on Switch 2 Welcome Tour debate by highlighting the success of Wii Sports. The former Nintendo boss has subtly commented on the Switch 2's lack of pack-in game. But here's the actual... He actually posted this himself, by the way. Which is very interesting. Very interesting that Reggie did post that himself. But let's see what he says here. Oh my god. I totally butchered that woman's face with this pause. Anyway.
You have a few Miyamoto stories, and one of the ones that stood out to me was during the debate over whether or not to pack in Wii Sports with the Wii, and Miyamoto pushed back pretty hard against that, and it was it was like one of the biggest points of discussion, and kind of one of the bigger wins for you.
Yeah, it's an understatement to say that Mr. Miyamoto pushed back. During the development of the Wii and the Wii Sports software, again, the goal was, we wanted this system
Dude, Wii Sports was such a big fucking
be
deal.
attractive not only to the most active players, but to new players, and to bring them into the video gaming experience. And we saw Wii Sports as the way to be able to do that, because each of these sports made great use of the Wii Remote.
You have a few Miyamoto stories, and one of the ones that stood out to me
Benji was good.
during the debate over...
Crazy, right? Crazy. And Reggie posted this himself, so you know he was like side-eyeing Nintendo of current day. That's a dude? For real? No, no. But, in my opinion, Neo, with what you're asking, who is worse, Nintendo or Disney? I say Nintendo because they're coming into prominence in more than just the video game market. They are now becoming like the main, the main motherfuckers when it comes to theme parks now. They're opening theme parks everywhere, right? And people really want to go to Nintendo theme parks. And then their films, they're taking over with their films slowly but surely. But they have so much room to grow, whereas Disney themselves are on a massive decline. Yes, Disney owns a lot of properties. Yes, Disney has Disney World. Yes, they're involved in so many different places, but they are on a decline. They have less. They have less power than they once had, for sure. And Nintendo is taking that from them in multiple different ways. I think that that's going to continue as time goes on. And I think that Nintendo, they're the main ones to definitely be somewhat concerned with, because they, who knows what Nintendo's peak is? Who knows, right? Nintendo still thinks it's the 90s. That's why it's a problem. That's what the problem is. Yeah. Ender says, only way I could justify 90 is if the DLC that comes out is included to never split the player base. And you know what? I kind of see where you're coming from with that, Ender. I kind of see where you're coming from with that. And to be honest with you, I kind of agree. I don't know if I'd spend 90 on a game with that guarantee, but I definitely feel like that is a big positive overall. As shitty as Nintendo has been lately, I'd still rather have them dominate Disney. It's so hard to say because it's like both of these companies, we've seen them get out of pocket, right? So it's hard to say which one is better with the power, right? Because they both have proven they can abuse it. And that's the struggle. That's the issue. But I don't blame you for feeling that way, Lois. I think that at least what Disney can provide is more entertaining to me than what Disney would provide. Nintendo is just more interesting to me in general. Steam Deck is the best purchase I've made in a long time, and that's what's up. That is what's up. Cast true, especially rumors that Disney's upcoming films, such as Marvel Thunderbolts, is going to be a flop. Ugh. Dude, I'm hearing that China may not play American movies in their country anymore, and I'm just like, yes. Like I want Hollywood to just shit the bed. Like I'm looking forward to it. But I thought that was an interesting little discussion. No, let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. We already covered that. Shout out to Josh. Oh my god, I've been able to talk today. My talking ability has been very limited today. But shout out to Josh who says, "What are the odds?" I think the odds are very low. But I don't think the Switch 2 is going to sell this. It is going to underperform by this much. But I would say I think that the Switch 2 will sell at most like half of what the Switch 1 will sell. I think that's more of a fair assumption. But yeah, 21 million is rough. That would be rough. Imagine if Nintendo fails that with a handheld. Right? As much as people want to say, "Oh, it's a console." It is a handheld. If Nintendo fucks up with their handheld, and mind you, in a market where they don't have the handheld to rely on, they've combined their console and their handheld, and when their consoles flopped, at least their handhelds were getting them through. If they fuck this up and there's no handheld to lean back on because the handheld is essentially fucking up, that's rough. That is super rough. And Silence says, Sakurai working on Kirby Air Riders aside, what if oh my god, Super Smash Bros. Switch 2 edition were to be shadow dropped with new DLC? I think Lois might be in that ass, I'm just saying. It would be cool, it would be welcomed, but not in the current state that Nintendo is conducting themselves in, for me anyway. And shout out to Dirt Griggity, cool ass YouTuber. But he says, never forget, before Don Matrix said, we have a console for you, being the Xbox 360 if you don't have internet, right? There was Ken Kutaragi, who said, for consumers to think of themselves, think to the, oh my god, I can't read today. I can't read or speak today, it's over. Ken Kutaragi says, for consumers to think to themselves, I will work more hours to buy one, referring to the PS3. During a recent interview with Japanese economic website Toyo Kaizai, ever-charming Ken Kutaragi had this to say about Sony's goal for the PS3. For consumers to think to themselves, I will work more hours to buy one. We want people to feel that they want it, irrespective of, oh my god, irrespective to anything else. In other words, get a job. Get 2 jobs, you lazy bums. Fucking insane. Insane behavior. They've all fucked up so royally. And it costs them all. It costs PlayStation. It costs Xbox. It's hard for me to sit here and say it's not gonna cost Nintendo. Switch. I remember the OG PS3, but man, at least the OG PS3 was a freaking powerhouse. Blu-rays, SACD, PS3 games, PS2 games, PS1 games, CD audio and ripping. Switch U on the other hand is just expensive. Wii U 2? Maybe. But that was a good tweet from Dirt Greedy, because motherfuckers don't remember. I forgot about this. Crazy though, right? And then we got the Nintendo fucking fanboy shills, alright? If your name has fucking Nintendo or Switch in it, like, bro, we keeping an eye on you clowns. We have from Nintendo Prime, who literally, I'm only gonna read the first part of this because bro, look at the cope. This is a cope session. He says, I talked to my old oh my god. I talked to my old college economic professor this morning and asked their opinion on Mario Kart World costing $20 USD more than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe when it launched on Switch. Hey, Alex, things that didn't happen for $500, please. But this sounds so fucking fake off rip. It sounds so fucking fake. Wii U 2 Electric Boogaloo. And he literally goes on this massive cope session to try and justify the price point for Mario Kart World. You fucking clown. You have Nintendo in your name. Of course, everyone's gonna think you're a massive fucking shill. There's nothing you could do. You're just gonna get fucking shit on as you deserve. As you fucking deserve. This dude got lit the fuck up. Biggest Dickus said, you had Chat GPT or Copilot write this up and are passing it off as your old economic professor? Nintendo's version of Nib. Facts, bro. The professor sounds like my IT teacher who didn't know how to log into a PC. I feel bad for the students studying under them. They understand nothing. And Helene Hero says, of all the things that never happened, this never happened the most. Exactly. Nobody actually believes this is fucking real. Not for a minute. The Nintendard, oh my god. The Nintendards are still at it. I can't, like I said, guys, I can't speak today. It's a wrap. It's a fucking wrap. Genkai says this doesn't make sense. Yen being weak means they make even more profits from the US on selling software. Same with PlayStation, both yen-based Japanese companies. Where they lose money is on importing and paying for parts to make the consoles. Oh my god. This dick eater. He responds to the dick eater. Homie said, nah, writing an essay on X is crazy. But yeah, this dude, Nintendo Prime, he is a fucking clown. Let me check out his Twitter. Never actually watched this dude's content. At least I don't think I have. Let me see. No, I'm not subscribed to him. Oh, he's live right now.
You just tried to correct misinformation. It wasn't specifically about whatever was going on between him and oh no, it's Alex. Yeah, that's their own shit. They're grown.
Oh, he's talking about oh no, it's Alex.
Criticizing things you just don't like. That's fine. That's opinion, you know. So, and maybe it's not his fault anyways, because yeah, Nintendo has been really bad at communicating. Moving on.
I hate when people conflate nefariousness with ignorance.
We're at 102.
It's blatantly nefarious.
We blew past this 29 during that whole thing. Thank you guys so much for the support. Appreciate it. You think he's talking about Sungrad? Oh, is he talking about Sungrad? I don't really watch his content either. I think I watched like a video of his I thought he did a really good job on. And I checked out, I think, one other video he's made in like the last 2 weeks. But, you know, it's just not my kind of content in general. But, you know, that doesn't mean that I can't find a video to be good here or there, you know.
Thank you so much.
Pretty violent, in my opinion, is only right at the end. So here's the thing. You guys might expect me to be like really harsh on oh no, it's Alex and
you know better, bro.
Call him out on a billion things.
You know better,
I just
pussy.
feel the misinformation. If he wants to be mad about all of this stuff in the video game industry, and advocate for consumers, who am I to tell him not to do that? Enjoy it, man. I'm not going to agree with everything you have to say, and that's fine. We don't have to agree. You're still free to criticize. You know, I just don't want the criticism to be about things that aren't true. That's all. You can criticize the things
okay, pussy. Whatever you say, pussy.
That's it. Because when you're criticizing the things that aren't true, then it's a grift. When you're criticizing things you just don't like,
what?
That's fine. That's opinion, you know.
Yo, people throw out the word grifter and don't even fucking understand.
Yeah, Nintendo has been really bad at communicating. It is what it is. He's not wrong about that. I don't even disagree with everything.
Okay, so if they're bad at communicating,
trying to ask stupid questions, but
and he says something that might not be true, does that make him a grifter? What the fuck?
I don't replay video games.
Yo, I swear, bro, people are so fucking ignorant.
I don't want to say that as a generality that I've never in my life replayed games, and I never will replay games again. But as a general rule, I don't really replay games. I like to have new experiences, so I'm always looking forward to new games. So almost all the games that get added to the
sounds like a very content creator take to me.
That's all. That's all. And they don't.
This clown has over 400 people watching him right now, by the way. 400 people show up to listen to this fucking bullshit, this horseshit.
Mario says, by the way, Alex also make fun of player essence. When he complained, Alex ignored his DM on Twitter, Svenash. So he doesn't even bother to debate LOL.
Player essence does love his debates. Player essence loves his debates. I've debated. How many times have I debated Player essence, guys? How many times have I debated him? I can't remember. I know Player essence loves his debates. He really.
Not gonna lie, I would love to see Alex rip him a new one.
I know it's been more than once. I think it's been 3 times maybe that I've debated Player essence. Anyway,
we'd love to see Alex rip him a new one. He did Golden Apple. Shout out to Alex that hit 80k subs. What a fucking beast.
Whatever's going on between those two, I don't give a shit. That's their beef. That's their problem.
Why debate when you can make content out of it?
I ain't here to get in the middle of that.
The debate is content.
People think I am because the clip I showed of the guy had the Player essence video playing in the background, but I was
the debate certainly is content, though.
Specifically about
you could do both.
Between him and oh no, it's Alex. Yeah, that's their own shit. They're grown men. They can deal with it.
I should go spam his chat. Not worth it. It's already bad enough we're watching this bullshit.
Oh my guys, if you have any statements or questions you want me to read, just gotta add Nintendo Prime in the chat. I know I'm literally not gonna get to everything, guys. Our streams have been doing amazing lately. Thank you for showing up. Can't get to everything, but I'm trying to get to a bunch of stuff. My chat just jumped again on me. Things are going nuts. Speaking of Goatsy, don't the shrines and tears of the kingdom of life, they're the Goatsies. They're all right. Never heard of this guy. Still haven't, since I have no clue what his name is. Oh no, it's Alex. That's his YouTube channel. So I'm assuming.
I asked him in the chat, "Are you good, bro?"
You were a kid in 2002.
Are you good, bro?
Lucky with that. Cool. You bought PSVR 2, completely lost $400. Oh, man, you bought PSVR 2. I would have never bought it. Oh, I still haven't. I wouldn't buy it unless there was stuff that I felt justified the purchase.
If Alex doesn't debate him, I mean, that's completely fair. Like, there's people that have asked me to debate, but it's like, bro, you go live when I'm at work. Or I'm getting ready for work. Like, what the fuck do you want from me?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they could disappoint you, and they can let you down, and they can feel like a waste of money. And you
always find a way to pull content out of their asses.
But
You ain't
fucking you
lying.
over is a
Pete
very
Daddy.
specific thing to me.
Pete Daddy's a
I don't like
crazy
to use
fucking name,
words
by
just
the
like-
way. But, dude just sounds like a Nintendo dick eater. Another one. Then we have Legendary drops here. It says, at first I thought this was a troll comment. It's not. This person said, wow, weirdos not realizing that Nintendo being first to the next gen means they are going to be the ones with next gen prices.
You are coping and seething.
Oh my fucking god, bro.
Yes, you're coping and seething.
You gotta be fucking kidding me with these takes. You have to be fucking kidding me with these bullshit ass takes. Anything to put more money in the mega corporation's pocket. I swear these guys are fucking drones. You would think that they would have to be possessed to fight for these companies like this. But no, they're actually choosing to fight for these companies like this. Fucking idiots. Then we have this clown. People are trying to make some connection to Don Matrick and the Xbox 360 with this interview of Doug Bowser. The context is completely different. I read the full quote. What exactly do you want him to say? Work 2 jobs to be able to afford the Switch 2? ? I would argue that what Doug Bowser said is even worse. Because Don Matrick said, hey, if you don't have internet or you don't have good internet, we do have an offline device. Now, that was fucking ridiculous and unacceptable because, hey, the Xbox One should be an offline device too. Right? But outright, Doug Bowser says, hey, if you're broke, well, the cheaper option is staying with 8-year-old hardware. Or getting 8-year-old hardware, technically. So pay more for some outdated bullshit. The fucking cope is crazy. So yeah, I guess maybe it's out of context because what Doug Bowser said is even fucking worse. Is worse. Retarded. Yeah, JT Vega, they got what they wanted anyway, right? Sad to say. And moving on from that, shout out to Astro, who said perfection. It shows a picture of Jay Barry, alright, Pony Shill incarnate, fucking buying the Last of Us complete collector edition, buying the Last of Us for like what, the 10th time, and spending $120. Yo, these fanboys are so laughable at this point. Oh my god. Fanboys are terrible, bro. Oh, console gods. I saw this. I was like, what the fuck? Bro, the cope here. I'm gonna have to hold up. Wait a minute. We gonna read this bullshit. So from console gods, it says, if you're gaming on a PC, it's because you're a child. Your parents buy your games, control what you play, and control where you play. They don't want you anywhere near their television or living room. What? What? What a dumb fuck take. It's a nib alt. B, a foreigner, probably from some shithole third world country in Europe, India, China, etc. You hate American culture and all the games based on it. You racist piece of shit, motherfucker.
Expose.
You racist piece of shit, motherfucker.
Expose.
Yo, it's always like people that can't show their face or say their own or put their own name. Always one of these cocksuckers, bro. Every fucking time.
If you got no games,
It gets even worse, guys. I promise it gets even worse. Hey, these are PlayStation console gremlins, bro. It's usually the PlayStation console gremlins, dog. I bet you it's a PlayStation console gremlin. Do we have confirmation? Let's confirm. I don't want to do fake news. Oh, it's just an anti-PC account. I'm sure they... Oh my god. And they're super political too. Ugh. The worst kind of retards, right? Cast as communist? Really? C, you're poor. You can't afford a real gaming system. Like being a child or foreigner, you have no money. You can't afford... Yo, son! How does it get even more racist? Holy shit. What the fuck are we talking about here, bro? Crazy. Crazy. You can't afford AAA games on day one and have to wait for price drops or flat out pirate games.
When Alyssa kills you, can I have your stereo?
Oh my god. Yo, society. Hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you so much for the 2. Bro, at that point, I would... If... First off, we're talking about Alyssa. Alright? And I don't really like to acknowledge her dumbass existence. But, bitch can't step to me first and foremost. But if I happen to die, you're more than welcome to whatever, because at that point, I don't give a fuck. I'm dead. What does it matter? You could have my PC, you could have whatever, brother. Thank you so much for the 2, bro. Hope you're doing alright. Can I have your PC, Cass? I guess you guys would have to fight to the death, right? Whoever comes out on top. Autism spectrum? Oh, man. That's next? Oh my god, you're right. It said D. You're on the autism spectrum. Your disability impacts your shit taste in games, and you love garbage-looking repetitive point-and-click shit, and you put 10,000 hours into while hunched over a desk. Oh my god, it gets even more insane. He says, you're gay. You suffer from severe retardation. A member of the LGBTQPEDO community. You game on PC for all the queer games and mods that would never see the light of day on consoles. You want an unmoderated online community to sex and groom children.
Exposed.
Clearly, this is, this type of shit that makes it fairly clear to see why this motherfucker definitely gonna hide their true identity. Because they would get fucking smoked.
You're exposed, bitch. You're exposed.
Yeah, usually it is projection, right? Silent Night? We can clone you though? Oh shit. It does get worse. That's insane. This motherfucker is mentally retarded. Actually, mentally retarded is disrespectful to people that are actually mentally retarded. That's crazy, dog. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop because it says F. You have shit taste in games. You're fine missing out on the highest rated, best looking, most award-winning games every year that skip PC. You play unoptimized garbage, old ports, broken emulation, and low-rated dog shit on your office equipment. Bro, this has to be a PlayStation console gremlin. It always is, bro. It sounds like one. Outright. It outright sounds like a console gremlin. This F gives it away. This fucking homo sapien. And then G, all of the above. What a fucking clown. You are the entire fucking circus, asshole. But this is the type of people we, I guess, compete with in the social space of Twitter. And this is why these people constantly take L's. They have no basis of grounds to even stand on. They're fine, just outright choking on the knob of whatever corporation they're out here fighting for. It's truly astounding. These retards are truly astounding. Ooh, we got some interesting shit to get into. I'm gonna try and go through this quickly. But shout out to Legendary Drops, who says, nobody gives a shit about inflation. Nobody gives a shit what $50 was worth 10 years ago. They care about how much 80 is to them today. And to a lot of people, that's too much. Genuinely shut the fuck up. Facts. Bro, thank you. Thank you. At least someone's fucking relatable out here. $80 is too fucking much to justify for entertainment. What a fucking beast. And then we have Riri Gaming who has to fucking chime in and run his mouth. Yo, what's up, Boosh? Who says, oh, so nobody cares about facts? Shouldn't facts inform opinions and views? I'm not defending price hikes, but you are, dickface. Let's be real now. I'm not defending price hikes, but seeing how good we've had it with an almost 30 years static price point, while games get bigger and bigger is worth noting. Comparing Legend of Zelda A Link to the Past to Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom is factually cheaper, according to inflation, and probably 100 times larger, expensive, and innovative. We've been paying less for bigger and sometimes arguably better games, and I think it is a helpful perspective. He's going so hard defending Nintendo because he knows PlayStation is going to follow suit. So he's trying so hard to be consistent because since he's a professional online beggar for a living, he's not technically using his money to subsidize all these price hikes and all this garbage, but he's one of the people, the main contributors to why gaming is so fucked these days. He's willing to defend garbage games and defend unwarranted price hikes. What a fucking clown. Next up, Legendary Drop says, no, they don't. The only fact people care about is what's in their wallets and the price tag on the game. It's can I afford this? Not pseudo-intellectual monologuing to justify the economic conditions behind a price. I can't believe point of sale is such a foreign concept. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, it's so crazy how quickly and easily Legendary Drop just called out all of Reforge's bullshit. Excellent Reforge impression. You just need to snort like DSP and it'll be perfect. Oh my god. Jago was good. Dude, Legendary Drops just dropped his ass. Holy fuck. What a beast. But we do gotta get into the fanboy bullshit. The actual videos of the insane amount of copium. The insane amount of copium. I have a couple of palate cleansers, but it's a lot of cope, a lot of defending, a lot of bullshit. And Reforge is one of the main proprietors of this bullshit. He's one of the worst representatives of gaming. He will outright defend all of this shit, not giving a fuck about not only his own viewers, not even about fellow gamers. He doesn't give a fuck about anything. He doesn't give a fuck about consumers. He justifies all of the spending anytime he possibly can. Also, he's just kind of lame. Yeah, pretty much if you want to sum it up that way. Absolutely. I agree. But there's so many clips of him just outright being a complete total clown. There's just not enough time in the world to go through all of it. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 different clips of this idiot just crashing out defending Nintendo because he knows PlayStation's headed in the same exact direction. It's the only reason why he's here. Fucking bending over, spreading his cheeks for Nintendo too. Even going after his own viewers. Shout out to Astro, who says he's not shilling for Nintendo and talks down to the viewers DSP style, but it's the viewer that's being emotional, apparently. Alright, Neo, it's so good hanging out with you, bro. Appreciate all your contributions to the chat and just being overall awesome. Have yourself a good night. Appreciate you. Don't waste your time. This guy's not worth it. Jago, in the grand scheme of things, are any of these defenders worth it? No. But it's good to know the type of terrible behavior that is leading us down a dark path in gaming.
How much is Nintendo paying you to shill for them?
Yo.
See, when you type
he's
something
big
like
mad.
that,
He's
you're
so
just
mad. Or over it.
self-reporting that you're sort of in an emotional state, and so you're resorting to accusatory insult. So that's just like a lack of discipline.
No, it's a valid question. It's definitely a valid question when you're going this far to defend this bullshit.
Right? It's like immature. I'm not shilling for Nintendo.
Okay, really?
If you're familiar with my content, you would know I'm actually very critical of Nintendo, and I hope they lose their lawsuit against Pocket Pair. And
so they're asking a valid question because his very direct actions seem to lead to that. But we all know that the reason why he's defending Nintendo is because PlayStation will follow Nintendo, and that's who he's gonna really go out of his way to defend. Oh, well, Nintendo did it, and I stood for it when Nintendo did it. So now PlayStation is doing it. Well, it's just a part of the industry. That's everything. That's the entire reason for all this shit. That's the entire reason for all that shit. So yeah, he's up front defending Nintendo, and it may come off as a Nintendo shield for that, but really he's a PlayStation shield, and he knows that PlayStation is just as fucking greedy as Nintendo, or maybe more, who knows. They're trading blows right now, right? That he's willing to up front, maybe perhaps years or months in advance, defend Nintendo because he knows PlayStation will do the same fucking shit. Oh man, what the hell happened? Oh my god, leave me alone. My bad. Chat disappeared for a second. He wants PlayStation to get a pay raise too. Yeah, you're not lying, Trunks.
Like all companies, they get criticized, and I feel they misstep. And I kept trying to warn people
Lois, that's a good point.
that Nintendo's a company that can kind of do whatever they want. And if they want to raise prices, or I remember...
And you will not hold them accountable for it. This is why you are a fucking corporate shill.
Tell people that the Switch 2, I thought it was going to be around $500. Because I thought they were going to position this as a more serious handheld gaming device.
What does that even mean?
You know?
It is a more serious handheld gaming device. Is it not serious enough for him?
They're paying a lot. How about that? I mean, are you insinuating, along with the other emotionally fragile person in chat, that I'm being paid by Nintendo?
You might have... What's even more terrible is that you're bending over for them the way that you are, spreading your cheeks, and you're not getting a paycheck. You're not even a cheap whore. You're a free whore. That's the difference. I would at least respect you more if you actually did get a paycheck from Nintendo.
And if Xbox does it, then his has a problem expressionless face.
You're not lying, Black Cobra. You're not lying, bro. You're a free whore for Nintendo. That's even worse. So don't sit here and be like, I'm not getting paid by Nintendo. How dare you ask me these questions? You're a fucking fool for not getting paid by Nintendo to go this far. Oops, did I say a bad word?
You can't honestly think that, right? Like, describing basic economics to people who seemingly don't understand them, it's not my fault that you haven't gone to college yet.
Yo, son, it's crazy. Let me see. I'm actually curious. Like, there's no way this dude is going to continue to, like... And I'm not being hateful on this. I'm not. But the way he talks down to people, it's like, how do you still have an audience? How do you still have an audience doing this shit? It's crazy, bro. Let me see. And he's doing well. I mean, I ain't even gonna, I'm not gonna take it away from him. The dude is doing well. I guess it's like a kink his audience has. They like being talked down to. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, some of his streams, bro. Especially gameplay streams, big yikes. That's crazy. That must have been a green room member stream. Why are we flexing college? College makes you go into debt early. Yeah, technically, if you're in college, you're even dumber. They make you dumber. All right, and this is someone that spent like 2 years in college myself and realized that this is fucking retarded and a waste of money. And so I got my 2 year and fucked off, right? But yeah, college not only makes you more retarded, but most of the time it is kind of a retarded choice, unless for a very specific set of circumstances. Yeah, Battle Puppet, I'm right there with you. College isn't worth it half the time. There's only certain professions where it is. And it all depends on if you, as a scholar, are serious about those set of circumstances. Yo, Teddy was good. Or Ted Fundy was good. Did anyone notice the price of Zelda Breath of the Wild Switch 2 edition is $65? 65 was the European price. Nintendo has no shame. Yeah. Yeah, we were just roasting them, and it's not even a complete edition of the game, Ted. That's what makes it even worse. You would still have to go out of your way to pay for the DLC if you want the complete edition of Breath of the Wild. That's fucking disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
That was in response to them saying that.
But he won't sit here and actually voice these opinions. He won't actually sit here and voice this shit.
We've spent a lot of time since the announcement of the Switch 2 just explaining basic economics. That's not shilling for Nintendo. Like
your basic economics only seeks your quote unquote basic economics only seeks to justify Nintendo's choice making. You're a fucking clown.
An indictment of my character and integrity.
Yes, it is. Clearly,
like just because you haven't gone into like an Econ 101 class and got a passing grade, that doesn't mean that I'm shilling for Nintendo. Everything we've been discussing since the announcement is so pedestrian. Like, it's so bottom of the barrel. Like, I know kids in high school that understand this stuff better than some of the people that come in here. Like, I could find a couple 16-year-olds that would run circles around some of these people.
Bro, a 16-year-old would be more okay with these garbage business practices because they have no world experience. They have no real responsibilities other than to clean their own ass and attend school on time. That is literally the only world experience that they have. That's the only thing that's expected of them. Of course, a 16-year-old would be okay getting fucking dicked down by a mega corporation. Just as long as mommy and daddy can afford it. Every time this dude speaks, he just sounds dumber and dumber. And it's crazy that this motherfucker is in his 40s and just okay with getting dicked down by PlayStation, Nintendo, whatever. Crazy, right?
That come into these conversations. Like, that's not shilling for Nintendo. This is such easy to understand, economics of business. Like, this is just how...
I prayed on this POS downfall.
Yo! Thank you so much for the 2 Black Cobra. I mean, people say karma, but karma, there is justifiable reasons why bad karma happens. It's not like, just voodoo or whatever. Like, whenever bad karma takes place, or even good karma, there is a history of choice making and the way someone acts that leads to that negative karma. A lot of people don't actually study that kind of shit or look into why certain things happen to certain people, but it's true. Like, the way this person conducts himself, especially amongst his viewers and his chat, sooner or later.
The fact that he says he talks to 16-year-old. OOF.
Exposed. Expose. Ooh. Expose.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy, B
You
songs.
expose, bitch.
Thank you for the 2.
If you got
You
no
wildin' for that.
you expose, bitch.
Karma's too slow sometimes. Some people need to get it got right now.
You expose, bitch.
And you know what? I hope that he betters himself as a person before his downfall. Some people learn and they become better. And I would like to see that happen for him before it's too late, you know? Because he can learn. I mean, you know, he's capable of learning. He's just right now choosing not to. He's choosing to be ignorant. And a lot of people choose to be ignorant. Wonder. Oh, man. You know, I hope that he learns from this and becomes a better content creator, a more reasonable, down-to-earth person for his viewers before inevitably he's abandoned by his viewers. But because I think that he's capable of being better. I mean, you're pretty shit content creator. You're a pretty shit person. And to be fair, I think some of the most beloved personalities that are public personalities, a lot of them, believe it or not, are assholes. Like, for example, one of my all-time favorite people is Bruce Lee, right? Dude was an asshole in real life. I think a lot of it was justified, but he was kind of a prick. I mean, when he died, I mean, the last place he was before he was in a hospital was at his mistress's house. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people that we value that are public and famous and whatnot, a lot of them are kind of assholes. You can't hold that against him. I mean, but I don't hold it against him. I don't personally care. I still love and value Bruce Lee's contribution to film, Bruce Lee's contribution to inspiring the interest in the martial arts in America and around the world. I think that he's a great person in a lot of ways, but he was kind of an asshole for many reasons. That's just one of many examples. And like I said, a lot of it was justified, but he was an asshole. And a lot of personalities that people gravitate to that are public personalities, when you talk to these people, they're fucking dicks. Like, my favorite musical artist that is living is Diana Ross. Diana Ross is notorious for being a bitch. And I love it. I love that shit. Bro, please be a bitch more. I love it. But a lot of like I said, a lot of personalities gravitate to are assholes. Maybe that's one of the things, you know, maybe that's kind of the situation with his audience. Or maybe they just hate watch. I don't know. They all sold their souls. Sometimes for sure. But I think that the more famous you become, the more people want a piece of your soul. And I think that a lot of people, I'm not justifying their actions, don't get me wrong, or how they act, because they act terrible. But I think that they're trying to fight off people trying to take a piece of their soul. And you end up being an asshole because of that. That's what I think, at least to some extent. Some people take it too far, you know? But I would be standoffish, and I am standoffish in some instances because I don't want people taking advantage of me.
Reforge reminds me of a prison wife I once bought for a pack of cigs, except in Reforge's case he'd probably pay me for the privilege.
I'm so confused by this statement. Nissan, I'm so confused. What do you mean by a prison wife I once bought for a pack of cigs? What? What are we talking about here? I'm naive. I need for it to be spelled out for me. You understood that? I didn't. Yo, Fox Hills is good, homie. Thank you so much for the 5. A prison pocket? Prison wife? I mean, we call them prison bitches as abridged Vegeta would. Never mind. Do we know abridged? Dragon Ball Z abridged? Basically paid someone to do the deed, but Reforge would pay him to. Bro is a booty warrior? Oh my god. Tills, what does that even mean, bro? I mean, I have basic understanding of prison life, but very basic understanding as an outsider. Shout out to Ghost Snapple, what a beast.
How it works. Like I've never once said that you have to like it or you have to support it. I've never once said that I like it. I'm just like,
well, you act like you're okay and compliant with it and defending it. And because of that, well, there's a lot of people that just aren't going to like you for it, Reforge. It's really that simple.
This is just the reality. Prices of stuff go up. We've gone a long time without hardly any movement at all.
And guess what? Entertainment will always be the least justifiable offering to demand more money for. Because guess what? We need food. We need water. We need shelter. Some of us need transportation. Right? Like for me personally, I live in the middle of nowhere. I need transportation. I need to be able to afford my own transportation. I need to be able to afford gas for that transportation. These are requirements. You don't need video games. As much of gamers as we are, we don't need video games. We don't need TV shows. We don't need movies. We don't need music. We love these things. We are lucky to have these things, but it's not a necessity. Hey, you can't use a bicycle in every region. Yeah. If I rode a bicycle to work, first off, I would be dodging cars like there's no tomorrow, and it would take me forever to get to work. I would die of exhaust. I would either die getting hit by a car or die of exhaustion. One or the other, or both. I'd die of an exhaustion and purposely fucking bicycle in front of a car. Please just finish it. Please. You posted something educational and funnies. Devastator, I don't think we're getting to funnies tonight, bro. I think it's another night where we're just gonna have to hold you off to Monday. But I appreciate that. I appreciate you posting. Frogger, Cassie Cage edition.
In pricing.
But this is how he treats his audience,
if you're
bro. It's
constantly
crazy.
crying about prices, you're a shill. Simple. Right.
Did you guys call me a shill when I said, hey, I understand where you're coming from if you have a problem with the price point of the Switch 2, but I think that I'm going to get it because I'm okay with it personally. The game prices are, terrible for the Switch 2, but I'm just going to buy the very certain games that I want. Nobody sat here and called me a shill. I didn't sit there and try to justify my own actions. My own actions are my own actions. I don't have to sit here and justify a company's greed. That's what he's doing. He's literally sitting there justifying a company's greed. I didn't sit here and justify a company's greed. I just said, hey, I understand if people think that this isn't worth it to them. That's completely fine and understandable. But it's worth it to me, and I told you guys why. And you guys accepted it. It's not what it's how you're going about this that does make you look like a shill. It does make you look like a loser for not at least getting a Nintendo paycheck to do this. I'm a shill for myself, okay? Exactly, Boosh. I ain't mad at you about that. Yeah, I didn't excuse the situation. The situation sucks. And now, as we find out more and more, the less interested I am. I really don't think at this point I will be getting a Switch day one, a Switch 2 day one. That is on hold, and that sucks because it would be nice to sit here on a live stream, being like on the day of release, like, "Hey, I got my Nintendo Switch, guys. I'm gonna unbox it." Then we had the conversation. I was like, wow, this would be like a first time for the channel to do a live stream like that. But at this point, I can't justify that with how dog shit Nintendo has been as a company, with trying to justify all these factors and then outright going out of their way to deliberately disrespect the people they're begging to buy their products. I just don't, I can't in good faith indulge in that. I'd suggest getting a Steam Deck instead, and I have a Steam Deck. I love handhelds. I do. I genuinely love handhelds. Their PR has been atrocious. Yeah. Yep. Lois said, it doesn't make you a shill, but it makes you more of a Nintendo gooner than me. And that's fair. I could definitely be a Nintendo gooner. I mean, to be fair, you know, I had no interest in a third-party content, right? But I had 4 games off rip that I really wanted to play. And I think 4 games for me was more than justifiable in, you know, what they offered and how much it was. But given how they're now just going the extra mile and being outright disrespectful and not giving a fuck about their audience and their audience's issues with their choices, yeah, it's a turnoff. It's such a fucking turnoff. I love handhelds more than consoles personally. And Silent, in some instances, I'm kind of there with you. I mean, situationally, things are different depending on the situation, but I've always held a love for handhelds because there was a time where that was all I could play. I was not allowed to play video games during the week when I was growing up and I was going to school, only during the summertime. My parents didn't really care. When I was going to school, I wasn't allowed to play video games. And so I couldn't play on the console, but guess what? You best believe I had that GBA with me. And I was gaming all week on that shit. So, you know, that was like, handhelds were always my go-to because that was what I can get away with growing up playing. Steam Deck is the GOAT. You play it docked? Wow, nice. GBA was my shit. Oh my god. I will always have a very strong love and appreciation for Game Boy Advance. GBA with Metroid Fusion or Mega Man Zero. Oh yeah, dude, Metroid Fusion is phenomenal. So awesome. So fucking cool. Yo, shout out to Xavier with the gifted membership. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Xavier's been a long time supporter of the channel. Really appreciate all the love, bro. Love that cast gaming story time from your kid and teen days. Hell yeah. We gotta lighten the mood, right? Holy
Lions
shit.
attack and eat the slower or older animals because it's easier.
Golden
Why are
Sun
you
I played as
for
well.
Lions,
Fire.
Lono?
It's been a long time since I played Golden Sun though. Oh my god, it's been so
I won't pay
fucking long.
$100 for no game. Well, I mean, here's the reality. Let's say GTA 6 is $100. Let's just
Here
do
we
this as
go.
a thought experiment, right?
Here we go.
How many people in chat would not buy GTA 6 because it's $100? Like, you'd buy it for 70, maybe 80, but like the $100 is a bridge too far. Like, how many people would be like, no, that's too much?
Me, because I wouldn't know if I would like
Everybody's
it.
got a breaking point. Everybody has
yeah,
a
Dragoon
limit,
Knight.
and they're like, nope, not paying that.
I'm not paying that
That's
shit.
too much.
Not for a game I'm
Like,
not sure if I'm gonna
your
like.
local restaurant might have to raise their prices. Movie theaters have raised their prices, and then you adjust what you do. That's what you're supposed to do. That's the market. Ebbing and
Guess what? Movie theaters adjust their prices. Guess what people do? They sneak food into the fucking theater. They go to the store right next to the movie theater, buy the goodies, all right, buy the drinks, buy the candy, buy the chips, buy the popcorn at like a fucking eighth of the price that they sell it for in the theater. And guess what? They sneak it into the theater. That's what motherfuckers do when the price is just too goddamn much. Stupid ass.
Flowing with product value proposition, demand, consumer perception, price point, right? All of that is always sort of ebbing and flowing. And the market will determine whether or not Nintendo has chosen a price that can remain, $80 for Mario Kart World as an example. My prediction is they're not going to have to budge on price. They're not. Because there's going to be plenty of other games. And and on the Switch 2 price at $450, I don't think that they're going to have to budge on price. There's a lot of people that have been like, but the Nintendo Switch, was really, really sold on the idea of like it being affordable and it being cheap. And it's like, yes, eight years ago.
Okay, and Nintendo was infamous for that for a long period of their lineage. Dollar stores goated for snacks, hell yeah. It's like Nintendo Switch 1 was a reasonably priced entry point, and the games were, the $60 price tag. All that stuff was okay, we all accepted it. The only issue was it was very hard to get for a while. If you didn't get one off rip, it was very hard to get a Switch for a while when it released. But guess what? The Switch was also behind their competitors, Xbox. It was behind Xbox One. It was behind PS4. So yeah, it's going to be at the price point that it is because they're behind their competitors in terms of what the system had to offer, in terms of power, in terms of features. And guess what? We're in the same situation in which the Switch 2, as nice as it is, all right, as awesome as it is, it's still behind on power and features. But you're saying that people should pay more for the games and people should pay more for the system. You're saying that people should pay almost as much for a Switch 2 as a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. That is insane. And you're going to sit here and justify that even though the system less powerful and the games are more expensive. Crazy ass behavior. We got a raid. We got a bigot army raid pulling up. Let's go. What's up, BioT Wolf? Good to see you. It looks like we getting a little raid from my man Hypnotic. Repent. Oh man, we got the homies pulling up saying repent. What's up, y'all? Hope Hypnotic had a great stream. Hypnotic got clapped on YouTube for a week. So I'm assuming that he's raiding from Rumble. And nonetheless, I really do appreciate that. What's up, y'all? Nick, it's good to see you. BioT Wolf, it's good to see you. What's up, Smash? What up, bigots? Zello? I'm gonna call you Fel. Scooby! Good to see you, Scooby. What's up, Bigot Army? Switch 2 is supposedly going to have PS4 level performance. So why is it $450? For portability. For portability and some extra charge in there.
Microsoft is making a handheld 2 in-house.
Yeah, they are, Devastator. Maybe, just maybe. Maybe you should wait around to see what the competition has to offer. Maybe. Especially if it's more reasonable than what what PlayStation has with, what is that fucking that handheld that they have? Whatever the fuck it is. That can't even play games on its own. And also the Switch 2. Maybe just best to wait. The longer you wait, the better decision you can make for yourself. Yeah, the PlayStation Portal. Misato is now champ from Ava? Misato from Evangelion is the champ? Is the waifu champion? As she should be. Okay, fuck Asuka. Asuka's dog shit. I don't care what Asuka defenders say. Misato is the best waifu in Evangelion. Yeah, she deserves the crown. And y'all better keep her as, as the queen. Not for nothing. Y'all better keep her as the queen. Otherwise, I'm coming for all y'all. But shout out to my boy Hypnotic. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna... Let me see. I'm gonna post Hypnotic's YouTube channel. So that's his YouTube channel. And I'm also gonna post his Rumble, because that's where he is raiding from. We got another raid from Renowned Zero. What is good, brother? Thank you so much for the raid. So we got that. Let me see if I can get his Rumble as well.
I might get a used hackable V1 Switch to grab ROMs off of safely, cause all of these websites are a little sketch to download the games off of.
At Golden Apples, I don't blame you. Take all the precautions that you can. Take all of them. Shit, where's... Let me go to Rumble. We got so many homies raiding in. So this is Hypnotic's Rumble if you would like to check that out. So definitely go check him out there. And then I gotta give... Hold on, I gotta give Renown Zero a shout out as well. Appreciate that raid, bro. Hope you had a good stream. I return tomorrow. Hope the world is ready. Hypnotic, we are hyped to fucking see it, brother. It was nice. It was nice seeing you get a little break. You was saying, hey man, I'm fucking gaming because I don't even have to worry about making videos. And I was like, bro, good for you. Good for you. Enjoy yourself. You only got one life, right? You got to enjoy yourself. And then shout out to Renowned Zero for the raid as well. Check out his channel there. Appreciate the support, guys. South of Midnight is so bleh. You was playing South of Midnight. Oh my god, you poor bastard. Oh, you were. Oh, you hate yourself. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'll only really play a game that's like looking sus as fuck if I think maybe I'll get something out of it. I personally didn't think I was gonna get anything out of that game. But shout out to your resilience. You did like 3 streams of this game. You are insane. But that's cool, bro. But welcome in, Raiders. If you haven't hit the like button, if you're new, subscribe to the channel. We are laughing at defenders of Nintendo Switch 2 and all the nonsense that Nintendo is trying to pull with this system, sadly. Mussolini Diff says South of Midnight has awesome gameplay you can pick. Oh my... Yo, son, I'm not reading that shit. I'm not reading that shit, dog. Oh, bro, son. Shout out to Scooby Pup, who's been a member for 6 months. Thank you so much, fam. Said, stop sending Cass fucking furry games. They sent me a... They didn't send me a furry game. They sent me a feet game. Shout out to Trunks that sent me some foot fetish game. I totally needed that, I guess. You couldn't have sent that to Kata instead. That's what we doing here. But yeah, we're laughing at Reforged, who's a PlayStation console gremlin, who's trying to justify Nintendo being greedy as fuck because he knows that PlayStation is going to follow in the same route shortly after. Heresy?
A Switch 2 OLED is $350 right now. For $100 more than that, you can get a Switch 2.
And guess what? That is old-ass hardware, all right? The only thing that's new on the OLED is the screen itself. And it's a little bit bigger, and it has OLED. So it's nice, don't get me wrong. But it's still attached to 8-year-old fucking ancient hardware. The Switch 1 was dated well before it even dropped.
Did you honestly expect them to bring the Switch 2 to market and have it priced in the hemisphere of basically an 8-year-old handheld with a better screen?
Yes, because the 8-year-old handheld with a better screen should get a price cut by like literally $100 fucking dollars. And then the Switch 2 should fit in at 350 range, 350, 400 at most. Realistically speaking, that would have been a very nice, realistic price point that I think a lot of us in chat would have loved to have seen. Because there's absolutely no reason why the Switches on the market should not have gotten a price cut. You should have just taken the original Switch off the market entirely. I don't know if is it still on the market? That should be taken off the market entirely. The Switch OLED should have gotten a price cut by $100, and the Switch Lite, the only thing that should exist is a Switch Lite and the Switch OLED. Get rid of that shit, and then the Switch 2 at like 350 to 400, whatever. Thank you so much, Sonia. I appreciate you, fam. Cass won't let me send her games anymore. You're not allowed to send me any more games, Scooby. All right? I appreciate the kindness and the sentiment. But 8-year-old
Like,
hardware should not retain its fucking price. Yo, shout out to iMan, who's been a member for 28 months, dude. You are insane, and I love you so much. Thank you so much for the long time support. Holy shit. He said, clap the like button and lather it with goon oil. Love the homie. Thank you so much, bro. I really appreciate you as always. I hate the constant mass of revision that Nintendo does. That already pissed me off with the DS. Yeah.
PlayStation Portal is
I don't blame you.
$200. It's a cloud. It's
I mean,
a
it's nice
controller
to
with a screen
refresh,
on it,
right?
and it's $200.
But when it's too much, it's too much.
You didn't expect the Switch 2 to be, roughly double that? I mean, I just did. If Mario Kart was more than...
Bro, he was really trying to justify... Like, why don't you compare the Switch 2 to your own consoles, to your own PS5, to your own PS5 Pro? Why won't you do that? Because it makes your argument look stupid. He's gonna sit here and justify that the Switch 2 is priced appropriately, being $50 cheaper than the PS5, even though the PS5 is far more powerful and arguably has more features than the Switch 2. Amazing how that works. This dude is actually getting me to defend the PlayStation of all things. That's crazy.
than 120, I would hesitate and likely wait for a discount.
Has he been a massive throat goat for Nintendo? Since the
Everybody has a
announcement,
breaking
yes,
point.
Nick. Even though he's a
Everybody has
fucking
a breaking
pony.
point, and you just have to determine what your breaking point is.
Oh, look at him trying to
So
act
you
relatable
said,
now.
So Scott W., you came in and you said, how much is Nintendo paying you to shill for them? You didn't reply to anything that I said, and now you're just rolling your eyes.
I mean, because nobody realistic can take you seriously. It's so crazy how much
Something
of a
that
clown
I have
he's acting
found-
like, feeling justified.
If there was a Venn diagram of people who get accusatory and, call your integrity into question, and people who can't argue, they don't have the intellectual capabilities to actually argue their position.
Here we fucking go.
That Venn
Oh my
diagram
God.
is a circle. Like, you're all the same. You all do the same thing. You come in, you let everybody know that you're emotional, so emotional about it that you're going to insult a stranger and call their integrity into question. And then every time, 100% of you that come in and do that, you don't have the ability to argue. It's just not in your skill set.
Why don't you invite them live on the air to communicate their points? Because naturally, they're in a chat, they're always going to be at a disadvantage to the streamer. You literally have to pay for the C button on the effing controller. Exactly. The fucking cash button is a literal paywall. But hey man, we're the crazy ones, guys. We're apparently the crazy ones that's unjustifiable. It is the cash button. That's what it is. It's paywall. Pay up if you want to use the cash button. If he did what Amazing Lucas did and did Collins, that would be crazy. Dude, he would have zero control. He would bro, he would crash the fuck out. He would totally crash the fuck out. He would have to kick people off immediately as soon as they would start having one up on him. He's like, oh, well, you haven't been able to properly communicate in the chat why I'm wrong or how to back up your points. And it's like, why don't you offer them to Discord call you? You won't because you're a pussy. Anyway, what else we got? We have dude. Look at this shit. Look, it doesn't stop. It doesn't fucking stop. Must defend Doug Bowser. Must defend corporations. Reforge using this tweet to triple down on $80 game prices. It doesn't stop. Let's hear this one. When you beg for a living, that's literally what Reforge does. This motherfucker sits there and begs for a living. He begs for channel members. He's a fucking beggar. But then he calls everyone else the brokies.
People will call me a corporate chill and a bootlicker. A lot of you are babies.
Oh my god, bro. This is a real life person. This is a real life person.
A lot of you are children. You want an apology? Is that what you want? You want them to say sorry?
No, we want them to realize that that shit is not gonna get over. That shit is not gonna get over with your audience.
Sorry. We're sorry you can't afford our device. What should you send you some complimentary tissues so you can cry? What the frick is this soft, mushy attitude of entitlement these days? What is this? A CEO is supposed to field a question about if people can't afford their device and you don't like his answer? Get the...
Reggie Fils-Aimé would have had a better answer. Even Reggie Fils-Aimé is indirectly throwing a shot or two at Nintendo. Imagine that shit. And Reggie wasn't perfect by any means, right? He wasn't perfect. But he would have had a better answer. Or he would have reframed the question to not make it sound fucking terrible. Yeah, if you're broke, go ahead and buy our 8-year-old hardware instead. That's still overpriced as fuck. Exactly, Battle Puppet. Reggie wouldn't have been an asshole. Reggie was cool when it counted. Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, Reggie was a suit and tie, right? But he had a way of connecting with the audience in a reasonable manner. He was at least reasonable in how he conducted himself amongst, you know, the gamers, the consumers, whatever, however you like to call them. They're gamers and consumers fall in similarly, but it's not the same thing. That's why I like to voice both separately. If this was Xbox, he would not have been making these excuses at all.
The frick over it.
He would have been shitting on Xbox.
Do you do this with any other device?
You think that Xbox brand is worth it? That these games are worth it? Bro, he doesn't even want to talk about Xbox games anymore. He just wants to shit on the company and the company's direction. Because the games are good. So he can't shit on the games, right? Or at least some of them are good, because I don't think Avowed is good, but Reforge should get an actual job, though. He's gonna need one at this rate. He ain't gonna have much of an audience to stream to if he continues on this route. Yo, Frostfang, what's good with you, brother? Appreciate you pulling
Apple, what if people can't afford your iPhone? What the frick kind of a question is that?
Apple offers a refresh of hardware every year across the board at different price points. Given I still don't think that Apple's worth it. That's why I have an Android. I have a Samsung. I have a Samsung, was it Galaxy Ultra 24, whatever the fuck. 24 Ultra. So I'm willing to spend, but I just don't think Apple is worth their weight with what they ask. But that's just me personally.
Reforge has an infinite amount of excuses for these corporations.
Yo, Xavier, you're not lying, bro. You're not lying. Infinite amount.
Then don't buy it. What? I'm gonna go to a press conference for a new Rolex. Yeah. Question here. Reforge Gaming, YouTube. What do you say to the people that can't afford your watch? Huh? What?
When people who bought your previous piece of hardware are saying they're not gonna buy the new one, that is a problem. That is a problem. They should hear out these people because they want to maximize sales. The goal of a new system is obviously for it to do better than the last one, or to attempt to, right? Excuse me. Holy shit, my throat is itchy. But that is the overall goal, to try and outdo your last success. They're not getting off to a good start at all, Nintendo. They're doing horrible. I bought a fucking Wii U, right? I bought a Wii U, a failure of a console. And I'm even saying, yo, I ain't really fucking with this new Nintendo atmosphere with this new handheld. I'm even saying I'm not fucking with this atmosphere right now. They definitely need to change some things. Philip got a Wii U as well. Wii U gang, baby.
What do you mean? We don't care. We don't care.
What's crazy is, it's like, imagine how, like, self-absorbed you have to be in order to, like, be like, well, we don't care what you think about this. Nintendo cares. They better fucking care. Or they'll find out real quick that the Wii U could... Yo, they could be living another Wii U generation if they don't care. Yeah, I had the Wind Waker version too, Lois. Nobody gives a fuck if you don't care. Who are you? Reforged? Besides a beggar on the internet. A beggar on YouTube. Yo, what's up, Ray? Good morning to you, sir. Damn. Have fun at your 12-hour shift job. Holy shit, brother. Shout out to you. Stay strong out there. Like, nobody cares if you don't care. But that doesn't mean people aren't gonna stop dogging you for your garbage ass takes on these games. You care. What is crazy is he does care. He does care that people are making fun of him and outright calling him out for justifying these anti-consumer practices of Nintendo. You do care. Yo, Chaos, what's good, my guy? If you don't care, then why are you here arguing with your chat? For multiple periods of time. But he doesn't care. Someone that doesn't care doesn't sit there and argue that shit.
Apparently the fan in the dock of the Switch 2 doesn't cool the Switch 2 when docked. It cools the dock. The effing dock.
Well, Benjamin, thank you so much for the 5. Well, the reason the dock exists, even with the Switch 1, is to, like, offload some of that stress, if I'm not... Am I correct on that? I believe that was the case. It's been a long time since, the Switch and the dock was explained to me. But if it's offloading some of that stress off the system itself, I don't see what... Like, you obviously want the system itself to be, self-capable. Well, the new dock has a fan, Nick. Dock on the OG Switch just has ports and power to it, nothing else. Yeah, but the reason why... So, what does... See, I need a refresher course on the Switch 1. But docking the Switch 1 allows to basically... like basically you're getting better, slightly better performance or resolution on it, right? Like slightly depending on the game. Because the system is more capable, right? Once it's docked. What does it have to do in order to achieve that? Because I don't remember. I don't want to sit here and lie to you. Because it's supposed to alleviate, like, at least somewhat of a level of stress from the system. Yeah. Docking to Switch 1 can get you 1080p docked. So what I'm assuming is that the dock is capable of more this time around. That's what I'm assuming. Don't quote me. I'm not sure. I didn't get any explanation on it. But I'm assuming that this new dock is capable of more. And so, you know, obviously needs the fans to be able to, you know, handle the amount of extra, you know, whatever it's doing. So that's the basics of what makes sense. But as for the system itself, I want it to be self-sufficient. It shouldn't need a dock to help it, you know, do what it does. What does the dock do for the system, though? That's what matters. I don't personally see it as an issue. I mean, if you do, you know, it's a little weird, it's a little wonky, it's a little different from what we're used to, right? But I don't see that as an issue. If the Switch 2 itself wasn't self-sufficient, I think that's more of a problem. What that confers to me. Thank you so much for the 20, Sergio123. I appreciate that. He says, "Woo!" I like that super sticker. Thank you so much, bro. You totally didn't have to do that. Yeah, I personally don't see it as an issue. Dock just allows it to use more power since it's plugged into the main's electricity. There you go. Sounds like the dock is an enclosed GPU setup. Maybe. Stay cool, dude. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate it, man. You guys are far too kind to me, and I do appreciate it. Wish it was a GPU, but it doesn't have cooling or graphics, just the screen resolution. No, I get that.
This I'm telling you, I don't know where this you know, noodle spine, weak-wristed entitlement sissiness comes from about like, well, but what about the people who can't afford it? What about them?
Yo, that's so crazy, bro, because it's like, this dude is so bitch-made in general. He's like, oh, what is with this limp-wristed, weak, spineless attitude? The bottom line is there is a large group of people that do not think what is being offered in terms of what you get versus price, they don't think it's worth it. Yeah, exactly, Spectre. He is a part of the problem. Like, he's trying to shame people for not believing what Nintendo is offering them is worth it, is worth the price point. It's not whether they're broke or whether they can't afford it. It's they outright do not think it's worth it, and the price is indeed high, and what is offered is not good enough. That's what they are saying. This is the same guy who wants people to turn off gifted memberships so new people can get them. Yep. You're not lying right now. He actually, bro, this is a special type of beggar, bro. It's crazy. He wants people who have already received a gifted membership to stop choosing to receive gifted memberships and instead opt into being a member, a financial contributing channel member in their own right, so that they can stop getting gifted memberships and new viewers can get them instead. And he's expressed this very openly to his viewers. That's a special kind of begging. He was begging for an Indiana Jones PS5 code. Wow. Crazy, right? He is insufferable.
What about them? What do you mean? Why is this a question?
Imagine thinking console gaming is not supposed to be an affordable entry point to gamers, especially if it's a handheld. You would think the handheld is more justifiable, like would be a more reasonable entry point. Like, this dude really is so naive as to think that, like, console gaming or even handheld gaming isn't supposed to be a reasonable, affordable entry point to playing video games. That was the entire reasoning for for the consoles to even exist to begin with. It is insane. Dude is ridiculous.
Comparing Apple to Rolex to Nintendo is wild.
Yeah, pretty much.
Really? Apple is a leader in the phone market. Nintendo is a leader in the gaming market. You don't think
Better than PlayStation? Better than PlayStation, though?
there's an analogy there?
No, there
And
isn't.
Rolex?
They're totally different. They're totally different. Different types of companies. They're not comparable.
They're luxury items. I
It's
know when
only
I say
comparable
luxury,
when
everyone's Superman underpants get twisted up and they can't think straight. These are non-necessity items.
Consoles are not luxury products. They're not made to be luxury products. They were never designed. The console never existed to be a luxury product, you fucking clown. The level of lack of empathy is fucking unbelievable. You're not lying. Dude is deranged outright. And he feels completely justified in his actions. Dude, it is crazy. Crazy.
That's why they're called luxury items. So yes, an iPhone and
No, they're non-necessity items, but the consoles themselves are not supposed to be luxury items. They're entertainment products. They're supposed to be relatively affordable. Some more expensive than others, mind you, which is absolutely fair to say. But they're not supposed to be luxury items. Gaming is not a necessity. Gaming is not a necessity. I've constantly said that entertainment is indeed not a necessity. How many times have I said that in chat, guys? Let me know.
Nintendo Switch are very similar in that they're market leaders.
You know what's a necessity? You know what's a necessity for the people that sell these products, for the companies that sell these products? Consumers. They're a necessity. Otherwise, without the consumers, without the gamers, they're nothing. Entertainment is a necessity for sanity. You're saying so then it's a luxury? So is a phone a necessity? Because he's describing Apple as luxury items, right? Apple products as luxury items. So are all phones luxury items? But not all. You're saying most, but not all. What are we doing here? So most phones are luxury items, but you're saying all gaming is luxury items. Something's not adding up.
0 points towards self-awareness in game.
Bro put 0 points. Oh man. Either they're all luxury items or not. Because I can go out and buy a little cheap rinky-dink handheld that plays retro games. That's like $30, right? Am I going to consider that a luxury item? In the context that he's putting a luxury item? See, the other side of the fence, like, all of this, the way you're describing it just goes to show that we're not discussing this in an objective sense. It's very subjective. So we could argue about subjectivity all day, but that's just a waste of time. Shout out to you though. I mean, you have a difference of opinion, and that's fine. But there's too much subjectivity to the conversation, especially in the context that Reforge himself is putting it in. Air is indeed a luxury. Clean air is a luxury at this point. Holy shit, I joke. Air is obviously not a luxury.
Their product is not needed. You don't need
Clean
it. It's
air
not
is,
necessity.
I think it's a luxury item at this point.
Apple's $1 trillion company too. Right. It doesn't. I'm not talking about the valuation of the company. Whether Samsung comes out with a new television or Toshiba comes out with a new set of speakers, no one's ever like, but what about the people that can't afford your device?
There's so many different speakers that you could buy at so many different price points, bro. These are such dumb comparisons. Like, we have so much subjectivity in all of these comparisons that it makes no sense to even compare them. Like, what are we doing?
What the frick do I care about that? What are we running, a charity or a business?
Nobody's saying to give the system and the games away. No one's saying that. Well, except for that introductory game. Like, paying $10 for a game to tell you how to use your device sounds retarded. Nobody, like, anybody who pays for that is honestly a fool.
Where is this coming from? You're entitled to nothing. Save your money and buy what you can. That's what you're supposed to do.
Or we could just choose to not buy. People are saying that's not worth it, so they're not going to buy. And you're here trying to justify everything that the company's doing, when some of it is, quite frankly, gross. And the justification is even more gross. And you can't defend that. That's why you're just going to outright just talk down to people. But this is the kind of mindset that kills companies. And if these companies were to listen to Reforge, they wouldn't be around very long. Yo, shout out to Xavier, who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. If I was going to buy speakers, I would never think of Toshiba. That's really odd. Yeah. Yeah. I typically tend to go with Sony speakers. They seem to work pretty well for me. But there's also a bunch of other options that are super cheap. There's the smaller Sony speakers that are really affordable. Then you got, what is a JBL speaker, really cheap. Then you have the really luxury Sony speakers. I have a big fucking, I bought my brother for Christmas a couple years ago. Really big fucking Bluetooth Sony speaker. Thing is massive. Really good sounding for a Bluetooth speaker and all that. But if I didn't have it like that and I wanted to fulfill his request, I could have bought the really small Sony speaker. It's really
If you
cheap.
broke, just say that behavior also FTCL.
Oh man, Eric Jenkins for the 2. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Benjathan, I didn't say I bought my brother, bro. I bought him a speaker. I didn't buy him.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Anyway.
You're not entitled to anything. Like, if Nintendo came out and they said, we feel like, in light of production...
Well, people are entitled to their opinion, Reforged, and that's something you seem to take serious issue with, which makes you the real clown here.
And the value that we bring to the market, the Nintendo Switch 2 is $1,000. We made it out of gold. Okay, that's what they chose to do.
You have thrift store speakers
and if you
that
don't
work
want to
just
buy
fine.
it, no one's
Hell
saying
yeah.
you have to. But to be like, well, but I'm confused. What about the people who can't afford it? It's just such a bizarre question.
Well, here's the thing. If the entry point for the system is so high that more people than ever before are saying that it's not worth it or they can't afford it, and those are two different things, right? I learned early on that saying something is not worth the money asked, the asking price, versus I cannot afford this. These are two different responses. And a lot of people are saying that it is indeed not worth it. But if the amount of people saying that is a higher percentage than it ever was before, that's a problem. That is a problem. Especially when you're trying to compete with the predecessor, which is one of the highest selling, gaming devices ever. That's a really stupid position to be in. And to not listen to this high percentage of people that are having this response, that's a problem. That is indeed a problem.
I need some speakers where I really hear the skin smacking together and the annoying loud moans.
Oh, he wants to hear all the depth. He wants to hear all the depth. Bro, thank you so much for the 5. Holy shit, really? Oh my god. Jesus. Terrible.
A gold Switch would be kind of hot. It'd be kind of heavy.
Oh my god. He just DSP snorted.
I think the
Disgusting.
sentiment that's being expressed is gamers feel squeezed over the last 4 years.
Absolutely.
I've done well, all things considered, but income hasn't gone up with inflation. Yep. And you know what I say to that?
What are you going to say? Too bad? Is that what he's going to say?
That's not Nintendo's responsibility.
Oh
That's
my
not Sony's.
god, bro. The defense force for Nintendo is insane. It is so insane. Oh my god. It's not Nintendo's responsibility.
Responsibility. That's not Xbox's responsibility.
Oh, he has to try and throw Xbox in there just to try and sound objective. Okay, bro.
And the grand irony of wanting to invoke wages haven't gone up. You know what's truly remarkable? According to inflation, the cost of gaming has gone down. I know bringing up inflation and facts is very upsetting, and people don't want to hear it.
Nobody wants to hear it because it's the most unrelatable thing you could possibly say to your audience, to the general gaming public. You sound like a complete, total fucking loser. All right, Poindexter, you could cite all these statistics, but guess what? The general average person doesn't give a fuck. So what do you have next, Poindexter? Fucking nerd. How can you be like, you know how you have like these quote unquote prodigies, and I'm in no way calling Reforge a prodigy. He's an idiot. He's an idiot that tries so hard to act smart and act justified in his smart ass behavior, right? But you have those prodigies that are like they may be smart in so many ways, but they lack common sense or street smarts. They'll be super book smart, but like to act like a normal human being in society, like it's impossible for them.
Complacency is the enemy of efficiency. Contempt is second to vincible ignorance.
That's true. Thank you so much for the 5, Segro. I believe that's how I pronounce your name. Segro123. Thank you so much for the $5. But yeah, he's not lying. Yeah, it's like Reforge acts like he's Elon Musk, but without the intelligence or accomplishments. It's like he acts in a way that someone that's as accomplished as like an Elon Musk or something should act, or can somewhat justify acting, except he has none of the accolades, none of the money, none of the accomplishments, like none of that shit. But he thinks that he could act like he's in that position. So funny.
The irony of invoking wage stagnation
Bro,
is
I
interesting
have no interest in
than it
talking
was when
about
I was
this
a
shit.
kid. Yes, in fact, Nintendo is making less money on Mario Kart World than they did on Mario Kart 8. That's exactly right, Ginger. That's why, like, this is what's happening. Somebody, Alapark Alapark brought it up in Morning Coffee today, and this is what's happening. Okay, this is
Crazy,
why the
bro.
conversation gets...
Bro, inflation is down, tariffs are paused, there is no excuse, this the Apple strategy and it's not gonna work, that time is over, but FAFO still in effect.
Yeah. And one thing to voice when it comes to Nintendo. They will never act on inflation if it's in the positive of the consumer, right? Like the system won't go down in price if the cost of living and the cost of everything, right, goes down in price. They won't do that. But they'll raise prices if it's against the consumer, you know, if it's inherently a negative for the consumer. But if it's a positive and the consumer's right, they won't lower the price. They're not going to do that. So who gives a shit about the whole inflation conversation? Because it will never go in the gamer's favor. It'll just go, it only is brought up if it's against the gamer or the consumer. Nobody cares about this conversation. Because if inflation went down drastically tomorrow, like drastically, it's not like the Switch 2, it's not like the Switch 1 is going to suddenly go down in price. It's not like the video games are going to suddenly go down in price. If inflation went down to the level of that of like 15, 20 years ago, none of these products are going to go down in price. Nintendo's going to make more money. So who gives a fuck to discuss inflation in this situation when it would never be a discussion in favor of the consumer to begin with? Such a garbage position to hold.
Keeps getting pulled into a ditch because I take up for the business perspective and people interpret that as, well, you're just shilling for Nintendo. And I'm like, no,
I mean,
I'm describing basic business practices. You know what I'm saying? Like
only to justify the consumer having to eat it. Fucking dick.
A freshman
So
in high
annoying.
school should be
So
able to
fucking annoying.
grapple with the ideas of like companies are motivated by making money because if they're not, then they cease to be companies and they go bankrupt or I guess.
Yes,
become
Sir
a charity.
Lurkington. They are indeed
Like-
notorious for that. For not dropping
But the
prices
reason that
of
we
old
keep
shit.
orbiting around the business is because that's what everybody keeps talking about. Everybody keeps framing it as if
Lindo said digital games are way cheaper in terms of production. The cost should be lower. And now the only way the price is technically lower for digital is if the prices get hiked up altogether. That's the only way Nintendo is like, yeah, well, a digital copy is going to cost less than a physical copy when the price overall goes up. Crazy, right? So you're still paying more for a digital product, but now it's going to be slightly cheaper than the physical product. What a joke, man. What a joke. Yo, shout out to Battle Puppet 95 for the 4 months. Appreciate that, brother. He says, the longer he goes, the dumber he sounds. It's a skill. The skill of gargling Nintendo balls like a banana the long way. He has no idea what he speaks. Oh my god. Thank you so much, bro. And you're right. You're right. It's sad to say, but
why
it's
are
true.
they doing this? They have no right. They shouldn't do this. What about the people that can't afford it? And it's like, what the
Well, they
frick
shouldn't
does
do
the
this.
business care about that?
Shouldn't do it because it's just garbage
Do you
overall.
see? We're having an intersection of the business motivation and the current consumer mind frame. And the current consumer mind frame, I got to be honest with you, I don't even think John Q. Public thinks a lick about this. I think John Q. Public is just going to go buy the Switch because it's the new Switch. They're just going to go buy the new Mario game because it's the new Mario game. I don't.
And there's a lot of John Does that are going to say, wow, look at these prices. This shit is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm just going to go get Game Pass, or I'm just going to go buy cheaper games on a different platform. Or I'm just going to stick with my Nintendo Switch 1.
Massive DSP and Boogie 2988 vibes when he talks.
Yo, B-Soms, thank you so much for the 2, brother. And you ain't wrong. He definitely has that DSP vibe for sure, and more so Boogie nowadays more than in the past where he used to pretend to be the nice guy.
I don't think they're going to bat an eye
Yeah.
at the price
We'll
of the
wait
game.
for-
Do you
we'll
want to know
fuck
why?
with Steam sales.
Everything in the store is now more expensive. They're coming from the milk aisle and the egg aisle, and they're coming
Oh
from
my
the
God,
clothing
bro,
aisle,
here
and
we
they're not going to be like,
fucking go
oh,
with these conversations
video
over things people actually need versus things they don't need. So when you said $60 for the Scooby Goon goal, no, I don't want it. I'm not going Scooby Goony Goo. We're not doing it.
Video games went up in price.
Please make it stop. Oh, it only gets worse from here, Philip.
They're not going to do that.
It only gets worse from here, Philip.
They're like, everything's going up in price.
Not today,
Satan. What do you want me to say?
By Satan, I mean chat.
They're also going to look and they're going to see, you know, if they're in a Best Buy, there are going to be PC handhelds anywhere from, you know, $500 to $900. They're going to see PlayStations in the $400 to $700 range. They're going to see.
Okay, but they're going to also see a Steam Deck that's what? The same price as the Switch 2 at the starting point, and see the more they could do with the Steam Deck and go for the Steam Deck instead, because the game prices are super insanely cheap in comparison to the Switch. They're also going to see that they can emulate Switch games if they so choose to. They're also going to see that they could emulate a whole bunch of games or generally play a whole bunch of games on the Steam Deck that will never ever make it to the Switch or the Switch 2.
Xboxes in the $300 to $500 range.
You're paying about the same
they're
price
gonna
for the
see
Steam
a
Deck?
$450 Switch, and I don't think they're going to be like, I can't believe this. They're going to be like, oh yeah, it's within the price of all the other video game hardware in the market right now. Why hide the price if it's no biggie? That was a criticism I had for the Direct, Incredible Black. But I also think with the prices being variable, as Doug Bowser talked about, and with regions not even getting the same price, I think it's hard to put.
Oh my God, this is such a fruitless conversation. It's so fruitless, guys. I have to go dehydrate again. This conversation is insane. Is there another Steam Deck in the works? Last I checked, why bother with a Switch? So Valve said that they're not going to make a Steam Deck 2 unless the hardware justifies the cost. So that's pretty much how they're planning to go about all that. So when they can justify a real successor, a real Steam Deck 2, they will go about that. But until then, we're stuck.
Scooby Goon hype Scuba Goon.
Oh my God, why? Why? Damn you, Trunks. Thank you so much for the 60, but damn you, sir. Damn you, sir. I'm applauding, kicking, and screaming. Oh my God, Scooby Goony Goo. The goal has indeed been hit.
If Nintendo fanboys were smart, they'd switch.
That's funny because that could be interpreted in multiple ways. Beach Hill Lurker, thank you so much for the 2. All right, guys, I do need to go dehydrate first, but unfortunately we're going Scooby Goon mode. I'll be right back. Appreciate it, homie. I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Trunks and Beach Hill Lurker. Let me see this real quick. I guess fuck it. Let's put Scooby Goon up. I'll be right back.
They used to chase me, mask on their face trying to erase me. Talking loud but they don't faze me. I'm strapped up, now they can't change me. Keep talking that mess, I'm just flexing. They throwing shade but they don't know the lesson. Keep your distance, I ain't stressing. Your threats are weak, I'm counting blessings. Goonin' gang, gang. We goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang. Gang, twice. Catch us live, streaming all night. From the PM to the AM, we ignite. Watch the flex, got the wrist so bright. They hating what they see, but still they bite. I'm stacking checks while they stay behind. They wanna talk, but I'm on decline. Can't touch me, I'm one of a kind. Goonin' gang, gang. Goonin', goonin', gang, gang, gang. Goonin', goonin', gang, 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 gang. Goonin', goonin', gang, 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 gang. They used to chase me, mask on their face, trying to erase me. Talking loud, but they don't faze me. I'm strapped up, now they can't change me. Keep talking that mess, I'm just flexing. They throwing shade, but they don't know the lesson. Keep your distance, I ain't stressing. Your threats are weak, I'm counting blessings. Goonin' gang, gang. We goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang. Twice. Catch us live, streaming all night. From the PM to the AM, we ignite. Watch the flex, got the wrist so bright. They hating what they see, but still they bite. I'm stacking checks while they stay behind. They wanna talk, but I'm on decline. Can't touch me, I'm one of a kind. Goonin' gang, gang. We goonin' and goonin', gang, gang, gang. Goonin', goonin'.
I'm back. My bad, y'all. Holy shit. I have something funny to show you guys, by the way. Oh shit, hold on, what's it? What the fuck? I did not. I'm good. I literally just blew my nose and I'm like, I didn't even check and see if I like if I You ever blow your nose and you're like, let me go check and make sure it's not a booger that's just right there. bro. I hate you guys for making me do this, by the way. Cass, so is Minxie or Shaggy? So, we have to resort to wearing the hat, because if not, the hood just gets stuck in my face the whole time. That's really kind of annoying. And basically the hat kind of alleviates that. There we go. Hope you're burning in that suit. I had the window open this whole time. Okay, so it's kind of chill in here. You love it, and you know you do, Eric. You know what? If you're not calling me a monkey, I could live with it. But technically, I'm not wearing a monkey suit. I mean, maybe, I guess you could consider it a monkey suit, but it's not quite a monkey suit. Good. He's gonna send me super chats calling me a bitch. Yo. I'm gonna fucking die. Minxie Shaggy confirmed. Well, technically, there's been photoshops that have, oh my god, here we go. There's been photoshops where Alex has been photoshopped as Shaggy. I guess Minxie would be Daphne then. Play a bit for Trunks. Dude, I still didn't get that together yet. But we do love Trunks and appreciate Trunks, bro. Here's something I could show Trunks. That's funny as hell, actually. But thank you so much, Eric Jenkins, who says monkey. Thank you for the 2. I'll show Eric. I will show Trunks something funny. All right, so I ripped this dude a new asshole, and he actually deleted his tweet. But he went out of his way to call me basically saying like something along the lines of "stop being a brokey princess," since I was criticizing Nintendo for their poor business practices. And I said, dumb motherfuckers like this trying to say I'm broke for having standards. That's the point. I have standards. Meanwhile, I just bought a PC processor he can't even afford.
The picture of you in the Scooby outfit reminds me of those Halloween catalogs of people that look like they came out of a Party City hive.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Thank you so much for the 5 chart. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hey, Chris, what's good? So, I said, meanwhile, bought a PC processor he can't even afford. Brokey. Because I don't really like to make fun of people and the wealth that they have or they don't have. Like, shit like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like to do that. But when you're going to sit here and call me a brokey for having standards and self-respect, I think that's fucking retarded, right? But, let me see. Yeah, he said, just be less poor, princess. And I went on this, like, little bullshit. I was saying crazy amount of mental gymnastics Nintendo YouTubers will do to defend Nintendo when Doug Bowser outright disrespected gamers critical of Nintendo's greedy actions. Be honest. You need the Switch 2 for views and clicks. You don't give a fuck about your audience or gamers. Just be honest, bro. Cult Brokey Cage? I guess so, right? But, look what happened. He didn't even respond. He just blocked me. After I ripped his ass, calling him a brokey. And look, I don't mind spending money. Just make it worth it to me. And spending money on PC is worth it for me because the returns are in some cases almost limitless. And that's what makes it worth it. So that was a destroying a Nintendo fanboy, all right, as a gift for Trunks' kindness. At least on a PC, you can do non-game related stuff too. Yeah, there's near limitless ability with the PC. That's what makes the investment, though expensive, specifically because I'm aiming high and I'm being extra and I want the system to look cute and I want it to be a specific color scheme. Like all this stuff means that, oh, I'm gonna spend more than what I could if I just go for the basic thing that, isn't a specific color that seems to be a little more price than just going the regular shit. Was that the 9800 X3D? Yes. Yep. Absolutely, Chartard. I try to get the best within reason, of course, right? But, yeah, I can't take any more of this fucking clown. We're moving on. Do we need a palate cleanser tonight? After hearing Reforge and his nonsense?
Griffin, Cass, you're a brokey bra literally.
Yo, Griffin is a clown, bro. That's why Griffin, he ain't growing at all. He's just gonna continue to he's peaked as a creator from what I've seen. And people with his mindset deserve it. Want that in 9070 XT. I kind of want the 9070 XT, but I don't think it'll be that much of an upgrade from my 3080 to justify. Right? Literally. You don't want to pay stupid prices for games, you are broke. The Nintendo knob polishers have sunk to new lows, dude. And what's crazy is, Chris, they have been kind of like chill for a while because people just let Nintendo rock for the most part, other than their lawsuit nonsense. But yeah, they will defend so much shit from this company. They don't care. They don't care how they're seen. Anything to justify getting the next system and playing the games and playing the unaffordable, ridiculous prices. Philip says, Cass, you're Goonie Gooby Goo. Alex is Shaggy. Me, Femboy, Daphne. Ivan, Race Swap Fred. B is Velma. Race Swapped Fred is crazy. Don't ask questions. Just consume product and get excited for next product. Exactly. And this is the type of people they are. But it's safe to say, from his bio, that he fucked around and he found out, right? That's what he's about. And, yeah, he definitely fucked around and found out. Look at his profile. Says, adult human male. Fuck around, find out. He fucked around and he found out. That's why he had to block me, pussy. Anyway. No sense in spending more time on that loser. Let me get rid of some of these tabs because we got too many. Too many tabs. Alright, spread the love. Oh my god, the shit that you guys gave me to react to. Do we need a palate cleanser? Frit's impression of Griffin kills me. We need a palate cleanser? Okay.
The Nintendo polishing is legendary even in brick deface with tears of joy.
That's crazy. This motherfucker said even I'm bricked up. Wow. Eric, you are wild, dog. You need a drink? I know, right? We could all use a drink after hearing that level of knob polishing. Jesus. Alright, so we need a palate cleanser. We got the palate. I got the palate cleanser for you. I got the palate cleanser for you. Alright, I don't think we're gonna be able to watch all of this. It's kind of long. Pause. But nonetheless, it's a Happy Console Gamer video and he's the GOAT. Oh my god. Harmon is not a palate cleanser. Harmon is pain. But from the Happy Console Gamer, RIP Switch 2017 to 2025. Happy Console Gamer, let's see what this is about. I have yet to watch the video, so this will be a fresh react. But if you haven't, definitely subscribe to Happy Console Gamer.
So
He's
welcome
the
back
fucking
to
GOAT.
another episode, and yes, the episode is called Rest in Peace to the Switch from 2017 to 2025. It's a look back on the system and all of the great games that came out, some of the highs, some of the lows. There was a lot that was going on with the Switch over the last 8 years.
Dude, they really did try a lot of crazy shit.
I definitely want to say that the Nintendo Switch is not completely done.
All right, Sonia, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Get a good night's sleep and take care of yourself. Love you, Sonia. No, you're amazing, all right? I'm not amazing. You are amazing, so thank you. Have a good rest of your night and have a great, safe weekend.
For sure. There's some great games still coming out on it. We get Metroid Prime 4, Beyond.
At a real
that's coming on
graveyard
it,
has me
but
dead.
it's going to start slowing down.
You're not lying.
The Nintendo Switch still has a lot of life left in her, for sure, but this is...
No, he calls it her. What is... I have to wonder, what is Happy Console Gamers Nintendo Switch's name? Kind of curious.
more of a celebration of life and what this machine has done over the years.
Bro, it's like saying goodbye to not just like the Nintendo Switch, but Nintendo's pro-consumer attitude they had during the Switch generation. It wasn't perfect. They've done some dumb shit like sold fucking cardboard to gamers, right? So it wasn't perfect, but they were at least somewhat sensible. You know, especially they were forced to be. Like these companies are almost forced to have to be sensible and reasonable to their consumers because they're trying to get out of the hole they dug themselves in previously. Right? So the Wii U, Nintendo dug themselves in a hole. So yeah, they had to like, you know, they had to be more reasonable and more sensible with the Switch and provide something better, something more of value to their potential consumers and gamers, right? And now it's like, well, they managed to accomplish that with the Switch, bumps in the road and all, right? But now it's like, well, they're at a super high, so now they have to be the unrelatable, greedy ass company that, you know, it's almost like they just don't learn their lesson. Yeah, that's how I watched it as. Chartard says, I subbed to Player Essence and been a fan for years, but his defense of variable pricing is wild. I believe it, man. The way he's been wilding out on Twitter is crazy.
And I'll ask you guys, what do you think of the last 8 years of the Nintendo Switch? What has it meant to you? Or, you know, was it something fantastic? Or should it be left in a graveyard? So March 3rd, 2017, the Switch was officially...
It is kind of wild that he's actually casually walking through a graveyard talking about Nintendo. Yo, leave it to Happy Console Gamer to do it different, man. He's on a whole other level from everyone else. Chris said, I'm a huge fan of Switch 1, which makes what's happening right now even more annoying because I was hyped for the Switch 2. And I'm right there with you, Chris. To be fair, I haven't been playing the Switch because I've been so highly anticipated. I haven't played the Switch in like 2 years, you know? I kind of just left it behind like, I'm kind of over it. I was so looking for the past 2 years, I've been looking forward more than ever with the Switch 2. And for the Switch 2 to be playing out this way is so disappointing because I've already written off the Switch for over 2 years now. Sucks.
Launched. And there was a lot of excitement leading up to it because we'd never seen a Nintendo console quite like that, where it was a handheld and it was a console at the same time. And it was like, what? This is fantastic, and everybody was hyped. That's the one thing I do want to say.
You guys
there was so much hype around it.
For me to react
and
to the Steam Deck
did it live up
selling
to
video.
expectations?
We'll see if we get to
now,
it tonight.
being a lifelong Nintendo fan, I was quite excited about the system. And to be honest with you, I didn't know what to expect. I thought, hey, this is going to be great. I can take it to a park or a forest. That was always the joke back then. I say, I take it to a forest, and people are like, what do you mean a forest? I'm like, I live in Canada. We go to forests, I can hang out for the day and just play the Nintendo Switch, and I can...
Oh my god, that's funny. Me and my friends, when they unveiled, you know, the Nintendo Switch, we were instantly like, we were hyped as shit. And a lot of my friends did own a Wii U. My friend Blake, my friend Saya Strike, they both owned Wii U's. I owned a Wii U. We had fun playing the Wii U, don't get me wrong. The Wii U had some good games on it from Nintendo, but it wasn't something that we took relatively seriously. But then when they showed the Switch 2, and it's like, oh man, this one's portable. Bro, it's playing Zelda, and Zelda looked insane. Like, all that stuff had us super hyped. We had to have it. Like, we all, I got it day 1. Technically, it came day 2, but I pre-ordered it. It just came late. My boy Blake got it. I think Striker got it. Strike got it day 1. Did Oz not get it day 1? I think Oz not also got it day 1. I could be wrong. But we were pretty much all in. Then we have like some people in our group that aren't really Nintendo heads at all. Like TJ's never really been into Nintendo like that in a serious way to justify buying hardware, so he didn't bother indulging in Switch. But even now, he's also not interested in Switch 2. But my boy Gatling Hunter, he never really got a Switch, and he's also not really interested in Switch 2. I'm pretty sure. But a lot of us have always been into. We got a lot of us more than half of us got it either day one or year one, and we were very happy. We were excited. We were talking about our indulging in fucking in Zelda. I remember getting a game that really made me super like into gaming on the Switch was Stardew Valley. That's where I experienced Stardew Valley for the first time. It was phenomenal, so awesome. Love Bayonetta 2 as well. That was a day one getting Bayonetta 1 and 2 on the Switch. Freaking awesome, man. Shout out to Random Boy's been a member for 3 months of the Cult of Cage. I appreciate you, brother. But like, there's so much there, especially early on. I remember us having the Switch pretty much that first week playing Zelda. I remember us all getting Mario Odyssey, and we were loving the shit out of that game. So good, so fun.
You can have quite a bit of fun with it for sure.
What
I find really fascinating.
I was really on my indie playing time on the Switch. It was such a good place to play like pixel art style games. Those more like small indie games. Segro says, I have over 200 hours in Arceus. That game is meth and my eyes burnt. I wanted to play Arceus so bad and I tried. I put like a good 10 hours into the game, but that game just looked and the performance, like visually it looked not very good. Like the art is nice, but it looked like pastel because how low the resolution was. And then the performance was awful too. I couldn't commit. I wanted to. I really wanted to. I'm hoping that eventually the Arceus will get like an upgrade, and then maybe one day I'll get the Switch too. But I'm not getting it day one. That's just what it is.
How
I might make a video talking about
I
it
am
too.
already for 8 years ago. It's like, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Do you guys remember when it was announced and then we got the system, and that's already 8 years ago?
I never got 1-2 Switch. Trash. But it's crazy that at this point, it's fair to say that pre-COVID feels like a lifetime ago, and life has been shitty since. Ziggy, what are you doing? Behave yourself, sir.
Like, where does the time go? It's really nuts.
Milk.
Trash.
But it was wild for me, and the nostalgia for me hits when my friend Victor Lucas got the system early. And I went over to his place, and he allowed me to do the unboxing with him
cool.
and play
Fucking
Breath of
lucky
the
as hell.
Wild for the very first time. And
I might get
I had
Pokemon Z on Switch
expectations
1.
for it,
I don't blame you. Looks
but
cool.
those expectations were blown away. And for
The cat is not behaving himself, Lindo.
that week early, I would go over to Victor Lucas's house, and we're two guys in our late 40s, and I'd be knocking on the door at like 9 in the morning, like I was in high school again.
Fucking
with my
nerds.
friend Andrew, saying, "Hey, can I come in and play Breath of the Wild?" And for me, it was magical. It was a really magical time, and it really captured my youth again. It made me feel like a young guy in high school going to his friend's place playing a really brand new, exciting game. And that's what Breath of the Wild was. And I didn't really realize that at that time, Breath of the Wild
so fair to
would
say. I
become
can
my
totally
favorite
get that.
game of all time. And it was a remarkable game from Nintendo because they've done Zelda games before. They'd always have the prefixed dungeons, but this was a complete open world game. And the likes of which I'd never seen, and I still said to this day that I still can't believe it's 8 years later that Nintendo made that game. I'm like, Nintendo made such an open world game like this? This is remarkable. And it kind of showed me how far Nintendo had actually come in such a short period of time. And just as you thought the Nintendo Switch couldn't do anything else, all of a sudden they bring out Tears of the Kingdom, a sequel to Breath of the Wild, and they surpassed it in so many ways. All of the physics in it, all the things
They
you
just
could
turned
build,
Mario
that
Kart
game
into
alone I could talk
Lego
about
Hot
for an
Wheels
entire
Unleashed. That's
hour.
all.
And then up next, we got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Oh my
a
God, I
game
love it.
that we'd already
Love
got on the
Mario
Wii
Kart
U,
8.
and I enjoyed quite a bit. And I'm like, okay, we're just getting a port of that. no, we got a really great version of this game. And
You know, you're not the first person to say that, Devastator, and I see where you're coming from with it. I'm not mad at you about that. But I think it's so hard because so many people say, you know, Nintendo does the same old thing all the time. Why don't they try something different? And then when they do, oh, well, it's then they give your response, Devastator. I'm not trying to side eye you for your response. It's completely fair. It's completely justified. But you have those people that say, well, they keep doing the same thing over and over again, and then when they don't, oh well, this is a good game, or this, you know, this game isn't a part of this franchise, even though it holds that name. So it's like it's so hard. Like Nintendo in that instance, they can't win to lose.
And over the years, there's been so much DLC that's really added so many tracks to the game. And it's been remarkable that playing that game, I was like, this is a 10 out of 10 game. Even now, I'm talking about the Switch 1, I'm not talking about the Switch 2.
Besides a couple of tracks being kind of ass,
Mario Kart
this game
World,
is near perfect.
And even I said that they hit the ceiling with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe because it's like an 11 out of 10 game. It's so amazing what they did. And it's like, how can they top that? Well, I guess they had to top that by going, you know, making it into a world event, which is just so wild. But I remember reviewing that with my friend Victor Lucas and how excited we were. And it was kind of exciting that Nintendo was kind of returning after the kind of bit of a flop of the Wii U. Now, I want to say that I'm
not gonna lie, watching two grown-ass men playing on their Switches in the wild is fucking insane. And I'm not making fun of them. I'm not, but it is interesting to watch them out in the wilderness. I'm just being fair. And to be fair, I think that despite me being a female, I should be looked at in the same way. Even though I don't think I would be, but I feel like I should be. Meth of the Wild? Are you good, bro? Use the Switch mostly in dock mode, getting brand new 2D Mario, Zelda, Metroid games, and a 2D TMNT beat 'em up to play on the TV was great. Felt like the SNES era. Chris, speaking facts, bro. Speaking facts, bro. And even 3D Mario, I mean, you know, obviously not SNES era, but it does. Mario Odyssey did kind of bring me back a little bit. Spoons of the Kingdom.
I really enjoyed the Wii U. I really did. There's a lot of
Jesus.
great games on it. Had a lot of fun, but it didn't catch on with the mainstream audience. And so, yeah, it was nice that Nintendo felt like it was back. And even with games like ARMS, of all games,
Nah,
I was
son.
like, ARMS.
Nah,
I'm
son.
like, this
Nah,
is
son.
a gimmicky game. I'm like,
Nope.
Even for the Joy-Cons, I'm not
Trash.
going to be into this. I played it. Boy, was I
Oh,
wrong.
no.
Boy, was I completely wrong about everything.
No, Johnny,
this game is
no,
remarkable.
no.
Like, wow, it was
No.
fun. It was fun to play online. It was fun to play against friends. And I think it's a very
tried it, I
underrated
hated
game
it.
on the Nintendo Switch.
Dropped that shit
And then something
immediately.
that I don't know if we'll ever see again, Mario Odyssey.
See, last generation, I was willing to at least try ARMS.
1.
Yo, happy console gamer in the house. Shout out to you, Johnny. Appreciate the 2, brother. He said, yup, he's doubling down on business. He don't even care. He don't even care. Shout out to you, bro. Like, that, you know, this is a lot because I was even willing to try a game like ARMS last generation. Because $60 is like, personally, I was willing to throw away $60 to try an experience that I may or may not have enjoyed. I didn't enjoy it, so it sucks for me, right? Happy Console Gamer happened to enjoy it, but in the current climate and prices of video games being at like that $80 range now, I'm definitely less inclined to try a game like ARMS. You present a game like ARMS to me at that $80 price tag, I'm making fun of your shit. I'm just saying. Shout out to Happy Console Gamer. Drop some Guno in the chat for Happy Console Gamer. Hey, everyone here loves you. And if they don't, I will make sure that they do eventually. He's part of Goon Gang, guys. Drop some Goon oil in the chat for the homie.
Was released. But what was interesting about this one was they did a midnight launch
Dude.
for the game. And now it's 8 years later.
Wow.
And nowadays, I don't think you'll ever see that again.
No, I don't
and the
think so
reason why
either.
is that
It's crazy to
everything's like a
say.
digital download at launch now. There's
Hell
no
yeah,
real
Two
reason
Broke
for
Gamers. Go
anybody
check him out.
to
He
go to a
makes
store
awesome
and
content.
buy anything.
Bro, look at all those people wearing those fucking cappy hats. Bro, it's crazy how Mario makes the world go round. It's crazy, right?
No real reason for anybody to go to a store and buy anything. And that's really sad because I had a lot of fun
Shout
that
out to
night
Happy Cosmo Gamer,
with
man.
Mario Odyssey,
I like
going to
the
my
side
local
hat
EB
tilt,
Games
bro.
and seeing the
Looks
lineup
good,
of
looks
people.
good.
And everybody was in such good spirits. Everybody was having such a great time. And there was some excitement in the air because we were getting a brand new Mario game in the vein of Mario 64. And we hadn't seen that for a while that way. And the game lived up to expectations. The game
Loved
was
it.
really well
So much
received
fun.
by fans and
So much
everybody
fun.
alike. And what a great moment. It was like...
I love Pauline's moment in the city is so fucking awesome. Fighting that T-Rex too. So awesome. So much awesome stuff in Odyssey. I'm kind of shocked we didn't get a sequel this generation. It feels like it's more than just about time. Like, I think a lot of us were expecting to see a Mario Odyssey 2 announcement or something 3D Mario related, but we still haven't got it. So crazy. I think that if they would have announced a Mario 3D Mario game, I think a lot of us who are even like mad right now with some of the choices that they're making, I think even some of us would choose to cave. Because Mario just got that power, man. A lot of us, man, we love the Italian plumber. We love his pipe. I mean, what? Pause. Yo, some of us just don't care, bro. We see that, man. We lose our shit. we simps, bro. We're simps. Clipped. Oh my god, here we go. Hey, am I wrong though? Am I wrong? Please try and tell me that I'm wrong. A lot of us here are Mario pipe smokers. Let's be real now. Let's be real now. Stop lying. Y'all lying in the chat right now. A lot of us here are Mario pipe smokers. I'm a Mario pipe smoker.
Nintendo is back.
I'll admit it. I'll be the only honest one here. You gooning? Absolutely. To Mario, yes. Yes.
But we were getting other games from different developers. I mean, these are completely out of order for all of the games I'm going to talk about. But we got Astral Chain by Platinum Games.
Dude,
what
that was a
breath
good game.
of fresh air that was.
Really
First
cool
seeing
game.
that game and just seeing the design aesthetic of it, I was like, this is like a 90s anime game. And to be honest with you, it felt like it was really pushing the Switch at that time. And I was like, this is great stuff. And the action adventure of that game were over the top. Great storyline and really good music with that one as well.
Yep. Dude, it was so fun. Last Nintendo product was a Game Boy. Wow. That's a long time ago. Holy shit. You're a Zelda sword gripper? Clip it and ship it to Minxie. You know what? Go ahead. I dare you. I dare you. Nah, but dude, like early, like the first half of Nintendo Switch generation, Platinum was killing it. Platinum was doing their thing. I don't know what they're up to now in terms of like, will they have staying power? Will they recover from some of their fuck ups? But early Switch generation, Platinum was doing their thing.
And then I just want to talk about the entire Xenoblade Chronicles saga that happened. You know, not quoting Xenosaga from the past, I'm talking about Xenoblade Chronicles. The
Astral
saga
Chain
that
is
happened
phenomenal,
with
Chris.
Nintendo this
Absolutely.
generation. We got Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Definitive Edition, which is great to see again from the Wii. We were like, oh.
Dude, I missed out on Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii. And, you know, I was kind of excited to play it on the Switch. And it came out at the time where if it would have, you know, kind of clawed me in, you know, it was like during the COVID, it was during that time where we definitely needed some of that entertainment. I wish that the game would have caught me, but the game looked horrible on the Switch. It looked so bad. It looked so bad that I just couldn't play it. Xenoblade went downhill after Xenoblade X, in my opinion, but Xenoblade 1 is one of the best games ever made. And I want to play it. Please give these games upgrades on the Switch too. Give them upgrades, man. Because this game could have looked so good. I don't understand how it looks so bad. So hard to sit through. And I was enjoying the story. The story was really interesting.
Oh, great. We finally get a high definition port of this game, which was
Never
remarkable.
heard
And that's where I
Saga
really fell
pronounced
in
that
love
way
with that
before
game. And then we got the second game. Then we got Torna. Then we get...
Well, like, Happy Console Gamer is Canadian, but he also, I think, was born in England, if I'm not mistaken. But he's also spent time in England. So he definitely has his own way of speaking, his own style, man.
The third game. And then the amazing thing about it all is we get Xenoblade Chronicles X, which was on the Wii U. We got an updated remaster of that, and that was remarkable to get
X
that.
is really
what
solid.
What a time for the Switch.
Really interesting game.
Just for the Xenoblade Chronicles series alone, to get all of those games on this one system. I don't think I've ever seen anything
Chris,
quite like that
I think
for
you
a
might be
series
right.
of games. Yeah, we got Xenosaga.
I think Ninja Gaiden. I think Ninja Gaiden, whether it does well or not, I think could be the deciding factor of Platinum Games. I wish them the best, bro. I hope they manage to recover, but when the guts have been torn out of the developer, it's hard to have hope that they're gonna, that they're gonna make it. So I hope. Yo, Happy Console Gamer just DM'd me.
Like fists. Number 4. Arms more like fists.
You guys heard that? Arms more like fists. Shout out to Happy Console Gamer, man. More like Gooner Fist. I mean, what?
All for the PS2, but that was 3 games. And with this, we were getting like 5+ games, which is just wild.
Happy Console Gamer is the true Gooner Fist, man. I'm just a fraud.
Fire Emblem made a return with Fire
I'm
Emblem
just a
Three
fraud.
Houses. That game was remarkably good, and I think it's a very underrated Fire Emblem game. I thought they did a really outstanding job with it. And then we got Fire Emblem Engage. And I want to say something, and I don't know if it's controversial, but it might be. I honestly enjoyed that game. It's up there as a favorite of mine, like Path of Radiance was. There was just something about, I know, the character designs for a lot of people, they didn't seem to like it. I really like the character designs. I really like the combat. I really like just going around grinding.
Never been
and
much
just,
of a tactical
wave
turn-based
after wave of
person.
enemies over and over again, just to build up my troops.
But I could imagine,
and
like,
I was really
I
enjoying.
wanted to like that that first Switch Fire Emblem game because I really liked how it felt like Persona in terms of living in that life and having all these choices and recruiting all these people and that really appealed to me. But I'm not much of a tactical turn-based fan. But I definitely saw the vision, and a lot of people who got 3 Houses loved it. They loved it.
The grind of that, great graphics, great battle animation in there. And of course, we got Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Phenomenal,
Yes, the Ultimate
so much
Smash
fun.
Brothers experience. And that's a game that really illuminated the Switch life because it was a game that kept on
So
going
good.
and kept on giving. It was crazy. Every direct, there was new characters revealed.
It's
New
like when my cousin came over, throw on Smash, let's go. You know, so much fun. So much fun. I wish the internet was better, but so much fun. Insane. When they said, when they confirmed that all the characters from all previous Smash Bros was coming back, in fucking sane. We were gooning the fuck out. And then the characters they added on top of that all, dude, it was like, how? Like, we thought Nintendo created magic. It's like, bro, they had a fucking wand, a magical wand, but how they were able to pull that one off. I don't think anybody was sitting here like, they're going to manage to bring back every character from every single Smash Bros. Game in the past, and then also add in all new characters. Like, the roster is phenomenal. phenomenal roster.
Characters were revealed. For everybody out there, everybody got a character they wanted. Even I did. I got Terry Bogard.
So many good characters. I'm always, dude, I played as Ridley a bit, obviously play as Bayonetta, but my man will always be Captain Falcon. That's my man. Terry's fun. I love Falcon, but there was a lot of choice. I even played Cloud a little bit for fun. Cloud was pretty cool too. And I even played Sephiroth a bit. Sephiroth was cool too. Dude, Ridley is fun. Ridley's fun to play as, and I love Ridley's design. So cool. I picked Kirby and trolled. Oh, you was eating people out. I mean, what?
I mean, what more could I have asked for? It was really the game that just kept on giving. And I think it was one of those games that is such a 10 out of 10 game, it's really going to be hard to beat it in the future. Because it was such perfection. It gave all the fans everything that they could have ever desired, ever wanted in a Smash Bros.
Kirby's
game.
an asshole.
And the roster
Sephiroth
of
is
characters
fire in
was
Smash Bros.
unbelievable. They just kept on
play
dishing it out, and you're like, I can't believe they're adding more characters. And just when you thought it was over, they added more characters. What did you guys think of Smash Brothers? I'm sure most of you are still playing
really
the game
awesome game.
And then we got different variations on the hardware itself.
My troll was Ganondorf, pissed off many with his choke slam. Oh man. Don't you mean knockoff Captain Falcon? Fuck that dude.
It started off with a Switch.
Dude, honestly, and Lois talks about the music. Bro, the amount of music that you could just go to the music room and just listen to music for hours on Smash Bros. That alone is an insane phenomenon of historical game music. So awesome, dude. I can't speak highly enough of Smash Bros. Ultimate. It is truly the ultimate Smash Bros. Experience.
Lite, which was an all-in-one Switch, smaller design, more compact, and I really liked it. It was very solid. It was one of those ones that I took with me traveling because I knew it was so sturdy, and I really liked that. In fact, I remember I left my Switch Lite at an airport. I was coming back from a trip from the States, and I was tired. It was first thing in the morning. And I left one bag there when I was checking through, going through the security. I get home, I'm like, where's my Switch Lite? I freaked out, and I had to call them up and pay a whole bunch more money than I think it was worth to have it sent back. But I really like that. And then we got the OLED.
You got lucky. You got so lucky. Holy shit.
And the one thing I want to say about the OLED is I was on the fence at first. I was like, it's going to be a brighter screen, because I already said that the Switch screen was so good. It's like, how do you update that? I mean, like, it's already so good. I'm not...
For obvious reasons, my Shiranue was not included.
Are you talking about what's her face? Mai from yeah, you're talking about the chick from Fatal Fury. See, I'm not too familiar with Fatal Fury. I assumed it was Fatal Fury though. But I don't know, bro. I feel like they could have included her. They got Bayonetta in there and they held true to Bayonetta. Yeah, she wasn't outright naked and whatnot. But they did their absolute best to hold true to Bayonetta and her character. I try not to let a fan base influence how I view a franchise, but the Smash Bros. Fan base is, well, weird. Some of the stuff I heard is pretty bad. I mean, yeah. I mean, that can't be denied. Unfortunately, they're infamously tied to a franchise, and I get that. But yeah, I agree with not letting them influence how you feel about a game. I won't fuck them. They don't have that power over me. And we shouldn't let them. Smash Bros. Scene is diabolical. Yeah. And people think that the smell is the worst part, and it's not. Sadly, it's not. But that's not a conversation I want to get into.
Upset. I'm a guy who grew up in the 80s with the Game Boy and having to put lights on it and all that, so I'm very easily impressed with technology. Because I come from the old days when things weren't so hot.
Yeah, I remember I remember the days where it's like, I can't play my handheld, it's too dark out. Remember those days? Because for my Game Boy Color, I had a Game Boy Color, but I didn't know that they had like the light attachment, stuff like that. I didn't know any of that. You know? But so I didn't really have that opportunity with the Game Boy, but the Game Boy Advance I discovered the light that you could have on top. So that's when I really got to play, you know, Game Boy Advance at night. It's like, oh my god, I got this little light on here playing my game. I'll be hiding under the covers, playing in secret when it's too late and I'm supposed to be going to bed to get up in the morning for school. Yo, Scrap Gamer, what's good, fam? Like that was awesome times, bro. But yeah, my Game Boy Color essentially I can only play during the day or in a lit room, you know? But if you were out, say I was on a car ride and I had my Game Boy Color long car ride, I wasn't able to play that shit. Jen had a great episode on those accessories, dude. They were lifesavers. And then when the SP came out, oh my god. The SP was so phenomenal. Little clamshell, could throw it in a pocket. Got the light, the backlight. Dude. Such an awesome time to be a gamer. Oh my god.
Going to bed. You can skip the whole video but watch the last 10 seconds. It was a real moment.
Ooh.
No joke.
Okay, happy console gamer. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 10, bro. Have a good night. Wishing you and your family well. Much love to you, bro. Have a great, safe weekend. Also, love those pictures and videos you've been posting of you and your daughter. I love that stuff. It's so nice to see. It's so humbling. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
And I was blown away by the OLED screen. My wife, she spent hundreds
Shout out
of
to Happy
hours
Console Gamer,
playing the
man.
Xeno games on that OLED screen. And even right now, she's actually recovering from a little day surgery, and she's on the couch
Hope she feels
and
better.
just playing Xenoblade Chronicles X at this current time because that's
Bro, she's such a hardcore RPG gamer. Like, she is the type, she is in for the long haul in these games. She's a beast.
screen is just the screen that keeps on giving. I do want to say a game that Nintendo released which saved a lot of people at the time, and that was for Animal Crossing.
I was into it.
Yes, the Switch version, because it was the pandemic.
I was into it. I have my Animal Crossing character dressed up as Inuyasha. And the amount of like custom stuff for this game was insane. That was like the only time I used that bullshit ass app thing. And my character running around as Inuyasha, cute little outfit. You bought it for your niece. Dude, it's actually really fun, especially it came out at the perfect time too. Something to invest some time in every day when we were kind of just stuck in the house. Never played
dire.
it. It's good for what it is if you like those games.
All we knew is we all had to stay at home, and it was a very lonely, very strange time, and a time that I'll never forget.
Yeah, with the white hair and everything.
It was really disturbing in a lot of ways. But Nintendo released that game, obviously accidentally, at the right time when everybody was at home. Everybody needed some comfort and some fun.
Crazy to think that this is one of the highest selling Switch games.
Gave to everybody at that time was some escapism and some fun and lightheartedness in a time that was very not lighthearted. It was very nice to see that game come out, and Kim again really jumped on that game and loved the heck out of it and played hundreds of hours like many of you out there. And Nintendo also did something unbelievable. They released the best Halloween game I have ever played in my entire life. And many of you out there probably have your own favorite Halloween games that really did it for you. But Luigi's Mansion 3 did it for me.
Bro, Luigi's Mansion 3 was fire. And I will say, so some parts of Luigi's Mansion, I will say this, it's both a criticism and kind of like a welcome surprise. Luigi's Mansion 3 had some insane boss fights. Like there was some parts of it are kind of on the easier side, but there's some parts of Luigi's Mansion 3 that are actually kind of a bitch. You play it every year? Nice, nice. And it looks phenomenal. It is an awesome game. It is an awesome game with a little bit of fuck shit. It is a great game.
And it was remarkable. I'm like sitting here in this graveyard.
Yeah, you still like the first one the most.
I'm thinking back I still cannot believe those graphics. And
Yup.
it was
It
in a
looks
time when
so
Nintendo
sexy on the
sent
Switch.
review copies out early.
It was a
to,
very impressive game.
Regular people like myself. But I got to play that game about a week early, and I was in heaven. And I was like, I can't
so
wait
cool.
for everybody to play this. I remember thinking that at the time, and I could not believe the graphics fidelity of it. I was like,
Wish I still had my
this
Wii
is
version of Mario All
unbelievable
Stars.
How
Yeah.
this looks. And the gameplay with Luigi and Luigi was perfect. Had a lot of great times.
So overall, the performance, I didn't have a problem with the performance. Random Boy ran really well for me, but I was also at a time where I wasn't really like playing very much on PC. So I think my standards have changed a little bit, but I never really had a problem with the game in terms of performance.
During Halloween, playing that game.
Dude, it's crazy going through all.
And I want to talk
all
about
these
a
years
Nintendo Switch
with the
game
Switch.
that haunts me. It's a nostalgic game in a kind of a terrible way. It's a game that haunts me to this day. It's really weird, and I was really excited about it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
played the original game back on the Game Boy back in the day, and they were doing a full remake of it, and that was for The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening.
Yep.
Now, what was very unusual for me was I played the game, I did a first thoughts, I did a final thoughts. I loved the game. I thought it was remarkable. And then something unexpected happened. In the end of 2019, just after that game got released, I got really, really sick.
Oh yeah, I remember him talking about that.
I was thinking, I still believe I was one of the first people to have COVID. I even had it just before they even knew what COVID was. I didn't know it at the time.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was so weird because Happy Console Gamer disappeared. And it's like, bro, this doesn't happen. Like, what the fuck happened? It was really weird. He was super fucking sick. Crazy, bro.
Time I checked myself into the hospital on my birthday, January 13th,
Yeah, I think I got the Rona twice too.
2020.
Battle Puppet.
It was just the beginning. The pandemic was just about to kick in, and I couldn't breathe. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't lay down. I couldn't breathe. I had.
That fucking
it was
sucks.
a crazy load of stuff that went on. I'm not going to go into it again. I did it in a video a couple of years ago called like 2020, like my worst year or something like that, because everything went wrong. It was crazy because Kim was pregnant. We were expecting our first child, and I was sick for years. It took me a long time to get back to normal. And at the end of it all,
crazy, bro.
I finally got diagnosed for what it was, because I went to the hospital, I did every heart test, everything, and they're like, oh, I think you just have anxiety. That's what they say to me, and I'm like, I don't think so. Like, this is not normal.
What the hell?
And I started to bake my noodle in my head. I'm like, do I have anxiety? I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't. And so I finally got to a really great specialist, but it took me to the end of the pandemic to get to the specialist. And what happened was all the nerves in my diaphragm, I got an infection and it destroyed them. So those nerves help you breathe.
Holy shit.
Without them, you have to go, and that was me for like the first year.
Wow.
And it took me 18 months for them to heal. And they heal naturally. There's nothing you can actually do. But it's
That's
a very
crazy, bro.
rare condition to happen
Yeah,
to
the first
somebody.
strand of COVID
in fact,
was
the
insane.
specialist I saw said that was the first time she'd seen that case in years. I think she said like 10 years. It's like she's
That's
only
crazy.
seen one other case. So yeah, and so getting back to Link's Awakening, why does it haunt me? Because I was listening to that music, laid
You're
in
not
bed,
digging the
laid on
background
couch,
music?
like very. Honestly,
me
there's a couple
too,
of times I
Silent
think
Night.
I could have died
When he
because
was talking about it, it
if
was
I'd laid
insane.
the wrong way, I couldn't breathe, and I was getting like 4 hours of sleep a night. It was probably the worst time in my life. And that music from Link's Awakening haunts me, man, and it takes me back because I was
Been there, had to go
remembering
through a
back
lot
to
of
time when I
testing for
felt
my condition.
really good.
Exactly 25
Link's
years ago.
Awakening, I was
That
like, "Yeah,
sucks,
it's the
Al
top of the
Alchemy.
world,
Holy
reviewing that
shit,
game, having a
dude.
great time." And then all of a sudden, I'm bedridden, really sick, and thinking that I might die. And
Lois says, Cass, I don't know how much. I don't know if you know how much I hate the Link's Awakening remake for real. I mean, you're a Zelda snob, so I'm sure you'd have a lot of intricate reasons for disliking it. But that sucks. I'm glad. I'm sad that. I was gonna say I'm glad. I'm glad that you didn't enjoy it, Lois. I'm fucking glad. No. But it sucks that you didn't enjoy it because I know you're You're a big Zelda fan. That sucks.
That was a very haunting little moment for me within the Switch lifetime there. I'm so lucky that I was able to kind of get through that time
top-down?
and get back to a kind of some
That's
normality.
your
So I'm very
favorite, the
thankful for
original.
that.
Wow. Okay. It had a lot to live up to.
Yeah, I just got to mention a few more games for sure. The Metroid series returns with Metroid Dread. And what an amazing game that was. A return to 2D. And
I remember I was sick when Metroid Dread came out. I just wasn't feeling it at all. And I didn't really get to play it. It's kind of sad. I didn't really get the opportunity to play it. I had the COVIDs when Dread came out. And I just didn't feel like gaming at all. And then at the time I had the COVIDs, and then it was like the after effect of the COVIDs where I just couldn't fucking eat. Like it was this weird like I was fine, like I was better, you know? But like for almost a whole month I just couldn't eat at all. I just felt full or just not interested in food at all. I ended up losing weight because of that, and I was like not well. You know, I was like drinking my calories. I don't know what it was. It was really weird. It was like a weird, strange after effect of the COVIDs. I wasn't hungry. I always felt full. You just felt uncomfortable. Like, yeah, I'm not eating anything because I don't feel like it. And that was for almost a whole month. Dread destroyed David Jaffe. Yeah, but I wasn't even feeling, and then on top of it too, I just didn't feel like gaming. I was just in a shit like situation for like a good month. And it sucks. I would like to revisit Dread when I get a chance. But the thought of me going out playing on Switch has been kind of rough. Though I have been playing a little bit of Pokemon lately. I haven't felt like gaming for a while because depression. It sucks when nobody believes you and they're like, be more cheerful or don't be so depressed. Yeah, it's like you can't just tell people like change their feelings. Like that sounds insane, but yeah, Nick, I'm sorry that you're going through that, bro. It's something that you have to kind of find your way, and I hope that you manage that. And if you need help, I hope that you're able to seek that out. And you know, at the end of the day, do what you want to do, right? What makes you happy. But to try and find that happiness, that's a personal thing. So shout out to you, bro. Wishing you the best. Everything tasted really weird after COVID. Took forever for the sense of taste to return to normal. I didn't lose my sense of taste. Yeah, I just couldn't fucking eat. Just felt nauseated by food when it was made and it was put in front of me, and the smell of it was a turnoff. And ugh, God, so horrible. It's making me feel nauseated right now just thinking about it. It's just a weird feeling. It's like a really weird, subtle feeling all the time.
We didn't see that coming because we all thought we were going to get
massive
Metroid
migraines
Prime
when I had
4.
Rona. Dude, the amount of like side effects people had from the COVIDs is crazy. I've been yelling at people to get over it. Aw, man.
First, and then also like, Metroid Dread, and you're like, wait, what? It's not Metroid Prime? And everybody was thrown off by that, but everybody clapped
First
back
thing I can remember
and was
experiencing was
excited for a brand new 2D
Yeah.
Metroid game. And I have a lot of fond memories with Rob. He was off at the time because he had a foot injury. Oh my God, what a bunch of times, man. And we sat around and just played that game all day.
Bro, it's crazy that at one point, almost at the same time, Robman and Happy Console Gamer were both like super fucked up. Just completely out of commission, pretty much. Didn't like the feeling it gave me, so I got Modelo instead. Oh my God. Segro, that's insane.
That was a return again for me to my childhood.
You're just like, fuck it, I got
sitting
the
with my
COVID,
childhood
so I'm just
friend
gonna drink it
playing
off.
a Metroid game and enjoying it together. Because Metroid was really his series. I love Super Metroid
Damn,
and I love
3 months straight
Metroid
Golden Apples,
Prime,
it's crazy.
But it was nice to share this kind of Metroid moment with
So
Rob.
as much as I want
and,
to continue,
GameCube were amazing. And so it was nice
we're skipping
to all
over
of a
that
sudden
shit.
live home circuits.
Nope, we're skipping
Now,
over
this is
that
a
stuff too.
Released. I swear to God, it's gonna be thousands. There's like so many. I mean, in my collection alone, I got hundreds, and it's been a real system to collect
so
for.
many
And
good
I loved
games
it
that I
it
collect-
wasn't region
that I've
locked.
collected.
So I could import games from Japan and bring them over and experience them. And I had a lot of fun just building a gigantic shooter collection of
I
old
literally run
side-view shoot-em-ups,
games,
shmups.
all
And I
sorts of
really
games,
enjoyed
dude.
that aspect of it. It was a real collector system.
When I get
I gotta
depressed,
say that.
I just get
And it was a
sleepy,
system
just
that
wanna stay
really
in
had
bed.
every single game
It happens,
that
man.
I could ever have wanted on it. I got all the Final
Depression
Fantasy
happens, I
games
think, to
on there.
everyone,
I got
some
so
worse than
many
others, you know?
RPGs. This was a system for everybody, and it really, really delivered. And it's one of those things that you gotta honor. You gotta honor. It's my favorite
facts. You speak
console
of
of
facts,
all
bro.
time.
All right, we gotta
And I
see
never
the end.
thought. I think what a
Gotta see the
great
end.
time. Even if I was in the house playing
Dude,
it
this is a really
on the
good video, though.
TV,
Definitely
or I
brought
was in
back
a
some great
park
memories.
somewhere playing
Shout out
it,
to Happy Console
with
Gamer,
Kim
man.
for the afternoon at the park. Great times, and what great memories. And yeah, what was the Switch like for you over the last 8 years? Let me know down below. So anyways, guys, until next time. That was weird. I don't want to sound spooky, but I swear to God, I just saw somebody over there for a split second, and I looked and there's nobody there. Isn't that weird? That
Uh-oh.
was weird. That was really strange.
Uh-oh. Yo, he almost had a Michael Myers moment, bro. He saw Michael Myers, and Michael Myers just smoothly backed up behind the tree. Let me see. Expected a jump scare, though, right?
That was weird. I don't want to sound spooky.
Yo, shout out to Happy Console Gamer, man. He's a fucking beast, bro. He's one of the greatest to ever do it, bro. How was the Switch for me left unplayed after one of the sticks developed a bad drift? Oh man. Dude, I will say this, I had to fix stick drift like 4 or 5 different times. That definitely was a shitty aspect of the Switch. Big ship, we did hit the tier goal. And I'm here as Scooby Goon. We are here. Big ship is like, he pulls back up, he's like, oh yeah, they got you again, didn't they, bitch? They did. They did, damn it. How dare you guys? But this is a really great video, guys. Definitely check out Happy Console Gamer. Such a good YouTuber, man. One of the longest to ever do it. He's personally my favorite YouTuber of all time. I would say that Alpha Omega Sin would have been up there with him if Alpha hadn't stopped making content. But they are definitely so fucking awesome. Definitely check him out. He's just a really genuine guy, bro. And I love how it started out as him and then sometimes Rob. And then it became like his wife. You know, like it's really cool. Like I really can like you feel like you connect to him and that he's always been just like mad fucking chill. Such a good dude. I was a fan of him too. Hell yeah. Alpha does need to come back, but if he comes back, like you gotta be willing to stay, bro. Cause this dude is Alpha Omega Sin has tried to come back like 3 different times. And it just he just made like he'll make videos for like a week or 2 and then falls off and then you'll see him for another 2 years and he comes back like, hey, I'm back. And then he makes videos for 2 weeks and then he disappears for another 2 years. Like, ugh. Yeah. Yo, Bandit was good. And yeah, Happy Console Gamer has done it for, let me see, how long has it been? His oldest videos, 16 years. 16 years worth of content. What made him quit? I don't know. I feel like there's a bunch of different reasons what made Alpha Omega Sin quit. Like, a lot of stuff is family. I recently saw that he had a kid. And I also know that he got married, like, a few years ago. And I'm sure real life got in the way, and then also I think the way YouTube has changed over the years is probably a turn off to him because he used to curse like a fucking sailor, didn't give a shit. I mean, he's inspired a lot of how I feel about gaming over, the many years that I've watched him, and just my fuck it, I don't care attitude, and oh no. Let me see, what are we watching next? What are we watching next, y'all? No, no, no. No, no, no. Can't trust Nintendo to have fixed the Joy-Con drift for the Switch 2. Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see. No Harmon? We didn't do Harmon. Not yet, anyway. Oh, we do have a Harmon Switch video on. Alright. I'm going to only hear some of this. Alright, we're only listening to some of this shit. Because I've heard things, and they aren't good things. You want me to play OJ? Alright, we gonna play OJ. I've heard some things. And I know that him and Alex have had this massive back and forth. But, this is Player Essence, why I sold my Steam Deck OLED for the Switch 2. It starts off bad. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That's insane to me. The fuck is wrong with this dude? Yo, Chris, facts, bro. Facts. Yo, I'm scared. This is not a good start.
I know this video is going to come off kind of weird.
Insane?
Overall. I don't
No. Retarded? Weird, maybe. Retarded, definitely, but continue.
Make videos like this because if I sell something, I'm just like, whatever, I sell it. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. People don't care. I don't care. It is what it is. People can buy and sell whatever they want when it comes to anything legal, at least when it comes down to it. But when it comes to video games, get what you want, play what you want, whatever it is. But I think that with the Nintendo Switch 2 coming out, now that we got the big reveal
Switch
and we
2
got
don't even
the
have an
treehouse
OLED.
stuff, and
Yeah,
the games,
agree.
we're
That
starting
is
to see what's going
kind of
on.
the biggest
I've
one
had
of the
this
bigger
Steam
disappointments
Deck
hardware-wise.
OLED for I think a year now or so, and I've probably put about 20 hours or less into it. And I've talked about it before on my live streams how I don't really use it, and I think it's a fine device. Like, if you like Steam Deck, if you think it's great, it's cool, man. Like, I'm down with it. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff with it, and I think that it's awesome. But after seeing the Nintendo Switch 2...
My question is, like, if you can't find a use for a Steam Deck, how could you have use for a Switch? Like, the Switch 2 is, you have less options than, it doesn't make sense. Like, I'm just convinced that some people, the thought of them having control of their own life, and like a genuine control of their own life, especially like their gaming habits, for example, like having complete total control of their own gaming habits, their own gaming, like, options. It almost is painful thought for them. They want to be controlled. There's people that genuinely want to be told what to do. They don't know what it is to not take orders, to not be controlled. I've heard some things about OJ. I think he did it. Oh my god. That's crazy. We're really comparing that? Preemptive
direct
damage control
and
is
seeing what
strong in
games
this
are going to be
video.
coming,
Yeah.
and seeing the fact that you can
Yeah.
get a high quality in terms of the screen and the resolution and the dock and how everything works, and how my frustrations with the Nintendo Switch are kind of alleviated, like with the Nintendo Switch 2.
But aren't criticisms of Nintendo Switch 1 alleviated with the Steam Deck, especially the OLED model?
They fixed so many things that I had an issue with over the base system. The Steam Deck for me was kind of like, okay, well, what if it doesn't go so well with the Nintendo Switch 2? Or what if there's something to where there's a problem or whatever?
Oh my
I should probably
God,
hold on
bro.
to this system until then. But now after the presentation and some of the hands-on have came out, there's really no need for me to keep the Steam Deck at all. And I've definitely already sold it. So I felt that this was the last opportunity if I was going to talk about this, because I never talk about it in videos normally.
That's
but if I was going to talk about it
crazy.
and do this video, it'd be not at this point before I have to actually ship the Steam Deck out to someone that bought the Steam Deck. So I wanted to talk about it because I did pay the full price for it. It was brand new when I bought it. And I thought it was going to be something to where I put a lot of time into and stuff that really can't run on Switch. I'm going to be like, okay, cool, I can play it on here, portable. But it ended up being a device that I ultimately...
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of that. Dude is like 47 years old. I'm sure he knows what he wants. I mean, technically no, because he bought the most expensive model of Steam Deck and only used it for 20 hours and realized that he didn't want it. So, and to be fair, it doesn't matter how old you are. That can happen to anybody. Sometimes we don't know what we want. And some of us are open to giving things a try. So, I mean, he clearly didn't know what he wanted because he bought an expensive piece of hardware and didn't even use it. So, this Star Wars Outlaws and Dragon Age of Veilguard all over. Oh, man. This guy's supposed to be a gremlin. Seems fairly normal.
Like, anytime that I tried to play it, you gotta tinker with the settings. You gotta look online and see what are the optimal.
So, I'm not familiar with OJ. I'm not familiar with Player Essence in any depthful way. I've watched, like, over the course of the Switch life cycle, I've maybe watched, like, 3 of his videos. I'm just being honest. But I will say this. If you are a Nintendo ambassador, or your YouTube channel is heavily skewed towards being a Nintendo promoter, it doesn't have to be, it could be indirectly, right? It could just be, well, this is what my channel's dedicated to, Nintendo.
I can understand the value of convenience over customization. That's why Apple sells so well.
Yeah.
But I think he's missing out on some cool Steam games.
Absolutely, Chartard. There's so many games that will never make it to either the Switch or the Switch 2. But yeah, I understand the value of convenience. I feel like people overpay for it. But there's some people that just want things to be super straightforward. But the thing is, with the Steam Deck, it is relatively straightforward. Now, there's some, Steam games that you unfortunately can't play on it. And that kind of just is what it is. But I do personally see the value of buying a Switch 2 and knowing that every game that's in the Switch 2 library is playable on the system versus the Steam Deck where that varies. You're forced to promote the product even if it's bad. Yeah, there's that. I used to watch him. I'm subbed, but don't have a Switch, so I mainly watch him on Spawncast podcast. Now, in terms of like being a shill, from 1 to 10, and I'm taking your guys' opinion on this if you've watched him and you have enough experience watching him. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate Player Essence as a Nintendo shill? Let me know, because I'm curious. I don't know. Is TTS broken again? Maybe. No, wait, it's working. Oh, no, wait, it's not working. Yo, Segro, thank you so much for the 10, bro. You totally have to do all that. Thank you. He says, have a good night, broski. I gotta go. I accidentally left my bag of crack rocks and LSD on my countertop, and my dog is stuck running around the ceiling, and my cat won't stop talking shit to me. Rude. That's an Animal House for sure. Shout out to you, bro. Have a great, safe weekend. Thank you so much for being here, hanging out with us in the super chats. You're far too kind. Thank you. Have a good weekend. All right, so from 1 to 10, the Nintendo shillery of Player Essence, I'm getting a solid 8 or 9. So 8. A 10, Bulan? Holy shit. Yup. A Yahoo out of 10. Calling someone a Yahoo is crazy. Over 9,000? So you guys actually watch him, so you kind of know. Never heard of him until recently. 9, but he's good at hyping RPGs. Oh, so he gets you hype. Zeta, he gets you fucking going for RPG. Big pause. Okay, I get you. So he's kind of high on the tier list of Nintendo shillery. At least in how you guys kind of view. He mainly loves JRPGs. I mean, that's fair. Nintendo's definitely a go-to platform for JRPGs. I don't know if he's shilling, but definitely seems to be coping right now, apparently. I'm not really familiar with his content like that, so I wanted to get an idea. But he seems to be kind of high on the Nintendo Mario pipe smoking. All right. Shout out to Chartar for the 2. Says, I wonder if Schedule 1 will make it to the eShop. Dude, I'm going to have to buy that game. People keep talking about it. You guys are making me want to try it. I already have too many games. I would pay top dollar for that.
Settings, you got to download updates almost all the time, which updates are a part of everything. Like, it's fine, and once
You could
again,
just have it
it's
auto
not
update.
hating on the Steam Deck.
When you never play it, when you never play your Steam Deck, right? When you never play your Steam Deck, and you every time you pick it up because you never play it, and then you play it for that 10 minutes, yeah, you're gonna have to update it because it's been like 6 months since you fucked with it. Or it's been like 2 months since you fucked with it. Yeah, you're gonna have to deal with updates. What do you think? What do you think? You never played it.
I think it's a great device for those who want it, or if you're going to buy a Steam Deck now because you're not interested in the Nintendo Switch 2. That's also cool. I have no problem with that. Enjoy, have fun. But for me, the constant tinkering, the constant updates, the constant bloating of all these different features and options and things, and just the constant, will it play or not, or how does it play, or is it optimized or not, or here's great on deck, here's not, here's unsupported. My Power World doesn't even work at all. Like, it's never worked. People tell me Power World works on Steam Deck. It's never worked on my Steam Deck. I'm looking up stuff.
God.
These are the type of things that have just drove me nuts, especially when I go out and I'm like, okay, let me take my Steam Deck with me out portable, but there's some type of update, or there's some type of thing, or there's some type of something that happens with it, and it constantly happens. I mean, it is a massive device, and the Nintendo Switch 2 is also a big device, but still, I think the Nintendo Switch 2 is smaller than my Steam Deck OLED, and anytime that I played something, it always seemed like there was some type of really small text that you have to fix, or some type of compatibility thing. But yeah, a lot of games work, and it's cool, and if you can get things going.
Bro, I play games that are like, obviously Steam Deck compatible and like partially compatible, so they give you like the yellow symbol. I played so many yellow symboled games and didn't have these issues. Like every system, every game on the system kind of is its own, like whether it'll work or not. That's fair. Like, I get that that's kind of annoying because it is. It is kind of annoying that I can't just be like, fuck, I want to just boot this game up. Or games that you think should be bootable and playable, and then they turn out not really. That's kind of annoying. Or if you want to experience like a game that's in early access, and obviously early access supported games, quite a few of them aren't really Steam Deck, supported off rip, stuff like that. I can understand the annoyance of that, but even so, bro, like, the updates, if you have it auto update, which most people do, I personally don't. And like, I don't even play my Steam Deck as much as I do. Like, I kind of go into a coma when I go into work, and I'm just lazy. But when I do, sometimes I don't update anything on my Steam Deck for months, and I just keep pushing it back, and it doesn't really affect my ability to play the game, play any games, just as long as I actually charge the system and the system's not dead. I would say not in the right mind, just more acceptable to making bad decisions. Yeah.
It's awesome in that sense. And I'm, once again, 100% on board with anybody that wants to play it. But I do think that there is a correlation between the people online that sit there and say it's like the greatest thing, and it actually not actually selling like it's the greatest thing. Now, of course, there are times when...
Bro, the Steam Deck is not a very mainstream thing. You can't just walk into a store and have like this huge area that's super Steam Deck oriented with Steam Deck games on deck. Like, dude, there's not even many stores you can walk into to buy a Steam Deck. You have to go to Steam's website and just order it. What are we talking about? Yes, the Steam Deck is definitely a niche product. Chris says, Player Essence is a pro-censorship clown and has a similar mindset to most mainstream quote-unquote journalists. That was enough for me to unsubscribe from his channel. Well, thank you for letting me know that, by the way, because, peace. Anyway.
Something can be really good and it doesn't do well, but
Nintendo
I don't think
Shillery
that's
is just
the
a
case. I
bonus.
think
Yeah,
people just
exactly.
don't
At that
want
point,
it
right?
overall. And I felt that it'd be something for me. Maybe, yes, it's a niche type of product, but I really get into it. But it ended up just becoming just a hassle and a headache overall. And I just didn't feel like dealing with all the different type of stuff that you have to do with Steam Deck. Now, the OS is awesome. Obviously, having your PC games
think
is great.
Steam
And like I
Deck
said,
is
if you
in,
can tweak
Best
it and get
Buy?
it to work,
I could be
what
wrong,
you're
though.
doing, it works well with indie games and other things. Like, it's awesome. Like, there's so many good things. But you can clearly tell that it's not a dedicated device. I mean, on top of that, no physical games, which that's something that I know physical games are dying out, as people say. But still, I would like to have the option to at least try to have physical games, you know? And there's no physical games, obviously, it's all PC. But on top of that, when it comes to the games and everything, you just have no idea when it comes to how it's going to run.
Tart for the 5, he says, I've been subbed to him since 2018. He's definitely more biased than average, but he's also been fair over some of the Nintendo decisions in the past. And that's fair, too. That's fair. I mean, look, you know, what I do is what I do, right? But I trust Chris's judgment, especially on the censorship stuff, because we feel virtually the same way about censorship. And if he's saying like, bro, his pro censorship mentality is actually like way worse than his like console fanboyism, I definitely believe him. Uh, I've known Chris since before I even did YouTube, and we have always been relatively on the same wavelength. So I definitely take his thought process seriously when it comes to his perception on a lot of these creators. I think he has a good mindset, or at least one that I think is like within the realm of my mindset on gaming as well. So shout out to Chris, man. But don't take what I do as what you should do. You know, make your own decisions. Lowest expectation says censorship is a hard line for me too. Exactly. That's a very, very like that's probably one of the most delicate subjects. Do not fuck up with me on. Astro says I found him for the JRPG coverage, and that's fair too. Like, there's different reasons to look for different people. You know, look to different people's opinions on, right? Like, for example, a lot of these gaming YouTubers. I mean, most of them, if not all of them, I ain't gonna go to them to talk about to hear their political takes. Matter of fact, they need to shut the fuck up with that shit, right? But somebody, you know, that maybe has political takes I'm not interested in. Hey man, they happen to like this genre I'm really into, and we kind of see eye to eye on this particular genre that we're into. I'll watch them for that genre. Maybe they don't like this other genre. That's fair, but you know, I know when they're covering this particular category, they're usually pretty on point. Like there's a lot of YouTubers like that. Do everything you do, gotcha. Oh my god, Philip. Damn it. Yep, being pro censorship is also where I absolutely draw the line. Yeah, it's a big deal for me, man.
There's times when I'm thinking, okay, it's gonna be good, it's fine, plays great, and then it's like, no, I gotta change this in the settings. And there are also times, like with Persona 3, I think that's really what frustrated me. With Persona 3 Reload, anytime that I played it on my Steam...
The ones where, we keep, fanboys on deck.
Steam Deck, I was like, great, Persona 3 Reload, Steam Deck. I tweaked around with the settings and all that, got it going, but then when I transferred it back to my PC to play it on the PC, obviously I got a much better graphics card, 30 series plus at the time, and it would have the old settings. Or if I went from my PC to my Steam Deck, it would have the settings for my PC and it would slow it down and I have to go in there every single time.
The more modular a device is, the more open it does leave to like little fuck shit happening. That is a reality. That's something that you kind of have to you kind of have to be prepared for. Like, for example, a Western RPG game that gives you near infinite choice, right? Sometimes a lot of fuck shit be happening in that game, right? Because the game is trying to accomplish its goal of giving you this insane amount of choice. And in doing so, some things get fucked up in the process. And, you know, whereas, for example, like a super linear game, like maybe like the Order 1886, for example, right? It's so linear that it's like on rails practically, but the game plays relatively straightforward, performance is straightforward, all this stuff is really decent, but it's so linear that you're able to account for this small amount of like different choice options in a situation.
And yes, it plays great on there.
Rock
You
Ally
get the
is at
settings
Best
going
Buy.
and,
Never
great
seen
on
Steam
deck
Deck,
and all
gotcha.
that. Atlas has been pretty good with that, but it got to be a hassle. And even when I tried to hook it up to my TV through a dock, and yes, I know that there's an official one or there's ones that work better, but the dock that everyone told me was good that I researched online ended up not being good. There was compatibility issues. I have an LG CX OLED. I don't know if that's not supported with the dock that I had, and I had other people try to tell me, no, you have to use this dock, and I know there's an official one, but I couldn't get it at the time, and they said you can use any dock. It's just like so many headaches with this thing to where it wouldn't display properly on my TV, and it was weird even when I tried to get it to work, when I'm trying to...
Don't you, and mind you, I usually like to keep my handhelds handheld. Big boss, but, do you not need, can you just hook it up to the TV and you don't even need a dock? Oh my god. I'm pretty sure you can do that, right? Or am I wrong? Because I've never actually went out of my way to do it.
Tinker around with it with the HDMI and stuff.
Alright, he's just bitching about
specs. Apparently the Nintendo Switch 2 is 10 times stronger than the Nintendo Switch 1 according to Nvidia, and it's got ray tracing, and it's got tensor cores, and it's got DLSS, and it's got all these nice features, and it's going to be seamless, and the games are built for it. And I think, to me, that's the best thing about it. It's not just a portable PC that somehow
I don't have
plays
to use
games
my brain,
on there
damn it.
and you gotta check to see. It's actually a game device system with the games built, coded to the metal, coded and built for it. Each one, not optimized for it or whatever the case is, but actually built for it. When they're releasing that game, you know it's going to be built for it. And yeah, there might be some performance stuff that's...
And even despite all that, yeah, the games will still, like, by the 4th year, they'll still end up running like ass. Like the 4th or 5th year. Issues are okay when I already assume that the issues have already been accounted for. Like how Switch games, a lot of them run like absolute dog shit. Like people that cope about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet performance and fucking all these garbage ass running games in those last few years of the Switch. Admittedly so. Everything's okay as long as I'm told that it's okay. Imagine me having to actually use my fucking brain and figure things out for myself. Oh no. Oh no. Lois said, according to Nvidia, yeah, that's a company you should always believe. Exactly. You ain't lying. Nvidia with the fake hype. Always, bro. They always overhype bullshit and lie. Outright.
Not quite as good on Steam Deck or a ROG Ally or one of these other devices, but you know it's built for that device. If they're doing good with the port of the game, it's going to be awesome on there. And based off of what we've seen so far from the Nintendo Direct, yeah, I think it's going to be awesome. Like, yes, you're not going to get the same frames as like a PS5 Pro, which, that's fine. I have a PS5 Pro. It's cool. My PS5, my regular one broke. So I have a PS5 Pro, or at least didn't break, but the HDMI wouldn't let me capture footage like I needed to for Assassin's Creed Shadows and for Atelier and other games.
Nvidia's
but
fucking horrible.
When it comes to like a portable device or a hybrid device where you want to be able to take it anywhere and play in addition.
Let me see.
But I'm not in love with the trackpads though. I think that it makes the system just much bigger and much messing with things. There's just too much nonsense for my liking, and with Switch 2 and what they showed off and the capabilities of it.
So he bought a PC handheld device and wanted it to play like a Switch. Gotcha.
Dock and everything, and what they're gonna do with the games, and I think this is probably the biggest thing.
And he's gonna dig the Nintendo Switch 2 trying to pretend to be a PC.
I love about Nintendo, at least, or even just consoles. They're gonna make games and have events and presentations that get you excited, that get you hyped, that show up.
Oh
games.
my
PC,
god!
It seems like such a muted
platform,
or at least Steam Deck. There's nothing really built exclusively for it. It's just like, it's
That's
a PC game.
That's the fucking point, bro. Why did you even buy a Steam Deck, bro?
And then see if it can play on there, right? It's not like it's built for the device. So to me, I know that's like, maybe it's not that big of a deal for some of you guys. That's just what people like. But for me, I like to have that atmosphere overall of a developer or more like a publisher that builds games, these experiences that are exclusive for the
Basically, I bought a Steam Deck expecting it to be just like Nintendo Switch. That was the point.
device and really are optimized and target and say, hey, it's built for this. Steam Deck doesn't really have that. It has stuff that's optimized afterwards, which is great.
The one thing I'll be fair on is Player Essence has helped raise the profile of the Xenoblade series, and those games do deserve more players than some of the best JRPGs out there. That's definitely fair praise. That is actually pretty impressive for a content creator. That is actually pretty impressive.
And can be almost like that, but Valve does nothing overall when it comes to like, hey, a regular.
There's no exclusives, guys.
Like another Left 4
There's
Dead,
no
right?
exclusives.
Or another Half-Life, or if they continue some of their actual stuff like Portal and certain games that they've done before, like they don't even do that. And
they
it's
don't
just
make
not as exciting
exclusives
when,
no more.
with the Nintendo Switch 2, you're gonna get that. You're gonna get those Nintendo Directs. You're gonna get those games built specifically and fine-tuned for this system.
All right, dog.
My wife,
there's no
household to hold down overall. And whenever I do, I want it as frictionless as possible. I don't want to have to add more things in.
My brain is hurting.
And I want to have
be able to experience the Witcher 1 without the track
community in
downs.
terms of the games, like the publisher that really puts out those unique experiences specifically.
Like Steam
for
Deck
it.
tries to account. Like the Steam Deck does what? Like it's such an amazing and insane feat, right? The Steam Deck tries to be a portable handheld device while also trying to accommodate for every aspect of PC gaming. It is a near impossible feat. And in some ways, it does pretty fucking well. Not perfect, but pretty decent. You wanted a PC handheld like the Switch, you should have got the Legion Go.
And it just seems like there's just so much other stuff Steam Deck is just not for me. Like I don't feel like tinkering with doing all that type of stuff, man. I just
basically skill issue. He's admitting there's no exclusives and I have a skill issue. That's what I'm hearing here. That's what I'm hearing here. All right, let's continue.
I don't feel like doing it. I don't have as much Donkey Kong game as well. Donkey Kong is so nice and it's really good. So I can't sit here and looking at the value of the Steam Deck. The value of the Steam Deck is so nice and it's really good. So I can't sit here and say that it doesn't have that. And yeah, that's something that I hope Nintendo would improve with the value of some of their stuff overall in terms of the price. Yapping for so long at this point. If you enjoyed anyway, that's enough of me yapping for so long.
Word, that's all we heard was yapping.
The yapping, make sure you hit that like button.
All right, guys. So, I had to skip through that shit. So my thoughts overall on this dude selling his Steam Deck OLED for a Switch 2 is that PC gamers won today, or at least 5 days ago when he admitted to this openly. We do not want dumb, ignorant motherfuckers that don't want to adhere to PC gaming to be in PC gaming. Right? We don't want people to dumb down PC gaming to meet their needs. If you are a console gamer, stay on the console. Stay on it. Unless you're actually willing to put in the time, put in the effort, wanting to learn something new. If you're willing to do that, cool. Bro, it's awesome that I would hope that you would one day try PC gaming, build your own PC, right? But for these frauds, these fake ass motherfuckers that'll buy a Steam Deck, right, in hopes of being able to have that PC gaming experience that they're not ready to commit to, we don't want you here. We don't want you in the PC gaming space. I'm glad that he sold his Steam Deck. Matter of fact, sell your rig too, bro. He probably only uses it for editing or some shit. I don't know. I'm not going to make assumptions. But sell your PC as well. Go buy yourself a little editing laptop or something. But we don't want you here on PC. No. Like, these types are... You are the reason consoles still exist in modern day for. Alright, Devastator, thanks so much for hanging out with us, bro. You're the reason why... You are the reason why console gaming still exists. Because there are people that they like the idea of being a PC gamer, but they have no intention of committing to it. And with that, we don't want you here. We don't want you here. Oh yeah, PC definitely has exclusives, 100%. But they don't see it. They don't value those exclusives. Not unless if you're a Mario pipe smoker, yeah, you got to have that brand recognition for exclusives for them to acknowledge them, right? PC exclusives are a lot of indie titles or stuff like that. Like stuff that, early access that you'll never like. Isn't Schedule 1 technically a PC exclusive right now? So yeah, they're PC exclusives, but without that brand recognition, they don't see the value or they don't acknowledge the value. Or if they don't look like if they don't look and play like movies, like PlayStation console gremlins see it, then they don't respect it, they don't see the value. They shit on them. But yeah, PC has plenty of exclusives. Don't have the money for one, and that's unfortunate, Scooby Pup. It is a front loaded money commitment, PC gaming, that's for sure. Haze 2 is now Switch exclusive. Well, a console exclusive, right? For now. It'll eventually come to other consoles. I can't Project Wolf on Nintendo, PlayStation, or Xbox because those brands are cucked. Can't Project Werewolf, yeah. Yeah, but I'm so glad that he sold his Steam Deck. We don't want these PC gaming frauds, alright? That's what they are. They're PC gaming frauds. We don't want these PC gaming frauds on PC, in the PC space. Keep your bitch asses on the console. We don't want you here. We're gatekeeping. And it's funny because the same people that'll bitch and cry and complain and shit on PC gaming all day, right? They'll shit on PC gaming all day, but when you say, well, good, we don't fucking want you here. We're gatekeeping you out. Then they lose their shit. They go ape shit crazy. They're super mad, right? A lot of these PlayStation console gremlins on Twitter, a lot of them specifically, they got so mad at me because I was like, yeah, I'm glad that PC gaming, you guys can't afford PC gaming because we don't want you. And they got so triggered, and I'm like, what happened, yo? You PlayStation console gremlins have been saying that PC gaming is shit for years, but when I tell you I'm glad that y'all can't afford it and that you've been gate kept out, all of a sudden you're mad? How? When you fucking when all you do is hate on PC gaming all day every day, why are you mad? But yeah, if you aren't committed to wanting to understand, learn new things, be involved in PC gaming, just stay out of it. We don't want you here. We don't want you here. Fuck out of here. But yeah, that was a depressing ass video. Well, I won't say depressing, but I guess I kind of expected better. Because I don't have, like, other than dude's tweets, I don't really have anything to say about him in terms of negative, right? Because his tweets were outright fucking ridiculous, don't get me wrong, but when computer kids couldn't get to Turok 2 or GoldenEye 64, they had Quake 2 and Half-Life. Like Civ E11 says, PC Master Race. And it's not even necessarily, to me, it's not even PC Master Race, bro. It's just saying that is just to fuck with people, right? I don't really see it as that specifically. Alright, so next up we got Porter Rock. We got Porter Rock 77, who says, Switch 2 games are $80 and no one's mad? Bro, what? Did you happen to block all of your critics, Porter Rock, and now you can't actually see their critiques of Nintendo Switch 2 announcement? Like, because if you decided to block all your critics, that doesn't mean that the criticism doesn't exist for, an opposing piece of hardware that you don't support. I don't understand that. But let's see what he has to say. Cover your ears. Let me turn this down. Alright, that intro is rough.
Welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend these YouTube streets, Porter Rock 77.
Let's
talk a little bit about Nintendo, game pricing.
other platforms like PlayStation 5, Xbox, pretty much
Yo,
how the community gamers react to pricing
Was that
or
him?
to features. Community gamers react
Bro,
to
yo, all these console gremlins gotta sell their PC, please. Get the fuck off of PC gaming. Get off your PCs. Stop it. Stop it. Please. Bro, I had to make sure, bro. Bro, that's like a triggering sound. For a PC gamer, that's a triggering sound, bro.
pricing or to
Get
features
off the PC,
or to
man.
things that we don't like.
You value your console so much. Go back, go make
With
videos
the
on your
Switch 2
console.
revealed, it finally solidified
Windows casually
something
exposing
that
him.
I think most of us knew all along, but what is happening?
Photo
It
Rock is
just pretty
cool.
much solidifies it.
Stay
and
tuned to
that
the Solid
we're
Cast.
all
Hell yeah.
hypocrites. We're all hypocrites. At the end of the day, each of us will find value in what we want, and we will be willing to pay what we individually find is valuable. I mean, right now, I think criticisms towards pricing on games, services, and all that stuff, to me, it's going to fall on deaf ears for me. From this point on, I don't really care to hear about any of that stuff. With Nintendo,
Because your company, you just adhere to whatever, and you don't really care about other companies. That's just what it is. You don't ever care to really get it at Xbox. You don't ever really care to get a Nintendo. You just stick to your one, company, and you pay whatever they ask, depending on if you want it or not. And don't get me wrong, Puerto Rock definitely has his personal preferences, and he doesn't really go outside of his personal preferences, and that's completely fine, right? That's completely fine, but since he already is like kind of like a niche specific gamer, like he doesn't play multiplayer, he doesn't like Nintendo, he doesn't fuck with Xbox games. So therefore he doesn't really have to spend that much to begin with because he doesn't really venture out and try new things to begin with. He kind of just sticks to the standard like single player PlayStation offering that whatever they essentially got going on that isn't childish. So there's that. But yeah, it's easy to be like, yeah, I don't really care about pricing when I have a very limited preference to begin with. You know, unlike me, I like to venture out and try a lot of new things, even if I'm like really curious about it. But for me, it becomes problematic because I've always tried to buy every console every generation, right? Or at least tried to own. Because when I was a kid, I didn't buy consoles; they were gifted to me by family. But for me, I've always went on my way to try and acquire every platform and really dissect it and try it, see if I enjoy it for what it is. And I would kind of figure out what's my preferred and run with that and then casually play other things or abandon other things. Like the Wii, I abandoned. I was gifted a Wii for Christmas and I tried it. I really tried to like it, hated it, moved on, right? There's a couple cool games on there like WarioWare, but yeah, that wasn't. I figured out that the Wii wasn't for me, but I really wanted to try it. I really wanted to have the next Nintendo experience and see what it is all about. Um, Same thing with Xbox One. I waited a while to get Xbox One and tried it. Really didn't fuck with it very much. There were some games that that were cool, like Rare, the Rare whatever the fuck collection, Rare Replay collection. Crack that Wii. I don't know where that shit is. That shit is gone. But I tried the 3DS, I tried the DS, didn't really like any of those. Like, I always made it I had PSP, didn't like that. I loved the Vita way more than I ever loved the PSP. But I always like to try and get everything and figure out what I like. So, and I would buy games, I would venture out, try different experiences, things that was questionable on. Like, unfortunately, the prices really affect me because I'm willing to try new things. I'm willing to try new experiences. But at these prices, it's not really justifiable. It's not applicable. It's easy to not like be upset about pricing when it's like, well, I'm only gonna buy one console anyway, right? And then fucking Alyssa Mercante just joined Smash the Chat. Of course she did. Of course she did. Hold on. That actually might be entertaining. Just for a minute. How bad is this shit? Homegirl be
But
obsessed,
thank
bro.
you for the donation. I appreciate you. Oh man, you guys are great. Deca Leader says, when's the court date, Smash JT? And Johnny Bagger
Oh,
says,
he had
yeah, boy.
he has Master of TDS on. How far back do I have to
That's a good
go?
ending note.
Max K.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that's not happening.
Hey, here's the thing. You don't have to stay because I got to raid myself anyways. So
Yeah, I'm gonna go because I
yeah, you
also
said
have to. Well, part of
shit.
part of Passover is we have to do like a Badika.
Bro, my internet is being retarded. She was
Hold on
finding.
a
Yeah, I
second.
heard that. Yeah, I saw that she was DMing him. It was really
where Kim
weird.
Belair says that she will. What did she say? She said that she would instill fear in people and a bunch of other stuff. We only did the first half because it took 2 hours to get through 30 minutes. So that's going up. We're gonna hopefully have the second half up for the next week because we're also going to be offline for Passover.
She's not saying much. She just joined.
And then
asked
I
to join
would
the
hope
stream.
that at that point we don't have
Smash
to watch
said
any
no.
more
Aw,
GDCs, even
man.
though there's another one because that one was torture to get through.
Bro, she's so desperate
I
for
wonder,
relevance.
wait,
Oh my
are
God.
you going to watch the
All right,
2025 one?
Anyway, she doesn't deserve it. She shouldn't be platformed. Fuck that bitch. It's almost like she's trying so hard for people to. Yeah, don't give her clout. You know, I kind of do regret even going over there, to be honest with you. But shout out to Smash JT. But she doesn't deserve the clout. She's just desperate for clout. That's why I made that video and wrote her off and kept it moving. But let's continue. Put her up.
Pricing of their games, with some of them being $80, and they are not trying to do any advancements.
But Stu, what's the point? It's not like you're going to convince her to drop her lawsuit. It's not like you're going to convince her to be rational. It's not like you're going to convince her anything. It's not like you're going to convince any of her followers of anything. Like, all she wants is to set you up to try and deplatform you. That's really all it is. She's already lost, and she wants to try and deplatform and basically take people down with her, right? And why even give her that? That's all. And I'll leave it at that. Why even give her the opportunity? That's it. Lindo says she's asking to join his stream is crazy when she's filing a lawsuit saying harassment. Exactly, right? How you going to sue someone for harassment, then go to join their stream? It's almost, I mean, screenshot all that shit, by the way. Screenshot all of it.
The overall gaming industry, they're not pushing new cutting edge technology.
Sounds like she isn't
They're
being
not
very
even adapting
harassed if
some of
she's
the basic
willing to
stuff
pull up,
that we have,
right?
like trophies and achievements.
Good
They're
shit,
not even
Max
doing
K.
that. We're not even sure how well
Yep,
they're
I'm
going to
in.
do ray tracing if they.
Golden Apples for the 2 says, boo boo, glog glog, 9077. But, yeah, I'm not going to give her any more attention. Conversation around this clown over, right? Moving on back to Puerto Rock.
Even bother having that. Apparently, it does have ray tracing cores, but who knows if that's even implemented. They're not just doing anything that's pushing gaming forward that would like justify from a production standpoint of charging a game for $80. But from a personal value, some people will be more than perfectly fine paying $80 for a Nintendo first party game because they love it, they enjoy it. The gameplay is everything, you know, the content is everything. They'll find their own reasons to justify the $80 price. And you know what? That's perfectly okay. It is perfectly okay if you are willing to pay $80 for a Nintendo game. That's you. It's your money. I'm not pocket watching. I'm not going to go spend.
I'd say that's fair. You know, is it disgusting that we have to go out of our way to pay $80 to have a gaming experience that we really want? Yes. But what I value versus what other people value is different, you know? I would have justified it. If Nintendo treated their consumers with respect, but unfortunately they kind of lost sight of that. But I think that's fair what he's saying. Yeah, I'm not here to pocket watch anybody. I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. If you want to buy a Switch 2, go for it, enjoy it. Hope you enjoy the games, hope you enjoy the system, hope that you get everything you want out of it, right? Because the last thing I want is for people that I care about to buy something and be severely disappointed and feel ripped off. But that's completely fair too.
The rest of the gen, worrying about who buys $80 games for a Nintendo game. That's you. If you enjoy Nintendo games and you're willing to pay $80 for that game, then the game's worth $80. That's it. That's how I'm gonna look at things from now on. If you enjoy the 5090 and you're loving what the 5090 GPU does, then yes, it's worth the $2,500, $3,000.
So you're not gonna bitch about how expensive PC gaming is anymore? Is that... You think he should have let her join? But what would that accomplish, though? Like, what net positive does Smash get out of that? That's all. That's just how I feel personally. I don't think there's any positive to it, because all this person is doing is trying to drag people down with her into, into failure. Let her make an idiot of herself. But she does that every day on Twitter. She does that every day on her own live streams. She makes an idiot out of herself all the time. Just the fact that the person is claiming that they are being harassed by Smash JT as well as others, for them to then go on and want to be included in a live stream goes to show that they're being dishonest in the lawsuit to begin with. Oh my God, Eric.
You paid for it, right? Because you paid for it. I'm not paying for it. It's not coming out of my bank account.
Eric is not being
so
on his
whatever
best
comes out
behavior
of your
right
bank
now.
account, then yes,
Terrible.
It's worth it for you, right? For me, no. Nintendo games are not $80. It's not worth it.
Yes, Lindo, that is also a good point. I mean, she could very well start spewing, like, bad words, right? She could destroy his platform. 100%. And she would be the evil, spiteful clown to do something like that. Yeah, don't give her the time of day. She doesn't deserve it.
For me, therefore, Nintendo's
And there's
not
nothing to
gonna get
gain out of
$80
it.
from me.
It just leaves Smash open to losing more. Right?
That's just how it is, right?
Ah, man, let Eric live.
I'll be honest.
Eric has, despite him being on his fuck shit, he has financially justified his fuck shit, so let him live. Let him live.
More apt to sign up for GameFly and just play the Nintendo games through the rental service, to be honest, at this point. That's just my take on it. That's just how I look at things, right? Paying
So no crying about how expensive PC gaming is then, right?
for the Switch, I'll be honest, I'm not so sure. I'm not sure. I mean, granted, it did do one thing that I expected it, or I didn't expect it to do. All I really was expecting was 1080p 60. So the fact that it's dabbling in 4K and VRR and stuff like that, that's a bonus for me, right?
It would be. I mean, this person does do racist things. I mean, they don't really go out of their way to acknowledge black people's existence. If that black individual happens to not fall in line with her political ideology, right? So she's definitely shown some pretty racist mindset.
But at 450, I don't know. And that's if assuming it does come out at 450. Nintendo pulled the pre-order to reassess the tariffs. I don't think any company, I think across all industries, not just gaming, I don't think anyone really expected how high the tariff hike would be, on all countries. Nintendo, Sony, they try to anticipate, the tariffs, but I don't think they anticipated the regions and the price. For example, Nintendo apparently shifted production to Vietnam because in Vietnam the tariff hike wasn't as high compared to China. So Nintendo's like,
Is he implying that the 450 price point was a thing specifically because of the tariffs? Because that's clearly not true at this point. That's all leftists. I mean, I wouldn't say all leftists, but a lot of these ideologues, a lot of leftist ideologues, because there's definitely like rational liberals that are like old school, right? But then you have your leftist ideologues / the ones that are super obsessed with race, your identity, right? That tend to clearly show that they are indeed the fucking racists that they warn people about all the time. They project. But traditional leftists, like traditional liberals and whatnot, different mindset. Leftists are different from liberals, in my opinion, and I do agree with that, Matthew. I do see that side of things as well, but unfortunately, like if we were having a one-on-one conversation, I understand how you think. Like we have the same mindset on that because I do feel the same way as you. Then it'd be like then I would know that's your mindset and would have that conversation based on it. But unfortunately, not everyone also thinks that way, so that's why I have to sort of like purposely compartmentalize and divide who's what, you know?
You know what? We're gonna shift priorities to Vietnam, but then Vietnam got hit with a high tariff hike, and it's like Nintendo's like, what do we do? Like, where do we go? The whole world got hit with high prices, or there's really no safe region around the world and stuff. So it's just Sony support apparently doing surging the supply chain. And what I mean by surging, they're like and this is just all
Are you trying to
nothing
sell more
confirmed,
PlayStations?
but any company when they produce something, they kind of is at a moderate level. They don't go balls to the walls, all out, hit full throttle, and just produce to a huge change. They try to balance it out because they don't want to over flood the supply chain.
Ian says the fact that it's $350 in Japan tells you they added to the price before the announcement. But you would think that the price hike would just be in America, right, Ian? But that's not the case. The price hike is in many different countries, so it's not pertaining to the tariffs.
Chain, right? But in this case, apparently Sony increased their manufacturing output just to add a surplus into the supply chain. In other words, they got PlayStation 5 in inventory before the tariff hikes. So there might be a period where everything's going up except for PlayStation products, but that's only because they flooded the chain.
I'm bored.
Prices or even service prices is wrong depending who does it. Price is right depending on who does it.
No,
feature is wrong depending on who does it. Feature is great depending on who does it. It's clear that it's more about the who than the what.
I feel like this is projection. This is some projection ass shit because Ponies is like this through and through, bro. Ponies is like this through and through. Look at Xbox games coming to PlayStation. These motherfuckers want to play Indiana Jones knowing that it's coming to PS5, right? But if they would have never known it's coming to PS5, dude, bro, the game is trash, right? They would have wrote that bitch off. Same thing with Starfield. They're thinking that Starfield's coming to PlayStation, so now that, bro, they be talking about it positively, like, oh yeah, we want this game to come to PlayStation. Ha ha ha, it's coming to PlayStation. Meanwhile, y'all was shitting on that game for like a fucking year just because it wasn't coming to the platform. Bro, it's crazy, bro. Fucking Xbox games coming to PlayStation, bro. These motherfuckers would bend over backwards to play fucking Halo Master Queef Collection on PlayStation. They will buy it easily. If a fucking these dudes, bro, they act like shit is ass up until they have access to it on their one platform. That's the whole goal. That's what they do. That's how they are. So this is just a lot of projection.
So I'm not interested in that. The way I see it, if you like it, I love it. You like Nintendo games at $80? I love Nintendo games at $80. I love it for you. In fact, I hope they go $90, $100. I love whatever price you're willing to accept on anything. Not just Nintendo. You like $3,000 GPUs, $4,000 GPUs? Then I love $4,000 GPUs. You like $200 controllers? I love $200 controllers. Game Pass goes up to $50 a month. You like it? I love it. I'm just not gonna argue. At the end of the day, if you don't like it, don't buy it. If you like it, buy it. I'm gonna keep it as simple as that. But to really argue about pricing schemes across the board, it's just no point. It's just no point because there's no consistent energy on price hikes or this or that across the board in gaming. That's
I'm convinced he's blocked all of his detractors for the most part, and he doesn't see like the mass like outcry of PlayStation. I mean, excuse me, of mass outcry of how Nintendo has been, conducting itself since that last direct. Like, what are we talking about? What are we fucking talking about, bro? And me, completely on the same energies with the PS5, bro. Buy the console. Buy games. Buy less games because they're more expensive. Oh, the console is trash because I got to worry about all this bullshit that comes along with a new generation in which PlayStation got more greedier. Well, I'm just going to not play on PlayStation as much anymore. Well, I realized after not playing on PlayStation as much anymore, well, I'm on PC now. And I was going to do the same thing with Nintendo as with PlayStation, because at least when PlayStation was advertising the PS5, like, they were respectable, man. They were respectful. They didn't do anything nasty. All right, they didn't pull an Xbox One. They didn't pull a fucking PS3, right? So I was gonna buy the Switch 2, given since they're more expensive games, just buy less games than I did the Switch 1. Like, my PS5 collection don't fuck with my PS4 collection. I bought way less games on the PS5 than the PS4. That was exactly how it was gonna be with the Switch 2. Versus the Switch 1. Just buy way less games. That's just what it is. Hey, Cass, isn't this guy like 50? He was like 2000s lingo. He said you couldn't handle, oh man, the smoke. Shout out to Porter Up, man. He's definitely an interesting dude in his own right. He's not necessarily a corporate shill outright, Ian. It's just that he doesn't give a fuck. And I at least appreciate him being honest and saying he outright doesn't give a fuck about, Nintendo or Xbox or fucking PC. Like, he doesn't. He doesn't. It was good to see you, Aura. Because he's never actually gonna indulge in any of those things. He's perfectly content on his PS5 and getting the next PS5, console whenever it releases. Like, right? He got the Pro. But he's just perfectly content on his PlayStation. That's it. No, I don't have Facebook. I haven't used Facebook in like a decade, honestly. But sorry about that. But I have Twitter. If you want to check out all my links, here, I'll send you all my links. Here's all my links where you could find me. This is my link tree. Everything that I have is on there. Nothing more, nothing less. No, I do not have an Only Goons. It's not on the link tree because it doesn't exist. But he's at least honest from that front. Like, he couldn't give a shit if the Switch was $1,000, right? The Switch 2 was $1,000 because he wasn't gonna buy it to begin with.
Way it works, and with Nintendo, really, like, I thought it would have been Rockstar to at least be the one to introduce the first.
Yeah, I thought it would have been Rockstar as well
with GTA 6. I personally feel that's what Rockstar is gonna do. Now I know they're gonna do it.
Oh yeah. This all but confirms it.
It would be crazy for Rockstar to release GTA 6 at $70, the base one, when Nintendo's selling games at $80. Rockstar's looking at Nintendo like, are you nuts? You're not even doing a fraction of the production that we're doing. Hell, some of the games Nintendo release still won't have voice acting.
Oh yeah, I don't use Blue Sky, Eric. I have it, but I don't use it.
So you might as well accept that. GTA 6.
I am on Blue Sky.
Base price,
but I don't use it. Do you want the link anyway?
There's no way Rockstar is going to release their game for $70 with such a huge production value. Yet Mario Kart World is $80. They're not going to allow that. That's already in play. But again, main thing.
Yeah, imagine.
Don't even worry about it.
Imagine being Rockstar and like, yeah, we're going to price our game that we've been working on the past decade at $60, despite seeing that Mario Kart World is $80. I mean, so this is my my Blue Sky account, but I don't actually use Blue Sky. I'm putting it there because it's requested. I try to accommodate everyone's wants and needs when I can, especially when it's requested, but I made a Blue Sky just in case my Twitter gets clapped because my last Twitter account got clapped. and I was open to alternatives because you just never know, right? Especially if you know, Twitter wants to be retarded, which it has in the past, especially for me. I felt like I was unjustifiably terminated. I was never warned. I was never, temporarily suspended. So the fact that they just outright permaclapped my Twitter, I took really big issue with that. So I just decided, hey man. Oh, this was after Elon Musk took over Twitter, by the way, Nick. But I just decided, well, let me try other things, even if some of the wrong people happen to be interested in these things. Let me see how it works. I don't like it. It kind of sucks. I just kind of chill back on my Twitter, so make requests all the time and you act like you don't hear me. It depends on the person. Are you really a person, Lindo? Just asking, brother. Just asking is all.
Guys, I say don't even worry about the pricing. Don't even argue about it no more. There's just no point. Nothing's gonna change. People
And
will
sooner or
find
later, it's
value
gonna
in
argue
what they
about
want,
pricing
and they're
again.
gonna pay for what they find is valuable, right? They may not find PlayStation valuable, so they're gonna complain about the price. But they find Nintendo valuable, so they have no problem paying $80, and vice versa. That's just how it
Mussolini
is. So
be
I'm just
wild.
gonna leave it at that.
I'm actually AI.
But anyway,
Makes
stay
sense.
tuned. Tuesday, 60 frames.
Bro. I thought he was gonna bitch about how nobody's quote unquote mad about the $80 Switch games, which is not true. Bro, that was such a nothing burger video. Oh, I'm just not gonna care anymore about pricing of video games. Like, okay, next. Oh no, next. Oh no. So from Harmon Smith, Nintendo Switch 2 will be a huge success. The Pretendos are coping and seething.
It's been a while since the Direct aired, and over the past couple of days, we've seen this huge barrage of criticisms toward the console.
Harmon, our
towards
Lord
the
and
price
Savior.
point, towards the games, towards Nintendo's business strategies, toward like all
Hold on,
sorts of
one
like
sec.
weird
I gotta get a
conspiracies
drink.
and ideas. What we're witnessing is essentially the dying gasps of 90s gamer culture. This idea that Nintendo is this brand that we all universally despise, because that's what we've been dealing with for like the past 30 years.
What?
Is this mindset that Nintendo.
Bro, who despises Nintendo? Like, he brings up these pretend people that, bro, there's only a certain category of gamer that hates Nintendo. And it's not the majority. Right? There's a lot of people very critical of Nintendo's business practices, but in terms of the games, they're beloved by multi-generations of people. Millions upon millions across every single generation of people that are fucking birthed. Like, he always comes out with these imaginary people that have it out for Nintendo. Yeah, there's some people that don't fuck with Nintendo, but it's so rare. Yo, Justin Davis was good. He said, good afternoon. Just got home. Well, good to hear that you're home. You've been going for 6 hours. Impressive, bro. I'm feeling energized today, so I'm not even done yet. I don't know about you guys. Can you guys keep up with me is the question. And I turned off my camera because I did a really ugly stretch to my fucking mini fridge to get my drink, to get the thing that kills me. My drink that's as black as my soul and my heart.
Is awful, that they're an evil corporation,
8
and
to
that they're
9 hour
holding gaming
streams
back.
before.
And only the saviors of Sony, Xbox, and PC could hope to save us from this menace with uncensored games, with violence, with mature games for mature gamers.
It's almost like any criticism of Nintendo in the past makes like those people that have criticized Nintendo in the past like forever Nintendo haters. That's how he sees it in his mind. This dude is so deranged. Bro, if Harmon is engaging in full-on kayfabe like this for years, it would be one of the biggest, the most insane moments when he like pulls off the mask like, yeah, I was fucking with you the whole time. Lindo, I don't want to hear it. Depends, Cass. How much longer were you planning to go? I just got home from work. Hey, I got like 2-3 more videos here.
Like, these were all
I'm
things
down for the long haul.
that were
I'm
thrown
feeling
at
good
us
today. Last week I
for
got kind of tired.
years, right? Decades, right? And we're finally
I'm a little bit hungry, but
seeing
that
the
could wait.
chickens come home to roost, right? We're seeing Nintendo like hit it out of the park with all of their major gaming IPs. They've branched out into movies, and we're at the point now where
And all of these insane levels of success. Why are you pretending that there's this evil entity, right? There's this evil entity of people that just out to hate and see Nintendo fail. Like clearly it outweighs a lot of people that want to see Nintendo succeed if they present a product that's worth indulging in.
they
He just
are
ignores that.
the market leader in the gaming industry. And I keep seeing people try and dispute this, but when you look at just how successful the Switch has been, when you look at all these successful games, when you look at like how well received the Switch 2 has been, the reality is very clearly that the Switch 2 is going to be a success, and that like everybody coping and seething is just kind of doing so for clickbait purposes, right? And I
don't think anyone's disputing this. Like, I don't feel like many people are saying that the Switch 2 is going to be an outright failure. Like, nobody's really saying that. But I think a lot of people are saying that, yeah, the Switch 2 is not going to be as successful as the OG Switch. Yo, shout out to Justin Davis, who just upgraded their membership to Cult Classic, baby. The highest tier membership. What a beast. Thank you so much, Justin. I really appreciate that. Fucking badass, man. Thank you. Absolute beast. Thank you so much, fam. Nobody's really I think that the Switch 2 is going to sell quite well. But I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as well as the Switch 1. The Switch 1 is like what, 150 million fucking 150 million units. That's an insane number. I think my prediction was all said and done, maybe about half. Especially if they keep this up. Now, if they change their strategy, if they're willing to be more fair with their consumers, with their audience, and really just humble themselves, then I think they can change this around, and the Switch 2 can definitely prosper more. But if they just double down on the greed and on the fuck shit and on the little nitty-gritty details that are just obnoxious and annoying to just keep up with and figure out what part of this and that, oh, if I buy this, do I get all this? Oh, no, well, I have to do all this other bullshit to get all... Like, when we got to talk about that, when we're pulling hairs, like, it's not good. Like, you're just going to turn off the audience from even indulging. Look at OJ. That, bro, he felt like he was pulling hairs owning a Steam Deck because there's some games that won't play and some games that will, and some of these games where the text... Bro, he gave up on that shit quick. Now he's going to make his concessions for his precious Switch, right? But once people feel like they're pulling hairs, especially when it comes with money, like when the money aspect is just shit, like you just feel like you're getting fucked at every aspect when it comes to Nintendo and their business practices, yeah, you're not going to sell as many Switches. Especially not anywhere close to Switch 1.
I do think that's the major takeaway.
Harmon's room is the gremlin room.
At this stage, right? This console is going to be extraordinarily successful. The Direct was extreme.
Leo, son, I want him to talk about if the Switch 2, and this is a great topic, if the Switch 2 will be as successful as the Switch 1 or more, or less. That would be a prediction. I gave my prediction.
Extremely well received, and all we're seeing now in regards to the criticisms from nobody YouTubers like Real Life Gay Wizard, or I don't know, Craig from Screw Attack, Craig the Snake, like all these guys are doing is just kind of sitting there being, all these guys, the Snake, Gay Wizard, in regards to the criticisms from nobody YouTubers
Nobody.
like
He's calling Craig a
real life
nobody
gay
YouTuber.
wizard, or I don't know.
Meanwhile, people like Craig, and on my second channel, I made a video definitely criticizing stuttering Craig. But the audacity. He has inspired people, to make content. I'm sure that Harmon was probably inspired by Craig in the past. Personally, I didn't really watch Screw Attack in the past, so I can't really say that, right? Craig's such a nice guy. I would like to think so. I mean, I don't think he's a bad guy. I have criticism for him, but I don't dislike him.
Craig from Screw Attack, Craig the Snake, like all the
that's crazy to call him a snake. Is
all
kind of
these
wild.
guys are doing is just kind of sitting there being like, I don't know if people will be willing to pay $450 for a Nintendo console. Like, they're going.
Oh, he's so triggered by that shit. He's so fucking triggered
with this line that like
know what is going on about
has
Alchemy.
raised
We know
game
what the deal
prices
is.
when actually like the standard is 70 now. I don't know why people still can't like
Okay, if the standard is 70 and Nintendo said, "Okay, hold my beer, game prices are 80." How could you not understand why people would be upset by that? The fuck are we doing?
wrap their heads around this, but like game prices have already been raised this generation. Nintendo's just
Oh
catching up.
my God.
And before you try and like
You are coping and seething.
Game prices have already risen this generation, so you should just accept that Nintendo is raising them even higher. That is a crazy ass mindset. Crazy, bro. Yeah, Rockstar will definitely sell GTA 6 at $100 price point easily. Crazy, right? I mean, because look, man, because right now Harmon is saying, well, games are already 70, so you might as well just fork up the extra $10. So games are 80, right? And then guess what? GTA, Rockstar is going to do? Well, games last generation were 60. Now they're 80. So you could justify an extra 20, right? At 100. So just pay the extra $20 after that. Fuck it. It's not that bad. From 80 to 100, it doesn't sound as bad from 60 to 100. So we're so cooked, bro.
About some nonsense like, well, Mario Kart World is 80. Like,
he says nobody.
We're already there.
But I've heard
they
Craig.
already confirmed that they're going to raise prices
yeah,
again
exactly,
for Grand
Justin.
Theft.
I mean, he's a very modest, right? Modest 2,000 sub recently. He recently got 2,000 sub channel. But it is crazy how he calls people nobody YouTubers that are not only lasted the test of time, but are huge channels in their own right.
Auto 6, right? This entire gigantic cope that Nintendo Switch 2 is somehow more expensive than $3,000 gaming PCs, $1,000 tablets, or like $700 PS5 Pros is just laughably off base, right? The giant cope you have right now is that people are like legit trying to tell you that like, oh, nobody's gonna pay for a Nintendo because that's a lesser brand. They really want to cling on to this idea that Nintendo is some like lesser secondary piece of hardware that people don't actually like.
He's so mad that people don't use the Nintendo Switch as their premier device because it's behind the other devices in terms of power, right? And that's just what it is and what its capabilities and software features and a lot of basic features that the Nintendo Switch has been missing, right? He's mad that people won't embrace this system, the current Switch, as their premier system of choice, despite recognizing that there's a huge lack of social features, a lack of power, a lack of performance, a lack of other features that don't involve social features. But he's like, I don't understand. Blah blah blah. They just have a hate boner for Nintendo. Like,
or enjoy, right? They really want you to believe that Switch is
I thought he was gonna get up again. I was scared.
not competitive spec-wise with PlayStation or Xbox, right? Like, this has always been the cope, you know, ever since, like, even in the...
Trunks said Harmon only sees Nintendo cream gobblers as equals. Yo, Trunks, you ain't lying, dog. Not enough games with high replay value to make the Switch the platform of choice. And, you know, that's a very subjective thing. Personally, I go back to quite a few Switch games in the past, like this, you know, the Switch generation. I haven't lately. But that's subjective, and if you feel that way, you're completely justified in that. It just depends on what you like.
N64 days, this was true, where they like try and sit there and tell you that like the hardware's not up to snuff. You know, like they try and tell you that there's all these better options out there, and there just aren't, you know, ever at any point. You know, I'll give you a good example. You know, the PS1.
Oh my god, bro. His camera is trying so hard to just fucking shit the bed so it doesn't have to look at him anymore.
You know, the only thing that made the PS1 relevant, RPGs, right? Like, oh, Final Fantasy VII, it's the greatest thing ever. No, it's not. Pokemon comes out in the Game Boy and demolishes it.
Oh my god, no! Harmon, are you good, bro? Oh my god. Dude, he's just ignorant, bro. He's just a complete... Like, he is delusional. He's one of the most delusional YouTubers I have ever seen in the gaming space. I don't even know if necessarily he's jealous of side-scrollers production. I don't even know if jealousy is a thing. He's just complete delusional, insane, irrational person when it comes to the topic of Nintendo or just gaming in general.
You know, not only that with that specific title, but like way down the road, you know,
Nintendo
extending into like, you know, a wide range of
He definitely
spin-off
does live in
games,
his
a
own bubble,
multimedia
Greg, for sure.
franchise, a card game, anime, you know, like Pokemon was way bigger than any JRPG on PlayStation. And yet, the cope for the past 30 years is that, well, the N64 didn't have RPGs. Okay, but Pokemon is right there, you know? Like, it's just a giant cope. You know, oh, N64 didn't have RPGs. Like, PlayStation didn't have games.
The N64 was missing a fuck ton of games, bro. If you look at the N64's library versus the PS1's library, the numbers are very, very different. Cope and seed, motherfucker. Cope and seed.
Games, period. You know, Ocarina of Time by itself is like, PlayStation didn't have games, period. You know, right there, you know?
Oh
like,
my
it's
god.
just a giant cope. You know, oh, N64 didn't have RPGs. Like, PlayStation didn't have games, period. You know?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Coping so hard, coping and seething.
There were roughly over 4,000 unique games released on the original PS1, including regional releases, multiple discs for games, and homebrew titles. There were at least 86 homebrew games, so excluding homebrews. There were still over 4,000 unique PS1 games. Excuse me. There were a total of 388 N64 games that were officially released, and 85 of them were exclusive to Japan. But he's gonna sit there and say there was no PS1 games. PS1 didn't have no games, bro. That is a mentally deranged mindset. And mind you, he didn't play a huge chunk of these games because they were exclusive to Japan. He never even had the opportunity. Nintendo never even gave him the opportunity to play a huge chunk of N64 games that were available. This video is more Harmon than the usual Harmon video. So let's hear that one more time.
Is that, well, the N64 didn't have RPGs. Okay, but Pokemon is right there, you know? Like, it's just a giant cope. You know, oh, N64 didn't have RPGs. Like, PlayStation didn't have games, period.
Yo, what a lying sack of shit. I'm telling you guys don't understand. It's not even envy. It's just complete total delusion and ignorance to reality. Like, that's literally what Harmon is, bro.
Ocarina of Time by itself is, like, worth more than, like, the entire PS1 library, you know?
Crazy,
Super
right?
Smash Bros, Pokemon Snap, like, F-Zero X, like, all of these games are all stuff that I've gotten way.
And look, guys, I'm not shitting on the N64. I had an N64. I liked a lot of the games. I enjoyed a lot of the games. Right? But the N64 library versus the PS1 library, vastly different, bro. Vastly different. I didn't realize this was a PlayStation fan channel, yo.
Way more mileage off of over the past 30 years than, like, any other piece
Gotta
of
give credit where
technology
credit
I've ever
is due.
experienced, right? And the narrative has always been that the N64 was.
Nick is speaking facts. Storage medium was a big reason. Exactly. There's a lot of games, like a lot of game developers had a lot of high aspirations that unfortunately, due to the cartridge-based hardware with the Nintendo 64, they just said, well, fuck it, we'll just release it on the PS1 because, the basically the CDs were the biggest factor in that. Absolutely.
A failure.
And N64 cartridges
And
were
it's like
expensive.
pressed on it, like the cope is that, like, well, it was only successful in America. Yeah, the biggest market in the world at the time. Like, that isn't a flex, and that's kind of what we're seeing here now, right? With the Switch 2 out, with the Switch 2 revealed, with
I mean, is the PS1 platform having almost 4,000 more games than the N64 fake flex, Harmon? Because it seems pretty straightforward to me.
With now that we know what it is and, like, the games it's going to play it, how it's going to transition from the Switch 1 to the Switch 2, now that we know, like, everything about this thing, the launch window games, this thing is clearly slated to be successful, right? But people cannot bring themselves to admit it because
will it be as successful as the Switch 1, Harmon?
Is releasing this console and that it is slated to be hugely successful, on par with the original Switch, that would be admitting defeat. They would be kneeling towards to Nintendo, and that's just something that, like, the industry is just going to desperately try and downplay and ignore for as long as possible.
What if what if Harmon Smith actually has a real audience, like a quote unquote, like, fans? Like, fans. What if Harmon actually has fans? Like, real fans, not people that watch him to see his next delusional take, but he maybe actually. I mean, relax, dog. Don't be calling people an idiot, man. We just fucking around, dog. They probably have a forehead fetish. Damn. I would question their intelligence too. I mean, first and foremost, right? But imagine if he did really have fans. Adriano says his audience is his family tied up and gagged watching him in his basement. Yo, son. Yo, that's crazy. I'm sorry, Fivehead. I love my N64 until I got a PS1. Then the only 64 games I played was GoldenEye. Other than that, I was only playing on my PS1. See, at that time, I was so young. So I got the N64 and the PS1 kind of late in their life cycle, like 98-ish, give or take. And for me, I didn't really compare them. I just saw games that I wanted on the N64. So, you know, even despite me having a PS1, I wanted an N64. I ended up playing Smash Bros. Super obsessed with it. Like stuff like that. You know, I didn't bother to compare and contrast. Low key, I actually thought the N64 was better because it actually saved my games. And I didn't realize for a while that you needed a memory card to save games on the PS1. I thought it played like an arcade system. The stupid shit you think of at 7, you think is the thing at 7, and no ability to do any real research. Yeah, I was a dumbass. I was a fucking dumbass. Yeah, it had that little memory pack, I think, right? But it was already in there. So it just saved my shit. I'm like, oh man, the N64 is awesome. It's better than the PS1 because it saves my games. And I thought that the PS1 played like an arcade device, essentially. I was so retarded. Lindo says, I'm trying to sleep at work. Keep all insults directed at Cassie. There you go. Yo, what's up, Twisted Jack? Snowboard Kids on X64 was great. There was great N64 games, man. There was great N64 games. I wish I could live it up all over again. I only wish I had both those consoles earlier and I knew a little more as a retard kid. I wish I knew how to read earlier. I wasn't a terrible reader when I was like 6, 7, 8.
You know?
I was terrible at reading.
Like,
yeah, Turok, GoldenEye, Zelda to play most of the time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro.
Kind of crazy, you know. Last year, they were like shilling Astrobot and trying to call it the greatest 3D platformer ever made. And now, not even a year later,
so mad.
We have like a Donkey Kong Bonanza that's clearly going to outperform it. You know, you have not a peep from the industry, by the way.
It's going to outsell it, yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty fair to say, easily. But the quality of their games and what they have to offer, like, he just writes it off just because, oh, it's PlayStation. It's PlayStation exclusive. Well, it's garbage. It's never going to be as good as anything Nintendo does.
You have Mario Kart World, right?
Syndrome is
you know,
crazy.
the industry is trying everything it can do to like try and pretend that like the game looks boring or that it has all these issues or that like it's not like it's just bloated or whatever. You know, like
yeah, well,
you know,
I mean, Astrobot looks amazing. I can't wait to play it on my PC. But Astrobot definitely looks awesome. It's an awesome game. I've never said anything bad about it because I see the vision. I see that clearly this game is very impressive. Very cool game.
We're complaining about
I'm not a fucking hater, unlike Harmon.
How they're handling like the visual upgrades and stuff like that. Like it's all just a giant cope. Like
all we've heard thus far is cope coming from him.
A magnificent
cope.
Giant like cope from people who just cannot admit that all of their criticisms towards Nintendo just have no basis in reality at all. Because this is the thing that gets me about this, you know, like the initial wave of controversy in regards to Switch 2. Like you saw these people come out immediately, like making things up, you know, claiming the game, claiming that games would cost $90, claiming that like tariffs would raise the Switch price significantly, you know, claiming that
Bro, like people are genuinely concerned about prices of everything across the board because of tariffs. Like you can't blame them for showing some of that same concern with like the upcoming console, slash handheld release that a lot of people are looking forward to getting day one. How the fuck are you gonna hold that against them? It's not a fanboy thing to be concerned about that. It's just a natural reality given the economic situation in the world. This video reminds me of a song on YouTube called Nerd Rage. Okay, you're gonna have to send me that. His mom buys everything he doesn't know. Damn.
Like, claiming that
The worst is his political
Nintendo
views,
doesn't
honestly.
have
He says some
anything else in
insane
the
shit.
pipeline other than what they showed off in this direct. All of these things are just obviously just gigantic, massive, like Kamehameha copes, right?
What?
And
what? He's calling them Kamehameha copes. I'm dead.
All of them
I'm
over the
dead.
past week have been denounced.
Bro, I'm so sad. When I found out that Harmon Smith was a Mobile Fighter G Gundam fan, bro, my heart sank. And now he's a Dragon Ball Z fan too. Bro, I'm dying inside, bro.
And dismissed, right? Like there is like it's kind of crazy to see where we're at now. After that initial wave of like trying to control the narrative and keep it negative, just how positive people are about the console, right? Like again, I
He's
can't
never
begin
gonna
to tell
clean
you
them
just how
glasses, bro.
hyped I am for this thing, and I know I'm not the only one. And YouTubers can cry all they want, but like the harder they
my heart just
cry,
sank, bro.
the bigger the backlash is going to be when like people finally have enough of their nonsense. Like we saw this with Pokemon to a certain
Hell
extent.
yeah, Max
we
K.
saw this with like the Wii U, right?
Hell yeah,
like,
bro.
These people exaggerate every single negative thing so much that when there's a massive influx of people who like the game for what it is, like suddenly their entire narrative just kind of crumbles,
bro.
Long after launch. If you thought like Breath of the Wild was bad, Switch launch window was bad.
Right, Scooby, we're gonna have to cover. Just to let you guys know, if you didn't already tell, we're not doing funnies tonight. We're definitely not doing funnies tonight. But I will probably go live on probably Monday because that's usually when I recover because I'm usually extremely sleep deprived by the end of the week, and so Mondays I've finally caught up with my lack of sleep or my over need to sleep too much, and then I'm able to actually go live and feel energetic for you guys. So there's that. But I think I'm gonna end up hard crashing this weekend because I'm like excited, hyper to fucking entertain and hang out with you guys. Hell yeah, Nick. Hugs to you, bro. But I'm gonna hard crash this weekend when I fucking gotta catch up on sleep. Holy shit. Everything feels good now. Up until you're like, oh shit. You're just out.
We're going to see it get a lot worse. Okay. This is the last stand of the gaming community. After this console comes out, there will be no denying that Nintendo is staying at the top, that they cannot be just dethroned, that there won't be any new corporation that swoops in with their new hardware.
So what happens if the PS5 or even worse, and I doubt that this will happen, but what happens if the PS5 outsells the Nintendo Switch 2 in terms of overall lifetime sales, or it'll be even worse, I doubt it'll happen, but if the Xbox Series consoles outsell Nintendo Switch 2 lifetime sales, what happens then? Will you acknowledge that the Switch 2 ain't it, bro? Alright, cool, Scooby, I got you. Will you acknowledge that you're wrong, or are you just gonna find some other cope method? What you eating for dinner, Tendo? Yeah, Tendo, Harmon's on his cope shit. Tail end of the stream. Well, I mean, I'm still feeling kind of energetic,
It's
bro.
over.
I'm not gonna lie to
Okay.
you.
Any minor success that any other platform has, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, like they're gonna get ported to Nintendo consoles. There's no use getting hyped over this stuff when
Oh
you
my
can
God.
play the better games that come out on Switch first, and then just wait for ports. You know.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Doesn't matter because the exclusives, because exclusives, man, because exclusives. Who cares if you get the shittiest version of all the other games? Just as long as Nintendo releases those, 2 to 5 exclusives a year, right? Even the bad ones, fuck it. As long as it's a Nintendo exclusive, he's still dick eating. But as long as Nintendo comes out with those, 2 to 5 exclusives a year, all the other third-party games that are, on everything, nobody cares. Fuck them, right? Who cares if they run worse as opposed to every other alternative platform? Crazy, right?
A lot of people had to do with Elden Ring.
I just got here
Like,
and I want to
there
watch some
just
Cassie Gooning
is
goodness. Hell yeah,
there
bro.
there simply will not be any way of throttling Nintendo.
Did he just say deep-throating Nintendo? Hold on. Hold on. What? What?
Of the throttling Nintendo.
Expose. Expose. Ooh. Expose. Yeah. You're exposed, bitch. You're exposed. If you got no games,
It really did sound like he said deep-throating Nintendo. We might need this sound clip for future reference. Might have to throw this on the Discord soundboard. Maybe in my Stream Deck soundboard. That sounds like definitely a soundboard worthy clip. That's crazy, bro. I can't believe you said, bro, son, we can run it back again.
Of the throttling Nintendo from its throne as the.
He either said the deep-throating or de-throating Nintendo. Either way, it sounds bad. Either way is bad.
King of gaming.
Oh. Bro, that's so bad. He misspoke badly there. Holy shit, bro. Shout out to Harmon, bro. I've never seen someone more delusional than him, but, if he's happy, I mean, shout out to him, right? Hey, Kaz, you heard Alyssa went on Smash Stream? Yeah, I did hear about that. Apparently, I heard that she wanted to be on the live so that she can say something that inevitably will get Smash's channel fucking yeeted. He's a master of commitment to the bit, at least. Yo, for real, though. Same guy that calls Baldur's Gate. Same guy that calls Baldur's Gate Baldur's Gate. Not surprised. He would stuff up a word. Bro, that is a crazy fuck up. That is a crazy fuck up, bro. Alright, what else we got? Oh. Do we need a palate cleanser after that? And then we could end off with Switch Force on their deranged lunacy. We got shout out to RGT85 who says Nintendo continues to be greedy with the Switch 2. Shout out to RGT85, man. Another dude that's been doing it for a minute. And I think I give him props for talking about certain topics that most people would be afraid of, especially with a channel as big as his. I'll watch for a while and see what the hell cringes tonight. Hell yeah, Conroy. Welcome aboard. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, the hits just keep on coming, folks. We have some more Nintendo Switch 2 related stuff. stuff to talk about today, including one
Oh
thing
man, Alchemy.
that people are going to justify it because there are Nintendo fanboys that will
Like
justify
Harmon.
anything with this, and Nintendo YouTubers that will justify it. But I think this is
Yeah,
absolutely
RGT is
ridiculous,
still doing his thing.
disgusting, and just another sign of Nintendo's greed with this upcoming generation. If you want fanboys glazing stuff and, you know, Nintendo YouTubers,
shit.
you could go watch them. I'm not that dude. I talk about Nintendo a lot, but I'm not going to glaze things that I don't like, no matter what company it is. So
Yo, it's crazy that who is calling him a fanboy on Twitter? Fucking Reforge Gaming. And it's like, bro, if you're gonna talk about Homeboy, at least know his perspective on the topic that you're talking about. Because RGT has been very critical of Nintendo for a long time. And for Reforge to just misframe him as a Nintendo fanboy is fucking crazy. I believe it was Reforge. Am I right or am I wrong? Confirmed, so I'm not outright lying. But I believe it was either who was it? I think it was Reforge. My brain is low key toasted. Dreamcast is gone.
if you
Tears, right?
appreciate that more realistic point of view when it comes to the video game industry, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. But first, let's talk about one thing very briefly to sort of clarify a situation that is going around out there involving the GameCube controller for Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack. Now, of course, GameCube is coming to NSO expansion pack on the Nintendo Switch 2. So Nintendo's making a GameCube controller that's wireless for it. Not exactly a Wavebird, more so just the normal GameCube controller for the Nintendo Switch 2 that just happens to be wireless. Now, of course, this is a nice thing, and people were like, oh, well, I could use this on other games. But then it was reported that, no, you can't use it on other games, according to Nintendo's own website. Now, this was kind of strange for a lot of people because of the fact that, I mean, you could use a GameCube controller on the Nintendo Switch 1, and it worked for most of the games. Hell, some games were even designed in mind with the GameCube controller, such as the Grid Racing game. You know, when it comes to racing games, you want to be able to do pressure-sensitive things with the analog triggers if you're talking about acceleration or braking, and Grid actually used the GameCube controller if you had an adapter for your Nintendo Switch in order to make it feel like a more realistic experience with that.
Oh yeah.
Now, as far as the GameCube controller allegedly not working with Switch 2 games and Switch 2 in general outside of expansion pack online, it seems like that might not actually be the case.
Bro, I hope not. If that's the if you can actually use it on everything.
Because it's being reported now that things like this were said about the NES, the Super Nintendo, and the N64 controllers on Nintendo Switch 1 online, that it only worked with the Nintendo Switch 1. However, that's not the case. You could, you know, button map if you wanted to certain games that are, you know, rely on less buttons and stuff like that to work with those controllers. So once again, a little.
Bro, like, here's the thing, bro. Nintendo is not good at communicating any of this shit at all. And you would think that with all these new controller releases that they had the NES controller release, the SNES controller release, the N64 controller release, now the GameCube controller release, you would think that at this point, they would understand how to properly communicate and let their consumers know, like, what will this, you know, controller work on? Like, it's crazy how they continue to F this up.
A bit of confusion with this situation. Nintendo themselves saying that, you know, it doesn't work, but in the past, they've also said that, and it did end up working with various controllers on the Switch 1. Take it as you will. I don't really care. I'm not buying a GameCube controller. The next thing we're going to talk about, though, is very funny to me. This is a problem for a lot of people, and it's going to continue to be a problem, and it's only going to get worse. And that, of course, involves the mythical digital game cartridges, the physical digital game cartridge. Now, there's been lots of confusion over that as well, because what hasn't been
He's going to say what hasn't been
confusing with the Nintendo Switch 2.
Exactly. That's the biggest problem, bro. And that's why, more than anything else, you just have to outright blame Nintendo for this. The fact that people do not understand because they chose to withhold the important information in the direct when addressing all these announcements and whatnot. Like, it's on them. It's their L to hold. They've created their own social hellhole. And some of it deserving more than just, like, you're not a good communicator. Like, some of these are just garbage options that they chose to have, and now they're reaping, they're reaping what they sow with these poor choices and greed. But then there's like, you chose not to address everything outright up front, and that's why now everyone's like confused and everything's fucked up, and now people are just mad.
But we did learn that, essentially it's not tied to your system or your account. So by putting in that digital cartridge into your system, it is just allowing you to download the game onto your system, meaning that it does kind of solve the problem of being able to sell digital games. If you were to buy something, on the eShop, you can't resell that. You can't loan that out to a friend in a traditional manner, but with the digital game cards, you can. Now, once again, I'll talk about something in just a second with this, but people are starting to notice something.
Drag Neil.
When it comes to the first...
I don't know why people are trying to describe the Nintendo, I don't know, digital cart, whatever the fuck, as anything other than, like, how physical media is now for, other platforms. Because, like, essentially what they're describing with this cartridge, the key cart, is essentially how, like, I don't know. It's just weird. I guess it's not technically the same as as PlayStation. It's technically not the same, I guess. I guess that is the main difference, right? Because most games still will launch without an internet connection on PlayStation, though I haven't really tried. But I guess that is the difference. Whereas with these key cards, it won't. That's what I'm assuming. But yeah.
Party Nintendo games, I mean, yeah, they're all on
most
the
of these
cartridge.
games come in day one patch on
Nintendo,
PlayStation, but it'll still play off it.
And if you look at the fine print of a lot of these third-party games, the only third-party game right now that we know is coming to Switch 2, that we know...
Your GBA stopped working. Dude! R-I-fucking-P. Holy shit, that sucks.
Know is on the cartridge is actually Cyberpunk 2077, and they're using the 64 gigabyte cartridge, which is the largest cartridge. Now, is Nintendo subsizing some of that, cartridge cost in order to make it more attractive to CD Projekt Red? I think they might be, because every other game, Street Fighter 6, that is a digital card only, meaning that there is no true physical version. Bravely Default, an RPG that's obviously a lot smaller, that's a $40 game, is also a digital cartridge. And
there is nothing to justify Bravely Default being a digital cartridge only. Nothing. It's a tiny little game. It's a tiny little remaster from a fucking DS or 3DS game? Some shit like that? Like, really, bro? Y'all are so fucking cheap.
Now, yet another game that was announced as a third-party Nintendo Switch game is getting the keycard treatment with, No Sleep for Kananame Date, because that's how...
I feel his pain with pronouncing these names of games sometimes. Holy shit, bro.
You actually say it. It's not whatever. It's not date, it's Date. From the AI Somnum files, is a physical game, but it's a digital game key card. And guess what, folks? This is going to happen more and more with these third-party companies. These third-party companies,
they don't give a fuck
want
anymore,
money.
bro.
And I get it. It's business. But the whole thing...
At the end of the day, to me, games like this just inevitably become worth less. Right? That's why people are pissed off with the prices of Nintendo's games now. Now you're seeing $80, but now we see the prices are at $80, but when we look at these games, we see that they're worth less than last generation's games and the last generation before that games, right? And that's the struggle. You're increasing the price, but we are not seeing the value. And for me personally, I do see the value of Nintendo's personal games, right? A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. But guess what? Third party's going to follow suit. And with their games, I see value less and less overall, all the time, every year. Not across the board, but a lot of their games, I see the value less and less.
The thing that just perplexes me is, look, personally, I've accepted how things are going to be. I've accepted it. I've definitely laxed my stance on the physical stuff nowadays, and that's just a personal thing for me. But so many people are, we're so into the Switch One because of the fact that, oftentimes you would get the full version of the game.
Yep, I was more enticed to buy Switch games because of the fact that they do have, most of the time, they do have the full game on cartridge before actual, update. That was a huge selling point. Nowadays, bro, if you're a collector, it sucks, bro. You're less enticed to buy anything. And the great thing about Switch games, a lot of them retain their value. All that shit was really dope, right? I feel like I have gold in some ways with Switch games in terms of, hey man, if I'm struggling and I really feel like I need to sell these games, I could say I'm gonna sell my Nintendo Switch collection. These games retain their value. That's not gonna be a thing with the Switch 2, it seems like, from what I'm seeing here.
On the cartridge, and games that didn't have it, that had a mandatory download requirement, or were the code in a box or something, those games were shunned. But now it seems like that's going to be the common thing for third-party games, and some of it has to do with the fact that the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 cartridge size is still 64 gigabytes. Like, what do you expect companies to do with these huge games that are 100, 150 gigabytes? Do you think that Final Fantasy VII Remake is going to be on a cartridge? They couldn't even put Bravely Default on the damn cartridge.
Crazy, bro.
The whole physical collecting thing for Nintendo fans that was so
Huge
prominent
turnoff,
on the
bro.
Switch 1, they're going to have to walk that back a little bit. And that may be a hard pill for some of them to swallow.
Buy less games, bro.
But hey, you know what? I mean, that's modern gaming for you. This is what we all wanted. But the final thing is what annoys me, because I already know that these Nintendo fanboys are going to glaze this, say, "Oh, what did you expect? What's the big deal? Blah blah blah." If you honestly think that, like, you're just a sucker with money. And that's really what it boils down to. Because, of course, we have these Switch 2 edition games of Switch 1 games. Remember the whole thing where RGT said, "I bet you Nintendo's going to re-release Switch 1 games on the Switch 2." And people were like, "No, they're not going to do that. They're going to be free upgrades, blah, blah, blah." But then they were charged.
Nope. I wasn't expecting that shit at all. The only game I was expecting to be a free upgrade was Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And the only reason why I thought that was because it was already priced at $70. That's the only reason why. But everything else I was expecting to have to pay. That's just how it is.
Charging for the upgrades $10 or $20. And then there are Switch 2 editions that are Switch 1 games just for the Switch 2 with things like enhanced visuals.
Have a good night,
It's funny
Xavier.
how the
Thanks so much for hanging out with us, brother.
changes and the goalposts tend to move. But with the Zelda games, these have been honestly the most confusing, because if you own the Switch 1 game, you can buy the upgrade for Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom for an additional $10, or you can get the Switch 2 edition of the game for $70 for Breath of the Wild, $80 for Tears of the Kingdom, respectively. Or if you have Nintendo Switch Online expansion pack, you can get the upgrades for free. So 3 different ways to get it. Kind of interesting, but many people were wondering, well, Breath of the Wild had...
Yo, shout out to my man Nobody with the $2 super sticker that says, "Hey you, what's good, brother? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you pulling up and hanging out with us."
Subsequent DLC. It has to be included in the Switch 2 version, right? This is the Ultimate Edition.
You funny, brother. Yo.
Jesus Christ. According to Nintendo Soup, Iggy at Nintendo Soup, some players have been wondering whether The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Nintendo Switch 2 Edition contains paid DLC content from the expansion pack. A reply from a My Nintendo Store customer representative confirms that the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition of the game does not include expansion pack content. So,
Bro, if you're paying for games you already own for upgrades, how is it not the definitive version of that game? Or pay $10 for a tutorial? Absolutely ridiculous, Trunks. So sad. So sad and pathetic. This is why I keep saying, bro, stop. You need to stop calling gamers cheap and brokies, bro. Because Nintendo are the company that's conducting themselves like they're fucking broke. And they should be made fun of for it. Nintendo's the broke-ass company. Yeah, you pay more, Alchemy, you still don't get the definitive version of the game. Fucking
If you want
crazy.
to play the expansion pass content, you'll have to purchase it separately. This shouldn't come as a surprise because nowhere. No. I'm not signing off on this statement, Iggy. You know why this should come as a surprise? Because it's an 8-year-old game. It's an 8-year-old game that you are asking for full price on, more than full price, because you enhance the graphics. You're asking for $70 on a Nintendo Switch 1 game that has enhanced frame rate and enhanced resolution. Honestly, PC settings, scalability and stuff like that. Oh, but work went into it. Fine, whatever. You could say that. You could say whatever you want. But to not include the expansion pack DLC content, to make people buy it 7 years
Crazy,
later,
bro.
because that's when the DLC came out. 7
So
years
fucking
later.
sad.
What the hell is wrong with you, Nintendo?
Yeah, it's like it's never enough, bro. I think that's the problem. We're now seeing like this infinite, like we're staring into the abyss of Nintendo's greed right now, and they've just taken way too many steps. Shout out to Nobody for the 5. I loved your vid on MC. I know who you're talking about. Guess who went into Smash's chat tonight? Yeah, she is that much of an insert. Yeah, I heard. But and I did catch you on Toasty's stream. I was watching the playback and I watched y'all. I saw that y'all were reacting to my video, but yeah, I've already written her off. Obviously, everyone came in and started talking about how she was trying to apparently have a discussion with Smash, and yeah, like it's crazy how someone who claims accuses someone of harassing them then wants to be featured on their quote unquote alleged harasser's stream to have a discussion with their alleged harasser. Crazy how that works. But yeah, just constant dumb fuckery. But thank you so much for the 5, Nobody.
Just nickel and dime. Can't afford the Switch 2? Buy the Switch 1. Oh, you're asking why
Crazy.
we're charging for a tech demo? It's only $10. Bro, this shit adds up, son. Have you looked at the economy right now in the world? Have you looked at how things are going?
Bro, I don't even want to. I'm just looking at this from a very tunnel vision perspective. When I look at everything that I have to deal with in order to get a holistic experience from Nintendo with the Switch 2, it is a never-ending money pit. I'm staring into the abyss and I do not see the ground. Why would I indulge? Why? Because if I want to have a holistic, wholehearted experience with my system, everything is about pulling out the fucking wallet. An entire button is dedicated to you pulling out your fucking wallet. And that's the main fucking issue. If I can't see myself having a holistic experience without being fucking bothered and fucking have my wallet pried from my hand just to enjoy a gaming experience, and mind you, obviously video games are made for enjoyment, for entertainment. Why would I even indulge? Why? It's so ridiculous. And then the disrespect, the outright fucking disrespect from Nintendo America's fucking main dude, Doug Bowser. It's like, that's it. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. I'm not getting the system day one. I'm not getting it day one. Will I get it in the future? I don't know. It's possible, but some things need to fucking change with how they act and what they're doing. Windows say I gotta release The Last of Us again. $100 deluxe pro edition. Yeah, we talked about that. Fucking insane.
You can't throw somebody a $10 bone. You
buying
can't
that shit
include
again.
the Tears of the Breath of the Wild DLC in the Switch 2 edition of the game, the premium edition of the game. You can't include that. You're hurting that much for money. The $4 billion that you made in net profit last year, that wasn't enough. No, we need more.
I see that perspective for sure.
This is
with Halo.
Tone deaf, and this is what happens when companies get a bit of success. They get cocky because they know that they can push buttons.
So true.
They know that they can push things further. $80 games. They know that they could do that.
Fucking sad.
Because people will buy it.
Yep. Dude, the $80 price tag, bro. We was bitching and crying for years with 70. And we were expecting the games to be 70. But then Nintendo was like, well, they're expecting 70, so let's do 80. Yeah, that's crazy. Yo, shout out to Nobody with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, man. Totally didn't have to do that. Guys, definitely take advantage of Nobody's, generosity and join the Discord server. And if you guys got gifted a membership tonight, or if you are already channel members, join the Discord server. It's under the channel membership tab, or you can go to your channel membership. There should be a Discord link there. Join in, man. Or you can link your Discord and your YouTube, and you should get an invite to the server as well. There's multiple ways to get in, so I want to see new Discord members. All right? I shill my Discord. But I also have to keep it paywall to keep out the weirdos. Unfortunately, one of our, I'm still like, one of our console gremlins that doesn't like me, he got gifted a membership and joined the Discord, so it doesn't keep all of the bad actors out, right? Like that dude in the middle there, that crying in his car. All right, loser, but I digress. All right, I'm gonna stop being an asshole. Not really, but
people will buy it.
I know. Get
You know,
into your
the
Discord.
Switch 2 editions of
Good.
games. People will buy
Good.
it. Adding in some additional
I
story
win.
content. So now you can charge
Appreciate you,
$20
nobody.
extra over a game like Kirby and the Forgotten Land. They know people are going to buy it. Charging $60 for Donkey Kong Country Returns, a Wii game that was $50, and you ported the 3DS version,
dude,
which had...
Me and RGT were like the only people that took note of that shit. Bro, because I said the same shit. I refused to buy Donkey Kong's Tropical Freeze at a higher price point than when it released on the original system. Right? I was so petty. Especially back then, because I didn't have like a good job back then. It was shaky back in them days. Conroy said, don't invite me. You wouldn't like me in your Discord. Oh man, bro. That's a shame. But nobody got Twitter. You're technically supposed to be a channel member, but you've fucking gifted people so many channel memberships. Obviously, I'll give you a fucking invite, right? DM me on Twitter and I'll hit you with a... I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I think that I followed you back, if I'm not mistaken. I'll hit you with a invite after the stream. But I got you, bro. No worries.
You know, on a technical level, yes, the Switch version does look better and cleaner, but the 3DS version was the inferior version to the Wii version because of graphical effects, and you could charge people $60 and it sells. They know that they can get away with that.
Yep,
so you don't have anyone to blame but yourself. If you support all of these business practices that Nintendo does, if you're one of these Nintendo fanboys who says, thank you, sir, may I have another? You deserve this.
Sad, right?
This is all cumulative from what they see customers spending money on. Because you could sit there and bitch online all day.
Yeah.
But if you're still buying this stuff, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Sadly, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. But at some point, it doesn't matter. Like you can buy the system, you can buy the first party content, but guess what? Since you're like, well, the first party content's too expensive, Nintendo, is forcing me to sign up for the subscription service. They're forcing me to do these upgrades, spend all this extra money. They're forcing me to buy this, that, the other. If they're forcing you to spend all this extra money, you're just going to be less inclined to spend money on third party. And whether you like it or not, Nintendo needs third party as well. People just buy less games. So at some point, the money's going to fall short somewhere. So I have, technically, my Discord is locked behind a paywall, a channel membership paywall, just to keep out the riffraff. But like I said, I'll hit you with a Discord invite at the end, once I finish the stream. No worries, bro. Yeah, it's just to keep out the fucking losers that are weird. Like your Alyssa Mercantes. That bitch has to pay for a membership here. And to which we would make fun of her for it, right?
Matter. So The Ultimate
But I got you,
Edition
bro. No
of
worries.
Breath of the Wild, my ass. That just grinds my gears.
It's not an
That
Ultimate
really
Edition.
chased
If it's not completed, it's not complete. That's not Ultimate Edition. That's not complete.
my ass.
The
That
fuck?
really brings my piss to a boil because that is
Yo.
just pure greed. That is pure
100% pure greed.
to not include the DLC. At the very least, in the Switch 2 edition, you don't want to include the DLC in a free upgrade or a $10 upgrade. Fine, whatever. But if somebody's paying $70 for The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild, an 8-year-old game in 2025,
Crazy, dog.
and you can't include that DLC.
The greed is insane. Yo, Mussolini Diff, thank you so much for the 2. He said, $80 Cyberpunk in 2026 on Switch 2 sounds good. LOL. That's painful as fuck. So, I'm not trying to justify it, right? Because it is an insane price point for a game that's been out since the end of last generation, right? But from what I'm hearing, and from and this is coming from Beat 'em Ups, he was talking to the devs, and they were saying that they're actually going to have the complete game on cartridge. So, and what? And I'm not saying to justify $80. $80 is a lot of money for a game you can get anywhere else at a way cheaper price point. But apparently, those Nintendo Switch, cards are really expensive, and that's why they have the key card option. But it seems like CD Projekt Red is saying, "Fuck that! We're still putting the complete game on an actual disc, not a key card, and we're gonna sell it to you like that." So they're taking an L in terms of maximize profit on that. So I could at least kind of see that perspective. Would I buy Cyberpunk on Switch 2? No, because I have it on PS5. I have it on PC. I'm not gonna get the ultimate experience of it on the Switch 2. But if somebody really wants to play it handheld, on the go, or if they want it completed, a copy on the Switch 2 for whatever reason, they just want to play a Switch 2 version. Hey, that's at least a good physical media collectible right there that should retain its value because of that, because it is actually completed on cartridge. And shout out to Nobody for the $2 who said, "I am Nobody and I approve this Discord." Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much. I start to feel that Grums was right at a point, but when he said we should boycott games and stuff, it's hard to. Most of the time, boycotts just don't work. If there were theoretically all successful boycotts, then yeah, things would get fixed. Don't get me wrong, but how often is a boycott successful? You know what I mean? Even despite us boycotting the game, if the game's good enough, right? If the game is a good game, but it has some fuck shit in it, right? That brings us to boycott. Then the other, side of the social political spectrum isn't going to give a fuck, and they're going to mass buy it. Or just people that aren't, not even that, not even opposite of that, but just the regular people that just don't care about the politics anyway, and are just mentally blinded by it. They'll just buy and support it anyway. Consumer boycotts have to happen organically. It can't be invoked. Exactly, Sir Lurkington. That I believe wholeheartedly. It has to be organic and genuine. Tourists and normies will buy, so it wouldn't matter. Exactly. And so, theoretically, if every single boycott was successful, then yeah. But that's just not realistic. That's definitely not realistic.
DLC in it? Greed. But let me know what you think. Maybe you disagree with me, and if you disagree with me, that's
video.
cool.
W video. Thank you so much for speaking out about it.
Going to see things my way, but it's adding up, folks. It's adding up. I can swing this.
I don't see anything your way in regards to you being a Knicks fan, but
I'm good. All right, I can afford all these upgrades. I can afford the system. I can afford the games. But can you? you know, I don't have to worry about kids and feeding the family and stuff like that. I got to feed myself. I worry about my own house. I don't have
Yeah.
other outs.
Yeah, I'm pretty much in the same position. I have children. Um, I work, I support myself, and I'm lucky enough that you guys also do support me too. You guys are kind enough to support me too. So I'm allotted the ability to, spend more theoretically than some others, right? But even then, it's like I don't like the idea of being outright disrespected, man. Just being treated poorly, just because a company thinks that they can get away with speaking down to us. Lindo, fuck off. Ziggy is a baby. That's true. That is true. Ziggy. He was over here. I don't know what happened. But Ziggy is a baby, so technically, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. I do take care of Ziggy. That does come first and foremost. Thanks to the way the gaming industry is going, I have more money for music and shows. And I don't blame you, John, for it. Indulge in what makes you genuinely happy. And if gaming is a fucking negative in terms of what makes you happy, then why indulge? Right? Ziggy's your master? Damn. Alright, so lastly, we got another deranged take. Right? Shout out to RGT85, who was actually really awesome. I'm glad to see him speaking out. Because a lot of people aren't really buy games these last couple of years. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Yeah, Drewski, we ain't giving up, brother. We ain't giving up, dog. But next up we got Switch Force. And he says Nintendo Switch 2 hate needs to stop. You paid the same for Mario Kart 8 on the Switch 1. The Switch 2 hate needs to stop. Mind you guys, this is a channel that's called Switch Force. All right,
Link and
this is
Zelda
a
are finally
Switch-oriented YouTube channel that has over 400,000 subs. Leave the multi-billion-dollar corporation alone. So this is a YouTube channel that is dedicated to Nintendo Switch and has over 400,000 subscribers. Look at the views. Look at the views, brother. Let me bring it over. Let me bring it over. Let me zoom in so that you can see the views. The big YouTube channel, right? Pretty big YouTube channel. The views is kind of low. Kind of low. He has some moments like 55,000 views. That's a high video. A highly viewed video for him right here. And that's really talking about Nintendo Switch 2 shit, right? Let's go pre-Nintendo Switch 2. Where the views seem to be generally kind of even lower than that. 400,000 subscriber channel. No, the views aren't too bad here, considering not 400,000 subscriber channel views, but still higher. So, Duke can have, 33,000, 50,000, but he also could have 5,000, 6,000. It could be kind of low, right? It could be definitely on the lower end. I think that's fair to say. This is a dude that's specifically saying Nintendo Switch hate needs to stop, right? Because it sounds like to me, if he does not get a Switch 2, his channel is toast. Yes, definitely a lot of dead subs for sure. And this dude originally, his name on his YouTube channel is called Ghost Robo. Right? That's what I've known him as, Ghost Robo. His first channel was a dead channel too. Shit, we can We could go down to history. I used to watch this dude way the fuck back. Way back. He used to do a lot of Let's Plays of games. 1.7 million subscriber channel, right?
Why?
Dead channel. Dead channel. Dead channel. So he's on the cusp of killing a second channel. So yeah. Yeah, big oof. Damn, over almost 2 million sub channel. Fucking videos with less than 1,000 views. Crazy, right? But yeah, he's on the cusp of killing his second channel now. Sorry, not sorry, I guess. But yeah, he's full on defense force for Nintendo Switch. And he's surprised when people call him a shill. Interesting, right?
Guys, I think I've reached my breaking point.
It's crazy how he starts the video with an inflation calculator.
Like, I am sick of the Nintendo slander and the Nintendo hate. Saying that this is a failed unveiling, this is a failed reveal, this is so disappointing, it sucks, the system's terrible, Nintendo is going to follow up a super successful system and era with a stumble and a horribly unsuccessful era, it's freaking bonkers. And look, I wish we were paying less. You always want to pay less. I wish the games cost less. Don't get me wrong. But I gained some perspective.
Instead of being a consumer advocate, you are a multi-billion-dollar corporation advocate. Yes, please continue. Zach.
Tonight that I think might actually help you out. I hope this perspective does give you a bit of solace, a bit of calm, a bit of like, whew.
Imagine being mad that someone said they're disappointed. He listed specifically disappointed as one of the complaints.
Peace of mind
that
about
he takes
what
issue
Nintendo is
with.
doing here, because in my opinion, after this perspective, Nintendo is killing this launch, and Nintendo has revealed great games and awesome performance, and in 7 weeks, they made Cyberpunk run on Switch 2 better than it can run on Steam Deck. Okay, you can call me crazy, but what's going on, everybody? It's Zach from Switch Force. I'm going to show you some simple.
So I've heard the opposite. It's better than the Steam Deck, guys. I know, right, Philip? Yo, this is like King. This is the dude that pissed me off and made me make the video that I made, my last video. The last video that I made. Him and honestly, the bullshit on Twitter, bro. Oh my god, Ziggy's running through the house like a little maniac. But yeah, this is the dude that he is like King Nintendo pipe smoker. Excuse me, King Mario pipe smoker, excuse me. I'm getting tired over here a little bit. Cyberpunk runs 50 FPS in my experience, on deck, on medium graphics. Not fucking bad. He definitely got the zoomies.
Simple math. This is the U.S. inflation cap.
Yeah, I was seeing, in terms of frame rates, I was seeing like 30, 40. I could be wrong, though. I didn't do a deep dive on Cyberpunk running on the Switch, too. But it wasn't looking like 50. Let's just leave it at that. You should see my comment on this video. In the comment section, in general, people are pissed, and he's defending this bullshit. Damn.
Calculator, all right? In the year 2020, the PlayStation 5 dropped.
He's hard.
And the PlayStation 5 introduced the $70 video game. Demon Souls was $70. Look at how much that is in 2025. Demon Souls was an $86 video game. I know nobody cares about inflation. I know they say dollars are dollars. They're not. Inflation is really real. Inflation is factual. Inflation is undeniable. Demon Souls cost $6.
Bro, why don't you just, instead of wasting all this time trying to do all these mental gymnastics, trying to stick to, the statistics and all this bullshit, why don't you just attach a dildo to your little Mario figure in the back and just start sucking? How about that?
$30 more than Mario Kart. Should Mario Kart be 70?
That's
Sure,
the only video you need to make. Just make that and
They
post
decided
it.
the price. There's tariffs. There's global economy. There's Nintendo. Whatever reason you want to believe. I don't even care anymore. I'm instead going to look straight at this. Demon Souls was $86.30. Okay? They charged, their budget game was Miles Morales. Do you know how much Miles?
He's comparing games like Demon Souls Remake that probably cost of production. It's probably higher than I'd say a lot of Nintendo games are. I don't know what the numbers are, but I think it'd be fair to guess that. I wonder what the production cost comparisons would be against Switch 2 games up against, these PlayStation games that he's bringing up.
Morales was?
Yeah,
Miles
get to
Morales was a $60 game, all right? That was a $60 game. Do you know how much the PlayStation 5 was? The PlayStation 5 was $500. In 2025, it's a $616 system. You know how much the Switch costs in 2025? $450. So get this. If I wanted a PlayStation and Demon's Souls in 2020, that's $570, right? Now, mind you, that's a remake, Demon's Souls. Not even a brand new game. It's a remake. It was $702. Now, somebody in the audience tell me how much the Mario Kart World Bundle is for the system.
I just keep hearing glock, 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 glock.
And the $80 game.
What a fucking...
$500.
What a fucking homo sapien. Holy shit,
just so
brother.
you're sure, if I spent $500 in 2025, this calculator is not messed up. It's not goofy. There's zero inflation because it is 2025.
No, you're goofy. That's the point. You are a goofy bitch even arguing this shit. Sitting here and arguing to defend the mega corporation. You are the goofy bitch here.
You are spending $200 less than what you spent in 2020 if you bought a PS5. People thought the PS5 was expensive. Nobody was running a drop the price protest campaign, chaos, saying it's a failed launch, saying it's horrible. The PS5 is an amazing selling system. The PS5 continues to be very successful.
Yo, this is like the King Switch 2 Deep Throater.
Okay, the first $70 video game was actually an $86 video game today. So I want you to see this. We're going to go backwards, right? Okay, I think you can do this. If not, I'll show you a different site. If I bought something in 2020 for $80 or 2025
people like
for
this
$80,
that make me want
it would
to
have been $64
indulge less and
in
less.
2020. You're
It
buying
really
a
is.
$64 video game. They've raised the price on you by negative $5.11. This is the perspective that I needed. I'm so glad I did this. I'm so glad I sought this out. I'm so glad I just...
Yo, he admits it's a fucking cope. He admits this is one massive cope. He outright admits he's like, I'm glad I sought this out. This is the way to cope. Oh my god, bro. What a fucking clown, dog. That is wild.
Decided to do the math for myself. Like, look, if you don't want to believe in terrorists, if you don't want to believe in global
Yeah, he's
economy, you
a
don't believe
super
in
clown.
greedy, that's fine. I'm telling you right now.
That's fine, but he doesn't give a fuck. He's gonna buy that shit, and he's gonna glock to the end of the road, baby. To the end of the rainbow road. This motherfucker gonna glock Nintendo.
They are undeniably not greedy. How can you say they're greedy?
What? Yo, son. Yo, son. Yo, son.
When Sony was charging you in 2020 $86 for your game. Demon's...
And we was, motherfucker, we was bitching about that shit too. Where the fuck were you, bitch face? Asshole? Loser? Where the fuck were you? Where the fuck were... We was bitching about that back then. Where the fuck were you, bro? Yo, it's crazy that Harmon is less aggravating than this outright fucking dick eater. How is Harmon less aggravating? Yo, this video aggravated the fuck out of me. Then you got... So if you guys need to understand what fueled the energy of my most recent video, this motherfucker. This motherfucker. And it's more obnoxious to think that I actually used to watch this fucking clown, this fucking homo sapien. What a bitch.
Souls was $86.30. We're so used to the price staying consistent, and that's just not something that can always happen for the gaming industry to continue. Regardless, though, maybe you don't want the gaming industry to continue. I just want to focus in on Nintendo.
You used to watch them too? Yep.
Nintendo did not ruin their chances at success. Nintendo did not deliver a terrible console. Nintendo did not screw this whole thing up. Donkey Kong looks amazing. It's a fully destructible Deep Rock Galactic meets Mario Odyssey. Boom. Love it. DK is redesigned, revived, and coming back for a 3D adventure. Month 2. In month 1, oh, you get the biggest Mario Kart game ever. Remember when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was a great deal? Remember when everyone loved Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Do you know when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe came out?
He needs to rename his channel from Switch Force to Switch Defense Force. You fucking
Mario Kart
clown.
8 Deluxe came out in 2017. How much that game cost? $60. Oh! You know how much Mario Kart 8 was in 2017? Basically the same price
He's
as Mario
definitely
Kart
a
World.
wholehearted
Basically the
fucking
same price
bootlicker.
as Mario
Absolutely.
Kart World. Can you believe that? You
Keep
paid
licking that boot, brother.
almost exactly the same. $1.89 different is what you paid for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Okay, can we be done with this? Can we drop the whole price thing? Like,
No, because instead we just gonna clown you. Now you become grade A #1 Switch simp to clown on. You deserve it. Fucking defense Switch Force, not Defense Force, more like it.
yes, everyone
Fucking
wishes
clown.
things were cheaper. Everyone wishes the global economy was
spit
different.
shining
Everyone
that
wishes this
thing.
tariff nonsense wasn't causing trouble.
Yo.
Nintendo is giving you a fair price. Okay, let's do another one.
Yes, dude, that Cope is crazy, bro. He's sitting there with that inflation calculator
You know what
too.
you paid for the Switch
Yo.
in 2017? You paid almost $400 for the Switch. You paid almost $400 for the Switch. Do you agree that this system should be better? Should be more? It's doing
Yes.
a lot more. It's a
It
lot more
should- it-
powerful.
You know, it's doing a lot more, including locking an entire button behind a paywall. You fucking clown. Yo, nobody for the 2. He says, let's fucking go. Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate you, dog. Bro. He's still defending it as a fair price. It's crazy. Defense Force horse. Is Nintendo riding him like a rodeo show? Damn.
The
Grateful
Switch
gamer,
today,
holy shit.
in $20-25 cost you $390, and they're charging you
Ain't
$450.
that a
So let's
kick,
go backwards,
kickin'?
okay? 2025, they're charging you $450 for this Switch. In the year that the Switch 1 came
Yo,
out,
he
that would've been
clinging
a
to that
$345
calculator.
system.
He needs that calculator to feel justified in how he feels. If he didn't have that shit, bro, he'd be scared. He feel this is like his crutch of justification for being a whole fucking knob shiner, fucking spit shine the knob of Nintendo. He feels fully justified in doing it.
You're paying $45 more than you paid for your
Crazy,
Switch
right?
1, and you're getting DLSS, ray tracing, variable refresh rate. You're getting 4K. You're getting Joy-Con that won't drift. You're getting magnets. You're getting 2 USB-C ports.
How do you know they won't drift? I heard they're not Hall. What do you call those? I heard they're not the stick. You know, the Joy-Cons that have the analog sticks. I didn't hear they have the Hall ones that don't drift. Yo, so he wants to do all this research on inflation. Why don't you do research on what the fucking system actually offers instead of running your mouth and lying? Hall effect sticks. Yeah, they don't have the Hall effect sticks, from what I'm hearing.
And you're getting DLSS, ray tracing, variable refresh rate. You're getting 4K. You're getting Joy-Con that won't drift. You're getting magnets. You're getting 2 USB-C ports.
You're getting magnets? You're getting magnets. Yo, son.
This has
AFK
changed
for a while. Yo, Lois is full on crashing out his house. He's punching his pillow. Dude, I didn't even hear this whole thing, right? I only can get through like a few minutes of it, right? Like 2-3 minutes. I was fucking triggered just on those 2-3 minutes. Bro, I can't believe it's getting worse.
My whole view.
You can't
Before I
take
was
it,
like,
it's-
yeah, I want to
yeah.
pay less too. That is a lot of money. What is Nintendo doing? Then I was like, okay, it's really the global economy and the tariffs. And now I'm just like,
Oh yeah, his throat sore as hell.
I'm saying forget it all, and I'm just going to focus on how much I love this console and how much I love the games that I've seen thus far, and how much I love that third parties are able to port their extravagant games like Cyberpunk and Street Fighter 6 and Elden Ring and this new Duskbloods and so many other titles that are about to be announced as well to Nintendo Switch too.
What a fall from
and they're
grace,
saying
bro.
it's easy, it's fun, it's fine. We got mouse controls. They're making the all system.
It's crazy because You know, Zach had his little fuck shit about him, don't get me wrong, but he used to be relatively, okay in terms of just as a YouTuber. Yeah. Did he come off a little bit fake? Yeah, a little fake. But like that fake, I have to be a hype, YouTube, you know, YouTuber and shit. He ghetto gagging. Yo, son, that's a crazy ass statement. What does that even mean? Oh no, Justin, no. Justin for the 5 says this guy blows harder than Alyssa in Annapolis during Fleet Week. Don't tell me we gonna make this a joke. The whole comparing him to Alyssa shit. Can we not, bro? Can we not, bro? That's crazy. You wildin' for that, dog. You are wildin'.
Screen is a better screen than what the Steam Deck has. Yes, it's not OLED, but it's
Yeah,
LCD.
definitely
doing
pause that shit.
120 frames per second.
Straight to the
VRR,
goon log.
DLSS, and ray tracing. Nintendo has killed it. People just don't want to admit it. People don't like to say it. People don't want to believe it.
What the fuck? Bro, it's like he's unironically Harmon Smith, except even more obnoxious. Bro, you know you fucked up when you sound like Harmon Smith. Oh my god, Grateful Gamer.
And I'm showing you right here.
He's if Harmon and Reforge had a baby,
that
damn.
Nintendo is not greedy. You
did
paid
not
the
clip
same for
anything,
Mario
you
Kart 8
liar.
Deluxe as you're paying for Mario Kart World. Again, I'm going to show you one more time.
Oh
$60
my god.
in 2017.
He's going back to the calculator to repeat himself. Because that calculator, without that calculator, he cannot justify anything. He's scared. What a pussy.
Today's dollars is $78.10. Now, there's a whole other side to this, which is that wages have not gone up. Stuff sucks. People are treated unfairly. I get it.
You lie,
I
Philip,
get
you
it.
lie.
But then let's direct our energy towards that and not towards Nintendo.
He literally is outright 100% stop attacking the multi-billion-dollar corporation. What? Blame this, but don't you dare blame my Nintendo. Bro, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. What a fucking shill. Outright full-on shillery.
People are treated unfairly. I get it. I get it. But then let's direct our energy towards that and not towards Nintendo. Nintendo is not paying your wage. Nintendo is setting a price. And Nintendo is basically setting the same price. And call me a Nintendo apologist if you want. Numbers
No, you're more than just a Nintendo apologist, bro. You are Nintendo's own personal streetwalker.
don't lie. As a great basketball player named
Homie got his fucking his red bottom pumps on. All right, the lip gloss, everything. All that shit.
Wallace for the Detroit Pistons used to say, "Ball don't lie," and I think this is the perfect example of ball don't lie. Mario.
Oh yeah, yo, them balls in your mouth don't lie, bitch. Yo, that's the worst analogy you could ever do, bro. Holy shit, dude. That was the worst thing he could say. That was the worst fucking thing he could say. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, bro. He set himself up entirely. Yo, shout out to Grateful Gamer, who's been a member for 4 months of the Cult to Cage. I appreciate you, brother. Holy shit.
Kart World cost the same as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Bro, he's breathing. Look how heavy he's breathing to justify this mega corporation on their fuck shit.
As a great basketball player named Rasheed Wallace for the Detroit Pistons used to say, "Ball don't lie," and I think this is the perfect example of ball don't lie. Mario Kart World cost the same as Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
No, he's so mad. Listen to him breathing heavy.
And yet everybody's freaking drop the prices everywhere. So many people are just hating on Nintendo, and they're saying that this launch, the only thing that matters about this is not the games, not the features, not the upgrades, not the we actually listened to the fans and delivered what they wanted in so many areas. It's they're screwing us over, they're greedy, and they suck. Oh, they made the eShop lag free and sped it up. That's what people asked for. They brought GameCube to the NSO.
They improved the way that you can go to spend your money as a justification for them being deserving of your money.
People asked for. They made a whole new Mario Kart instead of a port Mario Kart. That's what people asked for. They made a new 3D Donkey Kong. People have been wanting that forever. Metroid Prime 4 uses freaking mouse controls at 120 frames per second. Could you get a better FPS experience?
I mean,
this system is...
I mean, Metroid Prime 4 looks amazing, but Doom 2016? I'll do another run of RoboCop Rogue City. Fuck it. Not saying they're necessarily better, but they're great as well in their own right. I mean, I could just get Metroid Prime 4 on another platform and play it there, brother. I'm just saying, dog. 1440p over 120 FPS. I'm just saying, brother. If it runs like that on the Switch too, I'm pretty sure I can run it quite nicely somewhere else. I'm just saying, dog. Could be wrong, but I feel like I'm not. Shout out to Grateful Gamer for the 2 who says, I call guys like him shildos for obvious reasons. Yeah, you ain't lying, bro.
Is going to be amazing.
The mental gymnastics
and Nintendo
is insane.
Knows it. I don't think that they are going to listen to drop the price at all. And while I would like it.
No, you wouldn't. Bro, if that shit was twice as much more expensive, you pay for it. If anything, you probably brag about it too. Who the fuck knows? But to sit here and do all these mental gymnastics to justify a multi-billion-dollar corporation's price points, even despite them falling short in multiple different ways, and you won't even try to understand the gamer's perspective on this. There's really nothing to say. There's really nothing to say other than Glock Glock, I guess.
I don't want to spend $80 of any year's money on this game.
You don't give a fuck, bro. You don't give a
but
fuck.
I understand.
Now this is where he tries to sound relatable. Bro, you spent 8 minutes. 8 minutes sounding like a fucking clown. You think your little, what? I don't know, a couple more minutes to try and sound relatable to an audience that ain't fucking with this shit? You think that's gonna help you? You think that's gonna help you?
Stand it, and I gained the perspective tonight that this is fair, and that basically, not even basically, I'm not even gonna make that qualifier for people. I paid the same for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as I'm paying for Mario Kart World.
Bro, he would have, if he did, whoever gave him this inflation calculator, fucked this dude royally. Whoever gave him this shit fucked him royally. Mind you guys, by the way, this video has 1,000 likes on his channel. 1.4 thousand dislikes.
You did too. You just might not want to believe it, but you did. You did. All right. I'm going to drop this. I think we should just talk about how good it is
crazy.
And not just give into the price discussion. The pre-order thing is unfortunate and disappointing, and yeah, we'll address the news, but
what
this
a
whole thing
fucking
about
clown.
Nintendo
Oh my god.
Overcharging and botching the launch and botching...
we watched a lot of garbage videos. Shit, you guys have asked me to watch Reforge gaming videos, right? I don't think... It's been a while, since I've encountered anything quite like this. Corporate meat grinding, corporate deep throating as this. But this has to be one of the worst fucking corporate deep throating videos I've ever sat here and fucking listened to.
Reveal has got to stop. It's just not true. It's misinformation, just like the $90 of misinformation.
And what's crazy is more than anything else, he feels completely and totally and wholeheartedly justified in this corporate deep throat session, all because he's a fucking inflation calculator.
That got me. I thought games were going to be $90 physical, $80 digital. No, they're $80. And in reality, they're $60. In reality, Breath of the Wild and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe cost the same as Mario Kart World. Yep, you heard it here first.
He's so justified, bro. This dude, I'm sure this dude got smited into oblivion with the dislikes.
You're paying the same.
These comments got to be insane too.
Price you paid when you bought your Nintendo Switch 1 games, and everybody has you throwing your arms up and freaking out. I hope this brings some people perspective. Please, I'm praying that the comments are not negative.
Y'all, please, I'm praying that you don't cook the fuck out of me for this corporate deep throating session I'm doing. Yo, that's crazy.
Praying that people aren't saying this isn't
true. We gonna read them. We gonna read them.
Can you please just listen to the numbers? The numbers, they're...
He's begging, please listen, please. Please understand. Please understand that I have to buy this system and chill it out. Oh, and you have to understand, so he does get hammered, right? He does get hammered in the comments, and he makes another video basically explaining why he technically isn't a shill. And I will say his justification of why he's not a shill is about as horrible as this, or maybe even worse. We'll listen to that too after we check comments.
Scary or mysterious.
Just
this isn't
to
Severance.
add insult to injury.
The numbers are true and real.
No, this is a video. He actually made this a video.
What do I need to do to prove this to you?
So at night,
people that bought Demon's Souls or any first-party Sony game that wasn't Miles Morales paid $80.
Bro, he's going through. He's repeating himself again, hoping you'll somehow understand and not crash out like you did if you watched it the first time.
$6, and everyone's freaking about 80. Okay, just so you can see this, because it's gonna be asked. Okay, so when GTA drops for $100, because
oh my god,
that was like an $80 video game. So that's the price point that you can start to complain about, in my opinion. $100.
What when it's GTA, when it's a different company that you don't have your lips wrapped around the knob of?
Because $80 is $64. They're getting you at the tax rate. $64 is what I basically paid for every game plus tax
what
in
a joke,
2020.
Bro. Crazy.
And 2017, frankly.
Bro, he's deep breathing, panting.
Look at this. When GTA comes out for $100, it's $76 in 2017. That's 16 more than you paid for Mario Kart then. Get mad at GTA. Don't get mad at Nintendo. Or don't get mad at anything. Get mad at the wages aren't more. That's really the thing to get mad at, but I'm sick of the Nintendo slander. Don't hate Nintendo. They killed this launch. It's an A+. I love Nintendo's Switch 2 plan. I don't love the...
Hold on, we're gonna go back to this video. Bro, dude, I'm so hyped to just shit on this dude's life.
Price, because you shouldn't love any price. You shouldn't be excited to pay more for anything. But get mad at anything. Get mad at the wages aren't more. That's really the thing to get mad at, but I'm sick of the Nintendo slander. Don't hate Nintendo.
It almost sounds like he's making this video so that he could send it to Nintendo to show that he's in complete corporate compliance with everything they plan on doing. Or maybe perhaps a reason. Maybe perhaps to be a part of their little club they got, you know, where the YouTubers of their choice get early access to things. And I hate him too. He's a fucking dick.
They killed this launch. It's an A+. I love Nintendo.
Sounds like complete, total corporate compliance for a reason. We'll get into that.
Switch 2 plan. I don't love the price, because you shouldn't love any price. You shouldn't be excited to pay more for anything. But I understand it. And I'm not going to be whisked into this fairy tale world where people make believe that it's an insane
Come on,
amount of
Cass,
money.
give him a break. It takes a lot of energy to suck Nintendo's knob.
The numbers tell a different story. Thank you so much for
He's
watching. Until
going
next time,
all in
stay
for a
safe, stay
reason,
healthy,
guys.
pause
Matter
out
of fact, I'm
there.
going to show you that
Love you
reason
lots.
right
The
now, and then
numbers,
we'll
my
get to
friends.
comments. Right?
The numbers. Use this argument. You're free to use it.
Yo, please join me in corporate nut-hugging Nintendo by using my points to justify the deep throating.
Show people this video. Show people these screenshots. Make sure that they know that in 2017, when they bought Mario Kart and they loved Mario Kart. Aston, did you like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe? Do you think that was good value?
Listen to why he thinks he's not a shill. All right, let me see which one is this. Where are we at here? So we watched this video. Hold on, let me see if I can figure out which video it was. Real quick. Hold on. It'll be worth it. I promise. I promise it will be worth it. Alright, I think I know which one it is. I think it's the one with Princess Peach on it. Alright, so I think this is the video right here. More bad news for Nintendo Switch Truth. Proof that they hate me. Yeah, there it is. Look, proof that they hate me. He's saying that Nintendo hates him. So he's trying to prove that he's not a shill right now with this video specifically. Let's listen to that.
Somehow, my friends-
and then we will check the actual fucking comment section. But I want you to hear this because it's fucking gold. It is absolutely fucking gold, I promise you, right?
Things got even worse today as Nintendo has issued several new statements, and like none of them are good. So we do need to talk about the dire situation at this.
It was crazy how Nintendo. You know what? Never mind. No mind. Shout out to Eric Jenkins for the five. He says, "Throat Demon Nintendo." Wait, hold on. Let me try to read this. Taking what is OBJ? Throat Demon Nintendo and taking a bag shot worth of super head herself damn demon hours for bro. That is an insane fucking super chat. How do you keep getting away with this? Eric, how the fuck do you keep getting away with this shit? Throw this man in the gulag. Straight to the gulag, bro. How the fuck does he keep getting away with these super chats? This is insane. He looks like a meth head these days. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at the fucking dark circles around his eyes. Holy shit, bro. Age is definitely starting to show on homie. After he made this video, he's definitely had a pretty bad 3 days afterwards.
Switch 2 is in before
Y'all
launch.
need to be stopped.
Good morning, Mario. Good morning, Switch fans. Maybe not the goodest morning for Nintendo. And look,
crazy, bro.
Y'all are my friends, and I want to clarify that right off the bat. I want to show you that I'm no shit.
Oh, I promise you guys, I'm looking out for you, even though I was trying to justify a mega corporation taking advantage of you.
Shill for Nintendo. I've seen some people insinuating that.
Shit.
I want to show you that I'm no shill for Nintendo. I've seen some people insinuating that and straight up just accusing me in the comments down below. I have my own thoughts and opinions, and in no way am I affiliated with Nintendo. In fact, I'm affiliated with you.
That doesn't mean that you're not a shill for Nintendo. Just because you're not directly affiliated with Nintendo does not mean you are not a Nintendo shill. Make no mistake about it. Yo, we got a Smash raid incoming. Let's fucking go, brother. Yo, Smash, hope you had a good stream. I heard some info through the grapevine that someone was on your stream wanted some attention. The it thou shall not be named. Bro, shout out to Flex's stretchy hole for the buck. Appreciate dog. Crazy how he has DSP. This is a fucking picture, bro. Yo, Smash Raid, what's good, y'all? What's up, y'all? Yo, production was good. Sergeant Sapient was up. B-Man, good to see you, fam. We got a Smash Raid. Hell yeah. Appreciate y'all being here. We're just laughing at Nintendo shills. Just probably the biggest Nintendo Switch 2 shill that I've seen thus far. We got Switch Force here, aka Ghost Robo, aka I believe his name is Zach, if I'm not mistaken. Used to watch this dude a long time ago. He is full on throating everything Nintendo is trying to justify. Blatantly. Yo, Bulk, what's good, fam? Yo, guys, go check out Homeboy Smash, especially if you want some drama involved when Alyssa Mercante pulls up. Because that's apparently all that it knows. But I appreciate the raid, brother. Hope you had a great stream. And hope no bitches ruin that for you, brother. But check out Smash JT. That's the link to his channel. Yo, you ain't lying, dog. That's insane. Holy shit. That's Smash JT's channel. Definitely check him out. Cast the creature is suing. Yeah. Yeah, it is wild. Her friend Booty Adams got fired from Compulsion Games. Yeah.
You are coping.
Yo, that's crazy, dog.
You just can't accept
She must be mad as fuck.
Yes, you're coping.
Mad as fuck. Yo, that's funny as shit. That's hilarious. Let me guess, is he begging like he usually does for keys? For video game keys? Is Queef Adams begging for a job like he begs for free game keys? That's crazy. Yo, shout out to Demon Carol for the 5. Thank you so much. He said, what's the bet that he has Nintendo tattoo on his ass? A Nintendo tattooed on his ass? Damn. Maybe, I don't know. Around the booty hole. That is great news. It's on LinkedIn? Damn. Oh, he definitely wasn't going to announce that shit on Twitter. Oh, man. Yo, son. Forget being laid off, but imagine, like, all these people that think you're a clown and are just waiting for anything to just laugh at you outright about. And you get canned. So, yeah, we just watched a video where this dude, Ghost Robo, a.k.a. Switch Force, he went on full defense force for Nintendo on all the poor choices Nintendo has made. And, bro, it is crazy, man. It is super crazy. That's where the O is? Damn. I got you. Demon Carol. And it is an insane fucking video. And I was saying, hey, but you guys also have to watch his other video where he tries to prove to his audience that he has your best interest in mind and that he is not a Nintendo shill. And his justification, in my opinion, people aren't talking about and is just as insane as everything else that he said and done in the previous video. Yo, shout out to Bulk Squat Thrust. Crazy ass awesome name. Who just became a mainstream classic member. Definitely, sir, join the Discord. Come hang out with us on Discord. And shout out to Anime Mania 500 who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, dog. You are far too kind. Thank you guys so much. If you haven't joined the Discord, hey, consider becoming a channel member. Gets you instant access to the Discord. Gets you emotes for the stream. Just 99 cents gets you all that. It's a good time in the Discord. It's definitely, we be wilding out late at night. Even in the voice chats. But, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. If you're already a channel member, be sure to join in. Come hang out with us, man. Hey, much love to you, Anime Mania. So, yeah, we're going to listen to him try to explain to us how he's not a shill.
Accusing me in the comments down below. I have my own thoughts and opinions, and in no way am I affiliated with Nintendo. In fact,
he quickly changes from I'm not a Nintendo shill to I'm not directly affiliated with Nintendo, thinking that this easily means the same thing, right?
I'm affiliated with you, and that is what caused me to lose any relationship with Nintendo. Check out this email right here. This is back in the Switch OLED era. My desire was to get the OLED early to show you guys the OLED and see if it was worth it and help you decide if you wanted to drop $350 on a new Nintendo Switch. And because of this, my actions violated apparently their code of conduct, which is that you can't get systems early. This notice is to inform you that we will be ending your participation in the Nintendo Creator Program. I've included the language from the code of conduct below. Do not use any pre-launch products. Yeah, we've appreciated working with you over the years. On behalf of Nintendo, thanks for your time. That's what I got for working with Nintendo for years and years and for making videos every single day on their system and on their games.
So he's trying to say that, hey man, I managed to get a Switch OLED early and talked about it early to try and get you guys the information because I'm looking out for you guys, your best interest, right? Not for his own channel that would have clearly exploded in views for getting the system earlier than everyone else, right? He tries to make it, oh, I'm looking out for you guys, right? Meanwhile, it's like, dude, if you're one of the first people to actually get an OLED Switch and talk about it and actually have the OLED Switch, of course you're going to get a lot of viewership. But no, he was looking out for you guys, the viewers. And because he was looking out for you guys, the viewers, Nintendo threw him out of the creator program that gives him early access to Nintendo, shit that they happen to give their creators early. So that's the massive cope that he's trying to say. This is how you guys know that I'm actually not a Nintendo shill because I was looking out for you. More like you were looking out for yourself, asshole. Sitting here and lying through his fucking teeth. What a clown. He thinks that people are actually going to believe this shit? Fuck out of here.
That was back in 2021. That was November 4th, 2021. It's been 4 years since the last time I talked with Nintendo or worked with Nintendo. And let me tell you, it has sucked. That means no early access. That means no events. That means no going to play the Switch 2. That means no going to play these games. That means falling behind where other people who are still part of the creator program or who still work with Nintendo, or you may say shill for Nintendo, they still get the perks. I don't. The perk I get is that I'm on your side. And whether
oh my god, bro. Holy shit. I promise, guys, I'm on your side. Yes, my lack of Nintendo privilege is hurting me.
Coping so hard. Coping and seething.
That is crazy. The amount of mental gymnastics to try and prove that he's on your side, huh?
whether you want to believe that or not, whether you think that
Nobody believes
me
that shit.
talking about that it's actually tariffs really impacting a lot of this pre-order chaos, whether me talking about I think, you know, Nintendo can have a game that is worth
Let me
$80
see how
in
disliked this
today's
video is.
market, given how other games later this year are going to inevitably go up to that price based on the industry conditions and based on the global market. I'm still on your side.
So it's crazy how so this video didn't get disliked into oblivion. It got like a little less than 200 dislikes. So people didn't really actually listen to this video because the previous video got 1,000 likes but also 1.4 thousand dislikes. So this is somebody that had gotten kicked out of the Nintendo Creator Program like 4 years ago. Let me ask you a question, guys. Does this sound like a guy that's desperately trying to show complete total compliance to Nintendo to try and win his way back into the Nintendo Creator Program?
They're getting you at the tax rate. $64 is what I basically paid for every game plus tax in 2020 and 2017, frankly. If we want to go back to 2017,
All right,
look
let
at
me
this.
skip ahead a little bit.
2017. Get mad at GTA. Don't get mad at Nintendo. Get mad at anything. Get mad at GTA. Don't get mad at Nintendo. Or don't get mad at anything. Get mad at the wages aren't more. That's really the thing to get mad at, but I'm sick of the Nintendo slander. Don't hate Nintendo. They killed this launch. It's an A+. I love Nintendo's Switch 2 plan. I don't love the price because you shouldn't love any price. You shouldn't be excited to pay more for anything. But I understand it.
Shout out to Eric Jenkins for the 2 who says, "Got, got, got." That's what he sounds like. Is what he's saying here not sound like dude is trying to win his way back into the Nintendo Creator Program after 4 years of being off that shit with the new system on the cusp of coming out?
And I'm not going to be whisked into this fairy tale world where people make believe that it's an insane amount of money.
It is.
But
A
no-
lot of people feel like it is a lot of money that's unjustifiable, especially in comparison to everyone else. But let's check the comments like I promised you guys, and let's see what the comments have to say. This is going to be interesting. It's €90 here in Europe, which is $98 USD. I'm pretty sure I didn't spend $100 on Mario Kart 8 back in 2017, even with inflation. I hate to be that guy, but the problem is that the prices are getting higher and we're getting paid lower. Yep. Using the inflation calculation is not a good way to make the cost justifiable. That's like saying that a house costs $300,000 isn't expensive because a $144,000 house in '92 would cost $120,000. Our paychecks don't reflect inflation year to year like it does for goods. Now, I'm trying to find Drewski's comment. A computer used to cost half what a house did. Does that make it okay to charge $250,000 for one? No. TVs used to be in the thousands, and now they're $399 at Walmart for a 60-inch. Should we be okay with paying $11 grand? As that's the equivalent now? No. Cut it out already. It's priced much higher than it needs to be. Nintendo isn't suffering on its last legs. They're incredibly rich and can afford to lose a small bit of money on the hardware they make for in software sales, like they have been. The problem is that we don't get paid that much anymore. People are just like, bro, I haven't gotten a fucking increase in my pay to be able to afford this shit. It's a lot for a fucking handheld device, and then all the little bullshit stipulations is insane. It's unjustifiable. Hold up, Cass, I got you. Hell yeah. You forgot that the prices are going up and the paychecks aren't. Okay, but Sony didn't charge this for their tech demo. Yeah, and that's a good point too. Nintendo packaged Astro's Playroom, which looks way more quality, for example, than the $10 asking price of the introductory game that Nintendo's trying to sell you for the Switch 2. Game looks way better, Astrobot. And it was packaged in for free. Crazy, right? But this person said, man, glaze. No half-resolution game made by Nintendo is worth $90, period. Also, they will never drop the price willingly. When they want you to pay extra for even the hardware demo, it's too far. Nor am I buying a $500 console for a kid that is portable. They are out of their mind. Hell, alone dev wimps their butt releasing one of the most played games on Steam for $20. That was more content than the average Switch title. Dude, there's so many indie games that are way more worth it than so many fucking AAA games made by these companies. And you know what? I like Nintendo's games. I think they make good games. But this is ridiculous. I disagree completely. Nintendo pricing things this way will affect gaming for the worse. We cannot allow this to go on. Yeah, imagine how many companies that are just going to outright fucking copy them. It's going to be crazy, bro. K to foot raid? We got a K to foot raid? Nah, son. Don't do that. Not the feet, bro. Put them shits away. I demand socks. Put on your damn socks. Oh no, the foot sniffers are here? Oh my god. Not the foot sniffers, man. Demon Carol says, we know for a fact EA will go for the price increase. Facts. We already know what it is. The foot cult. Yo. Y'all is sick, man. Y'all is sick. Y'all are so sick, man. Yo. We got the footman himself, Kato, pulling up with the raid. Guys, spam the socks in the chat. Put on some socks, you Foot Clan. You foot fetish fucking clowns. Let's go. Put some socks on them. Put some socks on them, bro. Put some socks on them. Fight them back. Fight back the Raiders, man. Put some socks on them Raiders, man. Nah, bro. We putting socks on y'all real quick. Real quick, man. Griff socks, sniff, sniff. Yo, Grateful Gamer, you wildin'. Nah, son, we putting socks on all y'all. We putting socks on you, Kata. And we putting socks on your girl, too. Nah, shout out to Kata, man. Go check out Kata's channel, man. Thank you so much for the raid, brother. I hope you had a good stream. Go check out Kata's channel. Dude is fucking killing it out there. Good dude overall. Except for his foot fetish. Needs to definitely put some socks on. They're sniffing the sweaty socks now. Better than being obsessed with the feet. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button, if you're new, subscribe to the channel. I really appreciate y'all. Kata's left the building. Philip's just gonna bonk him. He said, forget the socks. We just outright beating him. No, Robert, we are not going to bed, bro. We are never going to bed. Nope. This still has not yet been my longest stream. I'm just saying. Kata gonna make them socks crusty. Oh my god. So we are currently laughing at a Nintendo Switch shill. Dude, I used to watch this guy. His original channel was Ghost Robo, which is a dead channel now. And now his channel is Switch Force, which is a dying channel. He needs the Switch too. That is a reality. He needs a Switch too. He also was bitching about how he used to be part of the Nintendo Creator Program. And 4 years ago, he accidentally got himself booted from that Creator Program when he managed to get an OLED Switch early and tried to basically capitalize on that for himself by basically showing off the system early on his channel, to which Nintendo kicked him out of the Creator Program. And basically everything he's saying here just sounds like he's just trying to glaze Nintendo proper. All right, give Nintendo the proper throating in order to get his way back into the Nintendo
Get
Creator
mad at
Program.
wages aren't more. That's really the thing to get mad at, but I'm sick of the Nintendo slander. Don't hate Nintendo. They killed this launch. It's an A+. I love Nintendo's Switch 2 plan. I don't love the price, because you shouldn't love any price. You shouldn't be excited to pay more for anything.
Amazing.
But I understand it. And I'm not going to be whisked into this fairy tale world where people make believe that it's an insane amount of money.
And we're just making believe that shit isn't fucking ridiculous. Wild, right? All right, let me see. We got Drewski's comments. We got Drewski's comments here. Shout out to my man Drewski. One of the homies that be chilling in Discord. Yo, Tomby, what's good, fam? We're doing good over here. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. Aw shit, Epic is back with the goon oil. Drewski says, okay, off rip, I'm pausing this video and making this comment now. Please tell me you're not going to use the inflation argument like a damn idiot. He paused it at the beginning because he saw the inflation calculator. To defend these garbage prices, and joke's on you, I skipped the Switch for a reason. And it looks like I'll be skipping the Switch 2 also. And if you didn't care, you wouldn't be on the verge of crying making this video. Don't lie to our faces. Vote with your wallet and grow a spine. Yo. Yo, he going in, brother. Holy shit. Yo, Drewski went full in on his ass. Holy fuck, dog. Drewski continues to add to this. Inflation or not, nobody should be defending this, especially the Nintendo fan base. The cost of living keeps going up. Your everyday average person is making less. Make that make sense. But unfortunately for us in America, we live in a country of idiots and crazy people, and I've yet to be proven otherwise, that just accept everything that comes our way when we shouldn't be, but monkey see, monkey do, right? You sound just like the people making the argument justifying the price when it was the same in the 90s. When it was the same in the 90s when cartridge games were more expensive to manufacture, so it's okay now. Hell no, everyone at the Nintendo Treehouse event was completely justified because we don't want these games to be priced. He's talking about all the people spamming lower the price in the chats. Justified because we don't want these games to be priced this high, and you shouldn't either. Otherwise, you're part of the problem. Do you really want games to cost a quarter of the console price? because the rest of us sure as hell don't. So again, grow a spine and vote with your wallet. Nintendo needs to earn our money. They're not entitled to it. Learn the difference. Damn. Damn. Dropped them. Dropped them, bro. Yo, St. Hugo, what's good, homie? Appreciate y'all pulling up. Damn. Based as fuck. That was a whole mic drop. What a beast. You know, it's just enough is enough, right? I would be a little more lenient if the pricing was just straight up across the board. No like hidden bullshit here and there, right? And overall they Doug Bowser didn't go fucking Don Matrick on us and shit, right? But that's not the case. Everything's just fucked up. And to sit here and try and pretend that it's not that bad is insanity. It's absolutely ridiculous. But people here said we need to stop only talking about inflation, start talking about how wages are matched. Yeah, if you're going to talk about one, you have to talk about the other. I think even getting into the whole inflation aspect is ridiculous in itself. Nobody gives a fuck what the inflated number of games we paid for back then is now. Nobody gives a fuck about that. The past is the past. Nobody cares. People don't want to pay this extra money. Exactly, Ghost 101. People care about the price right now. This person says, I understand that 60 in 2017 might technically equal 80 today due to inflation. However, to my budget, it's worse. People can't afford it. I guarantee the Switch 2 won't sell as well. Not because it's not as good, but because people can't afford it or the games. And I agree. I don't think the Switch 2 is going to sell nearly as well as the Switch 1. I predict about half as much overall lifetime console sales if they don't seriously go about changing some aspects to their nonsense business practices. They have to change some things, man. And not just little things. Oh, well, we're going to now package this bullshit-ass $10 entry game with the Switch 2, if that makes you guys happy. No. No. Nobody wants that shit to begin with. That shit looks like ass. The fact that you thought it was acceptable to price that, give that a price, is insane in itself. This person says, sorry, Zach, but let's use your logic. If games already cost between 60 and 80 back in the 90s, then why didn't publishers, especially Nintendo, keep adjusting the price inflation as years went by? Clearly, they had the upper hand and justifying to do so. But the reason why is because the GameCube was not a successful console, same with the Wii U. Clearly, everyone's been wanting to increase the $60 price tag, but they can't because everyone always hits a roadblock, which keeps them from doing so. Sony finally was able to justify its price increase after a shaky start from the PS3 and a coming off a PS4 success, but they were upfront on why. And even that I don't even justify. I was fucking shitting on them for years for that. They said, with that in mind, your perspective would be valid, but that just throws it out of the window. This person said, this is the most Nintendo fanboyish coping bullshit I've seen. Nintendo doesn't care about you. Nintendo can receive criticism too. PlayStation did not start $70 games. That was 2K games. Why are you lying for your fanboy bullshit? Why isn't Wind Waker not ported instead to get the vanilla cube version with the NSO emulator? People are ripping him to shreds. The only one trying to trick me is Switch Force. I was saying, change your fucking name to Switch Defense Force or Defense Force instead of Switch Force. What a fucking clown. We'll continue to say that tariffs are absolutely nothing to do with the software, especially digital software. Are tariffs the reason? Oh my god. Holy fuck. It's only $450 until the tariffs hit the U.S., which could potentially be $600 plus. Yeah, people are definitely worried about this whole tariff situation, but like even pre-tariff situation, there was stuff to, be concerned about here. piss poor take telling people how to feel about spending their money. Exactly, bro. This summarizes that shit perfectly. My salary doesn't go up as much as inflation. Defending these prices is crazy. Nintendo Sheep Force. Nintendo Sheep Force is fire. Dude went full Glock 9000. It's crazy. Even though I love Nintendo and really want to buy this, I just don't need it. This is officially going to be the first console that I don't try and get on launch day. And maybe not even this year. I bet I'm not the only one thinking that too. Dude, I got a fucking Switch day one. The first Switch. I'm not getting this shit. I was definitely going to get it. But then Doug Bowser said what he said, and I was just tapped the fuck out. I was just tapped the fuck out, man. The fact you are trying to justify Nintendo charging $80 for a game is laughable. Inflation is through the roof right now. Tariffs have nothing to do with charging $80 for digital software. Stop. This isn't hate, this is honest criticism. Just because you don't understand people will not buy a Switch 2 at these prices doesn't mean everyone is being haters. People don't need Nintendo. They need rent money and food money. People will not buy Switch 2 at these outrageous prices. This person says, this guy acting like my salary appreciates. I know, right, Lindo? I want a refund. I was full on glazing at first, bro. But then the disrespect hit, now I don't even want it anymore. He said, nah, Zach, I'm normally on your side. You might want to keep yourself out of this one. The game is too expensive for what we are paying for. This is a test. Yo! Justin Davis for the 2 says, new catchphrase, getting fucked Dougie style. Thank you so much for the 2, bro. You wildin'. This is a test. If they can charge $80 for the reskin of a game before tariffs, then we are saying that we will pay for whatever because we have no standard. Chill, bro. Facts, man. People are trying to talk some sense into him. He's still trying to justify that shit even in future videos. Bro, forget the sales tax is a thing here in the States. Imagine defending a corporation. Yeah, he literally was like, please stop attacking Nintendo. They're justified. Inflation is a thing, man. Oh, they definitely got that Apple company ego. It's crazy. I hear inflation, yet my paycheck hasn't been inflated. My wallet isn't inflated. Facts. Zach doesn't care because he makes money off the content. You're paying for his Switch too. Yo, for real though. For real though. And telling people how to feel about these prices is not even remotely acceptable. Not even remotely fucking acceptable. Yo. I know who that is, by the way. Waluigi Esposito, the person pretending to be my Inzoi character. He says, I'm inflated, Cass. How dare you? I know exactly who that is. We did some investigative journalism after the last stream when you pulled up, Mr. Waluigi. You be wildin', dog. That shit was funny as hell, I'm not gonna lie. But essentially every fucking comment that I'm seeing is just shitting on him. He is shilling very, very hard, bro. Homie, homie made sure that his lips were nice and soft. He had his fucking red bottoms on. He got his red bottom pumps on and everything. He was a Nintendo streetwalker straight up with this video. It's crazy. I couldn't believe it, bro. It just sounds like he wants back into that creator program and he's willing to do whatever it takes to get there. Right? Like, please leave the multi-million-dollar company alone. Exactly. Crazy, guys. But, I think that's about all I got for y'all. Hold on. I need to get into a program. Nah, they would hate me. I'm too honest. I would get booted out immediately. We're being honest. Sad realities, but that is what it is. What else we got? I think we got just about everything today. I think I'm done listening to Reforge. We're gonna have to have a stream this Monday to do funnies. He pulled out the golden knee pads. Absolutely. It's wild, guys. But guys, if you want to keep up with me, definitely follow me on Twitter. I'm gonna go through all my socials. But this is my Twitter account at Mario Kart. You're more than welcome to follow me there if you want to keep up and talk to me. I usually answer back most people, or at least I'll read your stuff. Like sometimes I get so many comments. I'll wake up to like 30 comments. I'm like, holy shit, like what? But I'll at least read through y'all's stuff. That's the way to be able to, talk to me if you want to. Hey, Valiant One, thanks so much for hanging out. And I have a second YouTube channel called Gooner Fist, where left, right, and center, anybody on some bullshit can get the smoke over there if they deserve the criticism. So that's my Gooner Fist channel. I'm trying to get to 500 subs, so any assistance there is greatly appreciated. Shout out to Justin Davis for the 2, who says, dude got Nintendo peg like Alyssa. Alyssa got Jaffe? Oh man, bro. Oh man, bro. Shout out to St. Hugo, who's been a member for a month of the Mainstream Classic. He said, can't wait to not buy the next re-release Skyrim again on the toaster, too. You ain't lying, bro. I feel you on that. I'm still waiting for this so-called Oblivion remake to finally drop. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy how long. It's crazy how long this like whole rumor thing's been going on, but we still ain't get the fucking release date or announcement trailer, nothing for the Oblivion, situation. I'm waiting on Sky Oblivion too, Justin Davis. I will play both. I will play the Oblivion remake and I will play Sky Oblivion. They're both getting played 100%. But guys, if you want to friend request me on Steam, you're more than welcome to do that. There you go. That's my Steam. Definitely like keeping up what you guys are playing and got going on there. I'll find you on Discord. You should be able to search me Cult Classic Cage, Robert. Yo, Sky Oblivion looks insane. Super insane. The Oblivion remake will be garbage, I'm sure. If you're big on modding, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not gonna be for you. You might as well just wait for the if you're big on modding, wait for Sky Oblivion. That's gonna be worth it. If you don't really care too much about modding, which some people don't, right? It might be interesting. It might be fucked up. Who knows? Get some sleep and give Ziggy pets. I will. I definitely will. What else I got? Yeah, definitely check out my Oh, we got friend requests. Let's go. Thank you guys for friend requesting. Oh yeah, and also check out my latest video. If you guys want to hear a rant for the ages. The rant gave me a headache, so I think you guys y'all enjoy watching a good crash out these days, so definitely check out me crashing out over Nintendo being on they fuck shit. I still have my modded 3DS. Fire, bro. That's my latest video. You can check me out there. Hey, Osseous, what's good with you, brother? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, dog. Bro, Osseous, I'm waiting for your videos, man. I was subscribed. I was tweeting it out. I was like, my homie started making content and the videos is fire. You was doing good, man. I want to see more videos from you, dog. I genuinely enjoyed your content, even with videos, even with the discussion of games that I wasn't too crazy about. I just thought the way that you were describing the situations and basically, I think you were good at it. Would love to see you make more content, bro. But definitely keep me posted if you do happen to start making videos again. Unless I ain't keeping up. YouTube definitely don't like to notify people. That doesn't help either. But guys, it was an amazing stream. If you haven't, hit the like button. If you're new, subscribe to the channel. Consider becoming a channel member. Gets you instant access to the Discord. Gets you dope-ass emotes for the live streams. All good shit overall, man. And thank you so much, Hypnotic for the raid, Smash JT for the raid, Kata for the raid. You guys are awesome. Thank you guys so much for getting me to Scooby Goon goal. Buried under work at the moment, but we'll get back to it. Absolutely, I understand that. Bro, working and doing YouTube it's not easy, man. It's not easy. But I can't wait. I can't wait. I understand your situation. Definitely handle what you gotta handle. But I look forward to your videos, man. Yo, shout out to Epic Treasure with the gifted membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate that, fam. You guys were awesome. Shout out to you all. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Thank you guys for becoming channel members. Thank you so much for just liking, subscribing, all the super chats. You guys did too much tonight. All right, you got me to wear this silly Scooby Goon outfit. And I mean, you guys earned it, clearly. More than enough, right? Could you get a laughing track? So what, when you guys make fun of me, I could just, all right, laughing track time. Yo, shout out to Max K with the gifted membership. Holy shit, bro. Totally didn't have to, but I appreciate it so much. I expect to see new Discord channel members. Oh, Lindo, you want me to watch this video? Hold on. Lindo posted this video.
Yo, what's up, player? Sorry, I was just practicing my Japanese.
What is this? What is this shit? Hold on. Before we do anything, I need to see this. A laugh track into applause. I gotta see what's up with that. The Fleekazoid vid. Let me see. It is a Fleekazoid vid. It's a request to react to. Should we react to it? Or do you guys want me to leave? You kick me out? Brother Fleek? LFG? Oh, y'all are feeling this one. Okay, so Fleekazoid, Assassin's Creed Shadows is Sofa King. We Todd Lee Awful. What? One good strong goodbye. Okay. Let me see what's up.
Yo, what's up, player? Sorry, I was just practicing my Japanese. Pips, we did it.
Oh my God.
Assassin's Creed Shadows is a hit. Our stock is zooming, so it's actually in the free fall. Tell them we got another 1 million players. Hell, make it 2 million more players. Fuck them, they can't prove anything. It works. The stock is skyrocketing because that's what I do. Go get yourself a...
Right? If they just don't talk about how much the game is sold, right? Yo, Slay Every Game, thank you so much. Welcome to the Cult of Cage. I appreciate that. Join the Discord. Come hang out with us.
Snail Pierre, you earned it. You could also have a negative $2,000 raise. Eat shit and die. Hi.
Oh my God. Big tears.
We're fleeking over the little guy, and our consultant division was hired a few years ago to help Ubisoft make Assassin's Creed Shadows the smash hit it is today. In fact, you're
fucking
fired.
sad,
The game
bro.
was too successful. We can't afford you anymore. Which actually leads me to my next point. A disturbing amount of you seem to think that this major success will allow the 19,000 people working here to keep their jobs, and unfortunately, that's just not true.
Yo, nobody even cares about that. The people that are running full defense force for the game, like, bro, the whole team could get laid off. Oh, it's a success still. Shut up, bitches. It's still a success. You can't take that away from Assassin's Creed Shadows. Even though y'all don't even know how much it costs to make or how much it's sold. Y'all can't get no confirmations. You just run with your corporation of choice.
Notice how that number doesn't say number 1 in day 1 earnings? Well, that means we'll be laying off at least a couple thousand Frenchmen, and we'll be replacing them with several more sweatshops. And just as a little
Oh
side
my
note,
God, bro. Oh my fucking God. I missed the emoji that looks like me. Where you be shaking your booty out there, brother? like our little Michael Myers. Dude, we need more animated emotes, like, on YouTube. Like, they need to make that the norm. Because, like, Michael Myers is supposed to be fucking twerking in that little emote.
All that
Where's
sweatshop
the
business,
lie?
we are deeply disturbed. That word got out about that. Why the hell do you think we hired him? Because they tuck him in at 5 o'clock and have an office wine cooler? We already
Oh my
tried
God.
that, and look at how that worked out for us. We got Frenchies starting a revolution every other goddamn day. You know what the nice thing is
my
about
God.
sweatshops? They don't pay them enough to buy picket signs. Allegedly, from what I hear, people say this, I don't know. Listen, I'm gonna middle with you. Thanks to the success of
Crazy.
the game, Piendang is gonna get a 2-cent raise on the next one. Of course, that's gonna be monthly, though, not daily. The rest of that profit goes to me. I have 3 ex-wives to feed. Speaking of which, you're
Holy shit, bro. How do you fuck up 3 times like that? I just woke up to see my dog, Cult Classic Cage, up to no good at 5 a.m. You already know. You already know. Bro, is it officially like the longest stream ever for me? I think we're like 5 minutes away.
all so fired. My marriage was too successful. I'm getting a divorce. Your
Oh
salary's
my
gonna help
God.
me recoup my losses. Now, flashing back to my years when I was working on the game, my role as chief consultant of dumb fuckery was problem solving. The first problem I
Oh
noticed,
my
too
God.
many French
No.
people, so I said, hit the snail trail, Pepe.
Oh man.
Next order of
Get outta
business,
here,
we're making
Canadians.
this one another RPG. Nothing says Assassin's Creed like walking into a base, everyone's within level range, but then you get to the target and he can one-shot you with a rock. This is fun, as
Yo.
long as you don't know what that
No. How, bro? How the fuck does that even work? How does
Get to
that
the
even fucking
target and
work?
he can one-shot you with a rock. This is
With a
fun,
fucking
as
rock,
long as you
bro?
don't know what that word means or what it feels like.
No, son. No, he got hit with that arrow. Watch. Look at the arrow.
As long as you don't know what that word means or what it feels
Oh
like.
no, the
Now, on the
arrow
point of
missed.
hating our customers.
No, he
in the
got to
Steam
the rock
review of
before the
every
arrow hit him.
Ubisoft Game, people
That's
are always
insane.
complaining about how we're forcing a second launcher on them, which is why we're gonna force a third launcher on them. Fuck them. But it's only gonna be a launcher
Why
for
not?
all the shitty
5
Assassin's
more
Creed
launchers,
games.
let's
I
go.
want to make a clear line in the sand so that new players don't wander off to a better game that we haven't monetized
Bro, how? How?
out the ass. Did the Black Flag have shot to cut the box? That's a great question, Pierre. I hope asking it was worth your life. Note to self, make the guy's
Yeah,
ass
that's a
bigger than Nawe's.
No. What?
Note to self, make the guy
Why Yasuke got cheeks? Naoe got cake
guy's ass
pancakes.
bigger than
Yo, son. Yasuke got cheeks and Naoe got pancakes,
Nawe's.
bro.
Reminder,
Damn,
we are
son.
a forward-thinking company. Second reminder, settle that lawsuit for that time when we were a little too
Hey, man. Yo, girl got the flapjacks. Hey, man, we know that Yasuke, bro. He into the dudes, so them cheeks gotta be on point, bro. You gotta be able to bounce a quarter off that shit.
forward in our thinking. Hang on, I'm getting cold. Why would you make the dude protagonist also Japanese? We already have a Japanese. Listen, I'll tell you what you're gonna do. Everyone's talking about how they love brotherhood, right? Well, why don't you put a brother in the hood?
That is insane. Oh my god. This motherfucker needs to be stopped. Needs to be stopped, bro.
It'll be like Twins with Danny D. The fans are gonna love it. They did not. And whenever he fights, I want you to blast the loudest rap music you got. But not in a racist way. We here at Ubisoft are not racist. So in the least racist way you can. Whenever
Oh my
Yasuke
God.
shows up on screen, I want you to be blasting that trap music as loud as you can. And I'm not talking yay. I'm
Watch
talking
this dude
straight up
fighting his underwear.
SoundCloud trap beats with a harp mixed in. I want this shit to sound like Lil Ricefield is just off camera with an Ensoniq ASR. And in the
This is
cutscenes when
wild.
everything should be all quiet and dramatic, I want you to play the weirdest shit you got.
Nice palate cleanser, absolutely.
That doesn't fit the setting, the scene, or anything. It's perfect. God, these.
Oh my god. The music selection in this game is wild. I mean, I haven't played it personally, but I be seeing scenes where they're just playing music that does not vibe with anything in the game at all. It's crazy.
Deuces are just flowing today. You go fire somebody. You go make something shinier. You go add 1 million players. God, I'm a genius. Now let's talk about the gameplay. We're gonna do a brand new take on the new system where we return to form by changing nothing. Can we
Need
all
to watch
agree
the
on
Valve
this?
video. All right, well, next week, bro. Next week or even this Monday, I think I'm probably gonna stream again. We're gonna handle funnies this Monday, likely.
All right, nice, but we need to make these two characters feel distinct but equal, not in a racist way, which is why no ass Nawe will be great at
Instead of separate but equal, distinct but equal.
everything except combat, and Yasuke will be a little bitch that can't even climb a rock. Unless you don't want him to climb a rock, then he'll be able to climb a fucking rock. I want this man to be like our expert plus difficulty, kind of like that fractured but
Oh
whole
my
difficulty
God.
system. Right around that 15-hour mark where you're getting bored of the repetitive gameplay loop, I want to cure that boredom by giving you even less gameplay options. You want a new
Holy
mechanic?
shit,
Pull
bro.
out your credit card.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Bro.
Don't have the money? Find a country with
I
flexible labor laws,
I
start
can't.
a sweatshop, and I'll give you some money. Also, that Spartan kick's been our crutch for the last 3 games, and it's getting old. That being said, we haven't had a new idea come out of this company in 10 years, and I wouldn't want to break the streak. So just make the kick send these rice farmers into the stars!
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! No!
I wouldn't want to break the streak. So just make the kick send these rice farmers into the stars!
No! Oh my
Listen,
god!
I got a tea time at 6. We really gotta
Oh
let's
my
just stop
fucking
developing
God.
the combat halfway, alright? But Saul, this is a return to form. Shouldn't we have all these mechanics? You're not even speaking American anymore. Listen, we don't have to worry about putting in the other half of the gameplay because it rains. Besides, people don't want flow. They don't want a unique identity. They want something that feels like nothing. And I don't mean unique.
Damn.
I want to remind them of that empty void where their soul used to be, so they fill that void with cash shop items instead of combat. The old power fantasy combat made them feel big and strong.
Holy
Sarah, look
shit,
at me.
dude.
I want them to feel small. And forget flow. Make it all stuttery. I want it stuttery as hell. I've got a nephew with a stutter. He can't say yes without making it a 10-syllable word. Use that as your inspiration. I'll send you a tape later. Speaking of no
Aw,
flow,
man.
let's talk about that stealth right now. I want that assassination button to only work half the time. Half
Yo.
the time, I want the prompt to assassinate in Assassin's Creed to either not assassinate or not show up at all. I want half the encounters to play out like this. Did I just catch you trying to assassinate shit? I want them to
Oh, she just got bitch slapped into oblivion. Holy shit, bro.
stand around with their dicks in their hands waiting to assassinate in Assassin's Creed. You can assassinate when Daddy Ubisoft says you can. Well, so we at least add all these mechanics back.
Just, you know, drop some microtransaction money. And the assassin mechanic will work a higher percentage of the time. That's
On the
the goal.
original games. No, you don't understand. We let them lay down. They don't get anything else. Don't overthink this, guys. These people will buy anything. In 15 years, we'll be selling a JPEG called Assassin's Creed. Fuck you, give me your money, and these people would still pay us $90 for it. Reminder, the poor core is feeling stiffer than our executives when they get near the secretaries. Add more
Oh my god. They're even low-key talking about some of the shit that has happened at Ubisoft. Some of that sexual harassment related stuff at Ubisoft.
flips to distract. Next thing, some guy came up to me the other day and told me we should make a great 12-hour game instead of 80 hours of pondering the rope, so I shot him. But don't worry, I shot him in the game, so it only did 10% of his health. Our games aren't meant to be enjoyed, they're meant to be endured. What are we gonna do, make a memorable short campaign, sell 5 million copies in the first month, and immediately get a sequel like some fucking chode? No! I want to lock all your abilities behind 50 fetch quests, and when you go to do that meditation quest as a break from all the fetch quests, I want it to trigger a flashback to that one time where you did a fetch quest. Eat a dick. No, not literally, Yasuke. Don't.
Yo! No! No!
quest as a break from all the fetch quests. I want it to trigger a flashback to that one time where you did a fetch quest. Eat a dick. No, not literally, Yasuke. Don't look at me like that. Stop that. I want to beat the fans down with monotony until they buy the Yasuke farting Fent Clouds bundle out of some confused idea that that'll bring them joy. Think about it like this. For just $20, you could help me furnish my yacht with high-end Dutch prostitutes. Every day that no one buys a microtransaction, one of our executive goes without a line of coke up his nose. Will you be our snow angel? Then just punch in your credit card and buy any one of these bundles. Speaking of people that need help, the enemy AI programming has been slowly degrading for the last 10 years, and the dev team was asking earlier if they should spend any time fixing it. So here's what I'm thinking. Fuck them. Fuck them. All right, I'll lay them all off. That's what I thought.
Oh my god. From the shit that I've seen, it really does feel like they just laid off anybody that programs AI entirely. It really does from what I've seen. It's crazy.
Sorry, those are just some associates of mine. I thought I'd put that on vibrate. All right, I had some ideas for the story. First off, my wife's had 100 rounds of Botox in our last 2 years of marriage. I haven't seen her emote in years. Use that as the inspiration for the facial animations. I'll send you a tape later.
But I can fight.
My pain is constant and sharp.
Actually, I'm already looking at a cutscene right now. I can't tell whether she's happy, sad, or needs to take a shit. You guys...
This said all three, dude. All three.
You guys nailed it. Forget what I said. Second,
It's
with
our
the
goon
GDP
face.
of Bosnia invested into this game already, I think the voice acting is where we need to start pinching our pennies in our story-focused game. Have any of you ever heard of AI? It's like a digital robot sweatshop. It's brilliant. Future Fleek here. Now,
Bro, I've never heard anyone describe AI like that. That's crazy.
shop. It's brilliant. Future. Have you ever heard of AI? It's like a digital robot sweatshop.
A digital robot sweatshop is insane.
It's brilliant. Future Fleek here. Now, I can't say whether or not we used the AI, but I will say the end result was indistinguishable from a high-end actor such as Daniel Day-Lewis in Lincoln. Check this out.
Karate judo sumo samurai. Nissan, Honda, Mitsubishi, Subaru.
Did he just say Mitsubishi?
Samurai. Nissan, Honda, Mitsubishi, Subaru.
Sorry, my bad. I had immersive mode on. I turned it off. Here you go.
Resentment can grow quietly without much warning after a storm.
Now, on a real note, I want you guys to get your lawyers ready to sue anyone that harasses Ubisoft employees. I want the whole world to know that the only people who can harass Ubisoft employees is Ubisoft.
That's not a lie, though. Crazy, that's not a lie. Nissan, Honda, Mitsubishi, Subaru.
Please, everyone, the applause is really unnecessary. I'm but a humble man to the people, the higher tax bracket people. I put on my Prada
The higher tax bracket people's crazy.
All right, and that's how I made this game the success that it is today. AC Shadows is such a success that our 18,000 employee company just got cucked by a game developed by one man named Tyler. It's so
Dude, motherfuckers keep talking about Schedule 1, dog. I'm tired of hearing about this game, bro. I'm about to go buy this fucking game and I can't anymore. I can't. I keep seeing this game every fucking where I turn.
Such a success that people can't even run Monster Hunter Wilds, and they're still buying it more than Assassin's Creed Shadows. It's
just
such a
crazy
success,
how
we just
big
shuttered
those
another
titties
studio.
are. What the
It's
fuck?
such a success that we just became 10 cents.
Oh, you're playing
big.
Schedule
It's
1
such
right now.
a success that our stock's hitting 5-year lows. So
It's overrated.
Dick chuds. Wait.
I mean, you have to have tempered expectations for a game made by one dude. Bazongas. It's weird. It's just asked me if I wanted to rejoin. I'm still a member though. Huh, that is kind of weird.
Until you see how successful we are after Assassin's Creed Crazy Cat Lady drops. Maybe
Crazy cat lady.
strong feminine energy can take us to new heights. Right here, Jaw.
Oh
I
my
swear to God,
God.
if you don't give this game a... Oh, you're doing it again. He's running it back. I mean, holy shit, this is like, oh fuck, further than ever before.
Oh, I went to the corner.
You
I
almost
won.
I
I
win.
win.
You won.
I win.
Oh,
Wow. That is absolutely fucking insane.
Take us to new heights. Right here, jaw. I swear to.
That was a really good fucking video, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that was a banger. That was a fucking banger, bro. Holy shit. Massive W. Angel, that was just a Ubisoft employee just explaining how they cultivated one of the highest playing games in the month of March. Alright, we're gonna do the Val one next stream. Alright, Benjamin. This is too fun. Benjamin, I need to eat. I'm hungry. Shit, I still need dinner yet. But I appreciate it. We'll get to it definitely. You already know what it is, bro. I try to cover everything as much as I can. There's just not enough time, brother. But you guys have been an amazing chat. You guys have been truly awesome. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with me. Cass and Ziggy and Assassin's Creed Crazy Cat Lady, probably, right? Or let's see who we can rate. Because this is a crazy fucking stream. I don't even know who's still even live. Who is still even live, bro? The only one I'm seeing at this point is Kyle. Kyle's still live, so we'll raid Kyle. But guys, thank you all so much for being here. Silent Night, lowest expectations. I'm surprised some of y'all stayed up this late. Nick, Blazing Silver, thank you so much, brother. Eric, appreciate you, dog. Robert, Anime Mania, Epic Treasure, Wyko, you guys are awesome. Benjamin, Philip, thank you so much. Lindo and Philip for moderating the stream. You guys are amazing. You guys do far too much, and I really do appreciate it. Angel, N2, my man Drewski. It's been an awesome, fun-ass time. Man, shout out to you, man. Appreciate you being here, brother. Ghost 101, St. Hugo, thank you guys for everything, bro. Adriano, appreciate you, dog. You guys are awesome. Duckman, thank you so much for the game, by the way, Duckman. Take care of yourself, guys. Have a great, safe weekend. Much love to y'all. Peace. Go tell Kyle who sent you. Right now. Nut Bunny, peace out, homie.